happening? It is Gas Mask and Hand Grenades here for another deep dive on a Sunday afternoon, bright and early. The sun is still out. Well, I don't know if it's out. I haven't been outside yet, but it could be out. I'm not sure. And we are here today to talk about the legendary San Fransisco psychedelic avant sludge doom, whatever, man. They're a metal band. They're not a metal band. They're post metal or post rock. They're all these things in one. They're punk at one point in time. They're crust at one point in time. We're going to talk about Neurosis. And before we do that, I'd like to introduce my panel today. And I've got, some returning fellows who are all, well, actually, everybody's returning now. So, but first, I'd like to introduce my daughter, Lauren, who is here to my whatever. I can never get this right. Why don't I understand this? There, that way. Okay. You go the opposite direction of where you want to point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lauren is over here. She was with me for
Nick
Drake, and she's going to do some upcoming ones. We got some cool ones slotted in there. We're going to do probably Carcass soon, and we talked about Celtic Frost too, so a lot of cool ones. In this corner down below me here, that one's easy. I've got Kellen from Killing for Company with me. Kellen's been on with Yob, and what other ones have you been on? You've been a couple.
Well, we did the Blue Dot Snort on my channel.
Blue Dot Snort, right. So was Yob the first one you were on my channel?
The official, yes, Gas Mask, yes.
Okay, wow. Check that out. I didn't realize that. Okay. This clown down here, wow, whatever. That guy, he's been on 8 million of my deep dives at this point. Probably.
I've never met you before in my life.
You lying sack of dog poo-poo. But yeah, so we got Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal here. Guys, how you doing?
I'm good. I mean, despite listening to some of the most depressing, dark music and in a row, barreled through.
Very intense listening experience. Very, very draining.
Dude,
very draining.
Pulling me from the event horizon of a black hole of misery. But awesome.
Yep, it's awesome, but it's draining, man. It's draining material. And they're long albums until the very last one and the very first one. So first two. So how about you, Kellen? What's happening with you?
Yeah, I just want to when Jeff floated this idea, I absolutely wanted to join, but I was like, be gentle.
You were terrified.
I need some time.
You were terrified. I was going to say, I need it in 4 days.
You need this in 4 days. I'd have a habit of doing shit like in that. Here. Yes.
Barely I gave us 2 weeks. I gave us 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, of course, I, like a dumb shit, ended up because of other stuff midweek with Bowie and the Monsters thing. When do you think I really started listening?
2 days ago?
Yeah. And I wrapped up today. So there you go. Most of this stuff I know pretty well, but the last 3 I had to really kind of go back. And I will make an admission to you guys right now. I had never, despite owning it on CD and in the LP in the box set I'm going to show, I had never listened to Pain of Mind until 2 days ago. Never. Because why, Nick? Why? Because
it's a punk album, man.
Exactly, right. And I really don't listen to punk music very much, but you might be surprised what I have to say about this album. I kind of liked it quite a bit. So, Lauren, how you doing? You're in the same, more or less.
Yeah, same boat. I didn't really start until 2 days ago as well.
I
definitely should have done it.
Yeah, and you got thrown into it when? Last week, right?
Yeah, I mean, you gave me plenty of time. I just waited too long. No, but I did manage to get through everything. The only one I unfortunately didn't listen to Sovereign, so I'll definitely take a back seat and let you guys
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Not a big deal.
But
not a big deal. So
yeah, no, same thing. It's so draining music to listen to, but a lot of the songs have enough very calm, relaxing parts that it can kind of be this lull in this horrific ocean storm. But and the other big thing is that, to be completely honest, the only albums I had completely listened the whole way through were Times of Grace and Through Silver and Blood. Most of the other ones I had just heard sparse spatterings, when I've only seen them live twice. both with.
Yeah, you've seen him. That's true.
with
You've
Dad.
seen him twice. That's right. Yeah.
So this was definitely. I also wanted to do this because I was like, I have a time like based thing to listen to all of Neurosis, which is something I've wanted to do, and I have a hard time with without deadlines. So I was actually really happy to do this and finally listen to.
Yeah, she got
all of them.
AD,
I'm
she got
excited to talk about
ADD
them.
like the old man, little ADD.
Yeah,
like
pretty bad.
Did you? I thought you went with me to the Terminal 5 show up in New York. You didn't go to that?
We've seen them twice, I think.
No,
Or
I've
seen them twice.
No, I've seen them 5 or 6 times now.
There was definitely like once or twice I didn't go with you. I don't recall
Okay.
going to New York though, but that was also
I thought
a
you
long
went to
time
New
ago.
York with me. I thought you went to New York.
Maybe. I remember the one at Union Transfer. Maybe I was at the New York
You were
one.
definitely at Union Transfer, and you were definitely at the
Yeah.
last one for the TLA.
Yeah.
We'll get
I
to
might
that.
have not gone to the New York one. I think I might have been in school or something.
I think you
Was in the
well,
way.
maybe you're right. Anyway, so that brings up the next big question before we dig into this. Kellen, where did you first come into the Neurosis sphere?
So I would have been in high school, and it was really the first song. So Under the Surface was the first Neurosis song I heard, and that would have been. I don't know if I heard the entirety of Times of Grace then, but how I arrived at the band was probably interesting. Just in the sense that I didn't come to them through specifically metal. It was like from disparate ends of musical friends. So I had friends who were really into punk, who were well acquainted with the Neurosis beginning. So who were into like, let's say Black Flag or Discharge,
Right.
and then got attached to the early portion of their catalog. And then, this time period, this would have been 99, 2000. I had friends who were listening to sort of, let's just say, left field music. So, because this is like Godspeed. I remember Radiohead's Kid A came around at the time. And which was heavily influenced by Sigur Ros's Azerbaijan. So you had that side of the community who were also gravitating towards a band like Neurosis, who was kind of developing something else. And between those two influences sort of landed at Times of Grace for me. Then by the time I sort of left high school and was getting ready to leave high school, I heard A Sun That Never Sets, but it's when I saw the album cover of Through Silver and Blood. That album cover immediately grabbed me and kind of set me on my way into discovering what this band was all about. I was heavily into, what happens though is, and we'll kind of get into this later, is by the early 2000s, I've kind of leaving that side of music and getting more heavily entrenched into like grindcore, death metal,
black metal,
like that. Yeah. So that kind of is an interesting way to explore the catalog, but that early 2000s and looking backward into their sort of 90s is what I remember initially about Neurosis.
How about you, Nick? I think you saw them live, right?
Yeah. So me starting off as a metalhead was mostly, thrash and death metal. And my second show ever was Ozzy Fest 97. And I didn't really know much about the lineup on there. I knew Pantera was there. I knew Marilyn Manson was there, and I didn't care. And I knew Machine Head was there. Everything else was pretty much very fresh and new. So when we got to the venue, which was Polaris Amphitheater in Columbus, the first band on the second stage was Neurosis. And I had never heard anything that dense and that heavy before. It was nothing. I had listened to nothing close to that. And they were touring on Through Silver and Blood.
That's right.
I distinctly remember Locust Star standing out. And we watched the rest of the set, but that, we watched the rest of the show, but that really stuck with me. Then there was a riot because Ozzy didn't play. Cars were flipped. One was on fire. I distinctly remember that. I was too stoned to fucking move.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Nick. Was this the show Kelly was playing at with Neurotica?
No, that was 2002.
Okay, all right, later. Okay,
No,
all right.
this was the first year I ever went to Ozzy Fest.
Okay, all right.
Ozzy didn't play for whatever reason. The fans flipped their fucking shit and a car set on fire. But what had happened was Ozzy was going to play the next day, and if you showed up with your ticket stub, you could go back. So my buddy and I went back, and they got Neurosis to open up, the pavilion stage, the big stage.
Wow.
So they got to play on the big PA, and
So you saw him twice.
It was twice.
You saw him
twice
in
2 days.
2 days.
And it fucking leveled me. Like, it was the loudest, craziest, but slowest and densest thing I'd ever heard. I went out and bought Through Silver and Blood not long after I got home. It blew me away, and that's where I became a big fanboy. I've been following them ever since. And I fucking love this band.
Some interesting stories, or story, basically. Steve talks about in the interview that I did with him. He talks 5-7 minutes about the Ozfest and the experience and how they really didn't fit in. They didn't have a big bus and they didn't have all this. They were there in a fucking Airstream or a camper, whatever they brought. I forget what he said. Like probably one of those vans that has a sleeper up top. Like a 8 or 15 seater with a sleeper up top. And they were like, man, we had to get up like ass crack of the dawn in the morning because it was so fucking hot in the parking lot. This is the middle of summer, right? August or whatever.
June, July.
He talked about the fact that they didn't come there with any money like a lot of other bands did behind them. And so they literally didn't have to pay to play. That Sharon, for some reason, he goes into it and I can't remember what it was, but she wanted them on the tour. And she treated them. He said they treated us fantastically. And we were talking about how, he said it was like rock and roll high school because you'd go to the canteen behind, back behind where we can't see, right? And there'd be fucking Tony Iommi walking in to get a hot dog, or and he's like sitting next to Tony Iommi. I'm like, well, what'd you say to him? He's like, fucking nothing, man. What did I say to Tony Iommi? Like,
love your riff, sir.
I said, why didn't you ask him to see his fingers, man? He's like, nah, I wasn't gonna do that. So anyway, I almost screwed up. Sorry, Lauren. I'm very tired. I apologize. I have a feeling somebody may have slightly influenced you in listening to Neurosis. I don't think
it was my mom, actually.
It was your mom. Yeah, right. Exactly. Don't think so.
No, Dad Jeff played, I don't remember the exact order, but I think he played some Neurosis for me, like while we were in the car one time, and I was like, oh shit, that's really cool. And then Dad was like, hey, they're actually playing live at Union Transfer. Do you want to come? I was like, sure. And like, I've gone to shows with Dad all the time and I've never heard the band, and like I almost always have a good time. I think one of the only times I didn't have a good time was I can't remember the band. But
I was gonna say, here comes a story that I didn't know of. But
no. Wait, was it Marillion? I think, like, honestly, I didn't have very much fun at that show.
You didn't enjoy it. You didn't enjoy the Marillion thing.
Okay. Yeah, if anyone wants to get mad at me for not liking Marillion, no,
don't worry about it.
Definitely would want to listen to them more. But yeah, we went to see Neurosis, and then I think the way they started with A Sun That Never Sets the song, and like, like Sun That Never Sets was that weird like sound at the start, like that really industrial sound. I thought that was like so cool, and I really liked that song. And then they played The Doorway, and like I will fangirl about that song later when we get to it. But that song kind of just like, wow.
I think everybody that sees Neurosis when they do
has
The
a
Doorway,
moment like that. Yeah,
it's trance-inducing.
Mm-hmm. And and like that's definitely something to talk about too. Is like they're probably like the best band I've ever seen live. Like absolutely, like in the top three bands I've seen. Like they just sound so good all the few times I've gotten to see them. But so it was mostly through Jeff, my dad, that I got into Neurosis. And like I said, I'm really happy to have gotten to be on the show and got a chance to do this because I've always wanted to listen to all their albums. But again, like the ADHD, it's hard for me to like sit down and listen to something. But like when I'm on like a time crunch, I have a deadline. It's a lot easier.
Cool. For me, I always bring this guy up, and I hate doing it, but it's the truth. Steven Wilson. When Steven and I became buddies back in '99, we started trading emails back and forth about, hey, do you ever hear this, or have you ever heard that? And he'd send me a, pure, really super obscure prog bands, that put out like 2 albums in 1969 and 70 that nobody's heard of. But he was really getting into metal then because he was in his Opeth phase, right? He was producing Opeth, and so he was really discovering all these bands that, Burzum and all this stuff. I remember back then, Burzum was kind of cool in 2000. It graduated out of that. I don't know. I think a lot of us that knew what transpired then grew out of that, but I never really got into them, to be honest with you. But anyway, one of the bands that he talked about a lot was Neurosis. And so this was 2001, and I picked up the current album. Remember, I got it at Circuit City. Spent a lot of money at Circuit Cities back in the day.
I was there a lot.
Yeah. And it was A Sun That Never Sets. And I remember putting it in and going, whoa, man, like this is heavy and kind of weird, and just, I don't know, man. Do I like it or don't I like it? Well, within, a week of making myself listen to, I was like, holy fucking shit. This stuff is wicked, man. And I fell in love with that album, went backwards then and grabbed Times and Souls and Enemy. And I didn't actually grab, I had Enemy. I may not have ever had Enemy now that I think of it. I think I only have it in my box set. And I never got the first 2 because they were punk. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to like that shit. But I'm a little wrong on that. We'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, so that's where I came into it. Sun That Never Sets, 2001. And so you two guys predate me by a couple years there, which is cool, man. But that was what was going on at the time when you guys were teenagers, getting ready to go into high school or whatever. That was, happy stuff going on there. So I guess we'll get started here. I'll do a little quick introduction about the band real quick. Neurosis is an American avant-garde metal band from Oakland, California. It was formed in 1985 by guitarist Scott Kelly, bassist David Edwardson, and drummer Jason Rote. His name is Raider, by the way. I called him Rotor. It's Raider. Steve corrected me. It's Jason Raider. Initially as a hardcore punk band, there was also a second guitarist added. Chad Salter joined and appeared on the band's 1987 debut, Pain of Mind. He was replaced by Steve Von Till in 1989 for the Word is Law album. And then the following year, the lineup further expanded to include a keyboardist and a visual artist. The keyboardist's name was Simon McElroy, I believe. They had a couple different visual artists, the most important one being Josh Graham, who was the unofficial 6th member of the band, but by 2012 they stopped doing the visuals. And Josh was in a couple different bands. He was in the Red Sparrows. I don't know if you know Red Sparrows. Great killer band. Also A Storm of Light, which he steals from a sample at the beginning of, do you know what song? I believe it's the first one off of, it's either I Have Every Storm or it's off of Times of Grace. I have it noted in my notes. I'll bring it up then. Following year, so beginning with their third album, Souls at Zero in 1992, Neurosis transformed from their hardcore sound by incorporating diverse influences, including doom metal, industrial, becoming a major force in the emergence of the post-metal and sludge metal genres. We can talk about this. I don't truly believe they are the beginning of sludge metal. I think there are other bands you could point to, but they're in that zone. We'll talk about that in a minute. I see Kellen getting all excited. So
yeah.
You guys have thoughts. We'll get there as we go through the albums. Let's talk about
When don't I have thoughts?
Where am I at here? Yeah. The band's lineup stabilized in 95 with the addition of Noah Landis, who replaced Simon McElroy on keyboards and electronics. That same year, they formed the experimental music group Tribes of Neurot, which we're not going to really talk about today because that's a whole nother side thing. And they also, around that time, 99, the record label, they formed Neurot Records or Neurot Recordings, where they reissued their own product and signed other bands. They had quite a few bands signed to their roster. I don't know how many they do have now, but that's probably in the Steve interview, which I did not put in the description. I got to fix that. Let me just pimp that real quick. Guys, I did a 4-hour, 19-minute interview, a short one, with Steve Von Till 2 Wednesdays ago, 10 days, 12 days ago, something like that. I'm not good at counting. I'm not good at math. But anyway, killer interview. Had a lot of people tell me they think it's probably the best one I've done. And Steve was amazing. And so go watch that, because there's tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff in there to discuss. I'll hit comments in a minute. The lineup remains stable. I'm sorry, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm going to talk about it real quick now. The lineup remained stable until 2019, when the band's parted ways with Scott Kelly after discovering his history of domestic violence against his family. Though this did not really actually come to light until August of 2022, out of respect for the privacy of Scott Kelly's family members. We're not going to really talk a lot about Scott Kelly in this. If we do have to reference him at all, it'll probably be as SK. That's just how I want to roll with it, in respect to his family, in respect to Steve and the guys in Neurosis. With Word is Law, Neurosis began to really transition from the hardcore punk of Pain of Mind to a more experimental sound of Souls at Zero, which would ultimately form the basis for post-metal and atmospheric sludge metal. Okay, maybe not. Neurosis' signature sound came into full force with Enemy of the Sun, with the Quietus observing that at the time, few could have predicted this black hole of agonizingly precise metal riffs, unnerving backmasking, industrial folkisms, and extensive sampling would become the monstrosity that it did. Okay, guys, we ready to hit Pain of Mind, the first album?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, let's do it now. So a lot of times Neurosis gets tagged as being the godfathers of sludge or post-metal or whatever. So, Kellen, you looked very excited to talk about that, so I'm going to let you talk first about it.
I don't consider them to be like a true sludge band in the same way that I Hate God is.
Yeah, I agree.
Or Melvins.
Especially when you think about
or
the California sludge scene, like the first band that comes to mind for me is Dystopia. I don't know if you're familiar with them at all, but
no.
What's interesting to me about this band is when they sort of walk through one door, like when they make a transition from their hardcore sort of crust thing, in that same transition comes not just a move from punk and hardcore and crust to something heavier in terms of the like how they're phrasing, the production, all that would easily be identifiable as sludge. Because what happens in that same step comes industrial, comes avant-garde, comes like a wave of other things that I think challenges that kind of categorization. I think in terms of even dating, I Hate God arrives earlier on the scene. 1990, I think, is the first release from the band.
Okay.
So what I thought was most interesting about your conversation with Steve was how ardent he was in terms of commitment to DIY punk.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was a reoccurring theme throughout the entire conversation that he did not let go of. You mentioned, the Ozzy Fest. He's like, we're a bunch of crust punks rolling in from California. We're not these Hollywood metalheads.
Exactly.
So what and we'll get into this as we go on, but I think for me, while there is a part of them, specifically once we get to Enemy of the Sun, the weight of their sound, to some degree, I can understand why people are leaning towards sludge specifically. And that genre has a connection to hardcore and crust.
Sure.
There's just so much else going on that I think I'm uncomfortable with that term.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick brought it up, Melvins.
Yeah.
I mean, the Melvins really might have been the very first. I mean, as far as kind of
gluey porch treatments.
That, yeah, gluey porch treatments is
Yeah.
so. But I mean, again, I think that the sludge of Louisiana doesn't. I would be more appropriately okay with putting them as the godfathers of post metal, post rock, but sludge not so much. But there was a lot of post metal bands that came out in that era.
Sure, I think we're specifically. The era that I'm talking about is the turn that happens at Souls at Zero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I think and if you wanted to get into the post metal stuff, whatever, we're probably going to be talking about the transition that happens with Times of Grace.
Mostly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because there's a context with that time period.
Yep.
What I would push back against the Melvins, but I don't want. This is one of those stay on target moments.
Yep.
So, but I just want to say with Neurosis and the sludge stuff, and because once we get to talking about Souls at Zero and Enemy of the Sun, while there's one note I will make about the change in the size of their music. I think Steve in your interview even said like the conversations they were having as band members was we want to sound like the Apocalypse, and Word is Law didn't get us there.
Right. Absolutely.
So yes, that's the sound, but like when we get to talking about those records, that's one of like 10 different comments I want to make.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
So that's kind of where I go with the genre definition.
Nick, you were gonna say the Melvins connection, basically.
I mean, the Melvins are kind of like the proto sludge band. I think. I mean, even I Hate God cites them as like their biggest influence. Like they've said, yeah, we used to just sit around and get high and listen.
Yeah, and the Melvins have been around since when?
Treatments.
When did they do? When was that first album?
That was back in the
80,
late 80s.
86.
I'll just look it up here.
I don't remember. 87 maybe.
I want to say 87 sounds about right, but let's see.
Yeah, and I mean I see that, and like you said, Kellen, I don't even
87.
think like what is it?
87 was gluey porch.
That's what I thought. The sound of the Louisiana sludge bands, the COCs, the Downs, which Downs a little later, more of a metal band, but Crowbar, Acid Bath, a lot of those bands,
Swirling Green.
Yeah, Swirling Green. Thank you. Yeah, all those bands have a very distinctive sort of vibe to them that I don't hear in Neurosis. I hear a bit of it, but not a lot of it. So I agree. I when I hear that sludge, that's why I brought it up with him, Kellen, because it just seemed like, what do you have to say about that? And he pretty much was like, yeah. Those genres weren't even around when we were doing this shit.
I think like the sludge thing is maybe just about the tone and the thickness and how dense and disgusting it is, but like the style itself.
Yeah.
Not really sludge. Heavy, not really sludge though.
Well, listen, let's start with album number 1, Pain of Mind. Released 1987. That was actually 87, by the way.
Yep.
So that was Alchemy, later reissued by Alternative Tentacles. And Neurot eventually, producer Neurosis. Yeah, you have the one with the our Bud Dwyer cover there.
Oh, buddy.
Which I'm trying to remember. When did Filter's song come out?
That was 95.
No, it wasn't that late.
I think it was 94, 95. It was
really?
Yeah, Short Bus. Hold on.
I was gonna say 91.
No, that's early. Hold on.
Really?
Because I bought that when it came out.
Well, then they beat Richard Patrick to the punch quite a while. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I was only a year or two. When was it?
95 was Short Bus.
No fucking shit. I really thought it was much younger than that. Okay. Or before that, rather. So, all right. So we got Pain of Mind. Any notes on that, Jeff? No. Nick, take it away.
This was one that I got long after I got into like all the stuff that we would all later associate with Neurosis sound, because this is probably the most far removed from Neurosis there is. This is a straight up greasy, dirty, filthy punk album, and it's pretty fucking awesome. Like going back to this one, it's again the most up-tempo album they've done, because mostly what we're known for, Neurosis, is it's slow and brooding. This is just full of punk angst, and man, honestly, like these early albums, I forgot how good of a fucking bass player Edwardson was.
Oh
like,
my god,
bass
he's
player
great.
here really stands out, even more so than the guitars. I think he does the majority of the vocals too. But yeah, I dig this.
He does a lot of the vocals,
Slower spots on here. Let's see. You got a little bit on Self-Taught Infection. Stalemate has like some slower sections, but most of it is up tempo, just dirty punk chords. Production's nice and raw. I heard rumors that they wrote this on acid.
I'm sure they probably did.
Could be true.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. Let's see. What other ones I had here? Geneticide. That almost sounds like a Megadeth demo. Like there's some really good, more metallic riffs on there. Like it's like almost kind of like hovering on crossover thrash a little bit. I don't know. This album's just it is so far removed from anything else you'll hear in their discography, but for a dirty fucking Seattle punk band, it's awesome. I dig it.
It's funny, but you mentioned Geneticide. I said has a cool set of riffs and reminds me again of I hear a lot of 80s bands in this thing. I hear a lot of Bauhaus, Love and Rockets, Love and Rockets.
Love and Rockets.
Love and Rockets.
Dude, the song Black is really interesting because that clean transition, it almost kind of sounds like they're about to play Simple Man.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Like, whoa.
It's got like got a little bit of a Tears for Fears vibe to it.
And then it kind of turns into like an early Nirvana song. Like, I don't know. Yeah. It's a wild album. I mean, this one, again, it's not one I usually go to because this is not the stereotypical Neurosis sound. But
you're going to rank that out of 10 or 5, or what are you going to give it?
I mean, for me, honestly, this would be like on my scale, like 3.5 out of 5. I enjoy it. It's nice. A good punk album. I'm more of a punk fan too, so I enjoy this kind of thing. But yeah, it's filthy. It's dirty.
Cool. Kellen, what do you got on Pain of Mind?
So this is a hard record to judge just because I'm constantly up against the rest of the discography and what I associate with the band.
Yeah.
So going back to listen to it, if I had, this is like 87, correct?
Yep.
So if I was whatever, I wasn't 3 years old and I was, listening to this in 87, and I had just picked this up, and I was a fan of the artists that were influencing their sound at this time, it would 100% be like everything that I would want. An interesting record to go back and try and compartmentalize it away from the rest of their sound or discography, because it's 100% an achievement. In that interview, he talked about we didn't really get like the Dead Kennedys. We kind of were a bit more on like the Discharge, Amoebics vibe, just really simple, heavy, grotesque kind of punk. And this record has like initially like that really heavy sort of blended mess of a guitar tone. The bass is so prominent in the mix, it sort of drifts up into the guitar section in a way that I actually don't think Word is Law. There's greater division. We'll get there later on, but this is a super thick, heavy record. The one track that I wanted to add on that I didn't get mentioned was the song Black. It has like it's this sort of quieter, almost like spoken vocal sung thing that gets going. And it just was a good example of their willingness to try something a little bit different.
Yeah.
And you can see like the wheels are starting to turn, that from the very outset, they want to be something a little bit different. And how much that unravels is kind of hilarious to think about when it happens later. But a solid punk record, and If you're into the bands that we're mentioning, Discharge, Black Flag, Amoebics, I also will say, like, the lyrical content of that record is also worth noting, and that may not be a surprise for punk fans, but in terms of how that stayed, in terms of like the band identity and their thoughts, what they wanted to explore sonically and thematically in their music, I think is really interesting in how that progresses through the years. That they never are a band that is like, we're just gonna write scary horror like songs. Like, they're always at some level going to be incredibly personal to us and meaningful in a way that is not just about like genre tropes. It's about what means some. One of my favorite quotes of that entire interview you did was like, we wanted to be about what it means to be a feeling, thinking human being that's trying to, get by in this world. And that from the beginning here on, Made of Mind all the way through to the end, I think that's something that comes out in all their lyrics. So another thing to take into consideration.
Now, Lauren, I know this isn't really in your wheelhouse, this kind of an album, so this would be interesting to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, so maybe slightly controversial. I didn't really like this album that much. I respect it for what it is, and like I definitely like understand like at the time period, this was like the sound they were going for. And like it sounds good. Like there's really good production. Like on the like everything is like really like clear, but it still sounds like, it still sounds like very punk. Like I really liked Self-Taught Infection. That song has a really cool main riff. Reasons to Hide is really good. I really liked Black as well. And the one I liked the most was Geneticide. That one had like a really cool opening. It was really, like you guys were saying, it's really different from the other songs on the album, which is probably why I liked it so much. Maybe I'm just like not super into punk as much as I thought I was. Definitely like a genre I've wanted to like get more into. My biggest problem is like I understand it's punk, but like the last like 5 songs kind of all sounded the same, and I had a really hard time picking them apart. And like, not that that's like a terrible thing. Kind of, it's the other issue is like so many of the songs I felt could have cut a lot of time out. There was like way too much repetition of certain riffs, and like certain songs felt like the last 5 songs felt very like riff salad, if you've heard that before, which is like there's very little like organizational structure. And like I get that, like that's what punk is supposed to be. That's not really like my thing. Like as you'll see as we go on, I really like, I'll talk a lot about like the composition in these songs. Like I didn't focus on the lyrics as much. I really tried to focus in on Neurosis's like how they do arrangements. And I guess when you come into this album with that perspective, you're going to be like disappointed. But again, I do respect this album for what it is. I understand like it's important in their history. But if I had to rate it, I'd probably say like 4.5. It's not really something I'm looking to go back to. I'm glad I listened to it, but I don't really think I'm ever going to listen to this again, realistically.
Cool. Did you give it a rating there, Kellen, or don't you want to do that?
Yeah, that's I will leave the scores for you good people.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It's good music to throw a chair at someone.
Well, as I told the panel before we even got started, I've owned this album for since 15. So what is that? 8 years almost, or something like that. And I've owned it in CD and in album form, which I guess. Let me see. I'm going to kind of break this out, but I was going to kind of do it at the end. But if you watched my last 6-pack, sharing a 6-pack, I did go into brief detail about this box set, which is is that upside down?
It's upside
Yes,
down.
it's upside down.
The Neurosis box set, which came out in 2015, called Strength and Vision. It is all the albums up through till the most recent one, which was Fires Within Fires, which came out in 2016. So it's all the way up through Honor, Found, and Decay. Hardbound book, only 1,300 of them made. This clasp type style opening, and then all the albums.
It's so cool.
There's only 1,300 sets of them. They're all new artwork for these albums, so they're not what you could get out on the street. And you had to get this set, and you don't see them out there much, and if you see them new, they're about $1,000. I got this for $245, completely shipped and everything. So I was gonna see if I could find, and it comes with an original art book, and I'll dig through here once in a minute, but I was gonna kind of show you I'll have to find that one. But long story short, it comes with an art book, a patch, like a back patch, a certificate, signed certificate, serial numbered or hand numbered, actually. I forget what else is in there. I have to pull it out. But you go watch my honestly, go watch if you want to see this. Go watch the video I did a couple weeks ago on sharing a 6-pack. But this is a real beauty. It's a real beauty, and it's grabbing my hair. The hammer, the bones and sickles, and the it's a beast, man. It's a fucking beast, and it weighs about 35 or 40 pounds. Most of them are double 180 gram, or maybe they're 200. I can't remember, either 180 or 200, but they're really killer. Yes, Robert, that is a Neurosis vinyl and CD box set. You get it all, my friend.
You son of a bitch.
And for you, Robert, I will sell it to you for the low price of $5,000. You just let me know. We can do installment payments. It's okay. Real quick on this album. I did not listen to this album until 2 days ago. Mainly because why, Nick?
Because it's a punk album. That's exactly what you said.
Punk album, right. And I'm not a big punk rock guy. I like Cro-Mags a little bit. I like a little bit of Agnostic. I'm just not a punk dude very much. I'm just not that into it. So I won't have a lot of deep commentary, but I actually think it's kind of advanced for a punk album. I kind of disagree with you, Lauren. And the reason I disagree with you a little bit is because I've heard a little bit more punk than you probably. Not the pop punk, but the real punk from the 70s and 80s. And a lot of those are just 4 chords, 3 chords, 4 chords, 6 chords, 5 chords. And there's not a whole lot of intricacy going on. And I think these songs are quite a bit more intricate than a standard pop or a standard punk band would do. You can tell it was unlikely that they'd stay in this niche for very long listening to this album. They just like Kellen said, there was something there that was pointing a way out fairly quickly. The opener, Pain of Mind, rages in the strictest punk style, but it also has a more elevated sense of musicality to it, pointing to the changes soon to come. Self-taught infection, STI, Crushing Doom, man. That sounds like a fucking Sabbath song to me, or a Trouble song even. It's got that Trouble and Sabbath thing, and man, it's good, man. I really like that song. Reason to Hide, standard thrashy crust, killer drumming, man. Jason Rader is a monster drummer. I've seen him in person a bunch, so I know that, but I was listening carefully to him throughout these albums. He's just phenomenal drummer, just unbelievable. Which I think Steve liked when I brought that up, when I mentioned that to him. He was like, fuck yeah, he's the best. So where do I go? Okay, Black. That's probably my favorite song on the album. And I hear The Cure. I also hear a little Bauhaus in there. And I hear a little bit of Fields of Nephilim in there as well. There's that kind of, it's not a real punky song. It's almost like an 80s Joy Division. Phil brought up Joy Division. There's a lot of Joy Division in the bass playing in here with Dave. And Dave, like you said, crazy good bass player, man. What else do we have here? What I like about that song is that you've got that weirdly very 80s sounding beginning part of the song. Then when it gets to the distorted part, you get those jangly, heavy, monotonous kind of vocals, and the chorus vocals are kind of weird, but I dig that track a lot. Training, very crust punky, Stalemate, punkish, not bad. The riffs are cool. Bury What's Dead, that big muff fuzz guitar and bass, man, coming at you like hard and heavy. Cool song. Geneticide, also one of my favorites. And Nick, you brought up Megadeth. I would go so far as to say I hear a little bit of new wave of British heavy metal in there too.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
It's
I'm not
100% like a more metallic sound.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got a little bit of a Priest vibe to it there. Maybe like Defenders era. And then Ingrown, Punkish, okay, United Sheep, some cool riffs. I like it, but I don't love it. Last 3 tracks were all solid, but I kind of tap out at 30 minutes on Punk. Sorry, guys. 28 minutes, 30 minutes on a Punk album, I'm golden. But beyond that, I'm kind of done. I got to give this a 6. I got to give it a 6. I think it's not a bad album. It may even be an album I revisit from time to time and see if I can get my feet wetter into the punk scene, but I kind of doubt it. But
just throw a chair at something while listening to it. That's how you get in the zone.
Say what?
It comes down to throwing a chair.
Oh, throw a chair?
Yeah, throw a chair.
Well, hang on a minute. I'll throw this box set. How's that sound?
That'll work. I mean, do you like that room? Go to a room you don't like.
Okay. All right. Word as law. We'll go with Kellen on this one first.
So probably the first thing that stands out to me on this record is the production. I do feel like you see a greater division between the bass work and the guitar work. For some reason, it just feels like what was sort of blended together in the first album. Now there you can actually hear a very prominent bass sort of floating around these songs. It stands out enough. Steve, I believe, has now joined the band. And there's a good amount of vocal like trade-off. I think the one song that I pulled out here was Tomorrow's Reality. So you can hear like they're writing songs with the knowledge that you're going to have 2 vocalists that can go back and forth and sort of highlight one another. And probably early on, there's not a lot of, they don't sound as different at this point. They still like a very consistent kind of shout, but there's enough that you can hear that there's like different identities and they're using them vocally in the band. This also gets a little bit slower.
Quite a bit.
So I think the one track, To What End, is the one that I grabbed that felt like, okay, like they've and typically when you think of a band sort of building gears upwards, it's like they found a gear below first to work in, you know what I mean?
And that's a Von Till track. And it should be noted that after this album, it's all group written. They don't have any specific assignment of writing credits. So go ahead.
Right. I mean, it should be noted, like, Neurosis for me, we haven't quite reached there. We're going to go there after this on Soul Zero, but Neurosis, unlike when we did the deep dive for Yob, I always felt like that was clearly a 3-piece. I always had that identity.
Right.
For Neurosis, there may be 20 people on stage for all I know.
Yeah, no idea.
Like impression, like it's just a huge affair.
Right.
So I never thought of it as like a singular person that sort of dominated any one record. And that song, you hear they're writing some slower sort of portions to them that also now we get a sense of like, okay, we're heading in this direction as opposed to getting faster. They're actually going to get a little bit slower and heavier.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't, it's still very much a punk record though. And kind of the same thought process as I had with Pain of Mind is every time I go back and listen to this one, it's like, man, I'm on the precipice of something that I know is coming next. So it's kind of hard to shut that door down and just appreciate it for what it is. But I think also as this is, we're on Lookout here, right?
Lookout. Yep. I didn't actually came out June 1st, 1990 on vinyl only. Wasn't released until February 91 on CD. Sound and Vision Recording Studios, 684 Indiana and in San Francisco. Recorded December of 1989. Bonus tracks were in 91. Lookout, and it was co-produced by Mark Lamari or something, and Neurosis. So yeah, and like you said, the Chad Salter, I believe was his name. He was the original other guitarist that was in the band, left, and now Von Till is in, and he's fully immersed in not so much the writing, because he only has 2 writing credits on here. I think a lot of the stuff was written by Edwardson. I'm just looking real quick. Edwardson and SK was most of the writing for this, and then Steve Von Till has the one song To What End, and he's got a co-write on Blisters and a co-write on Obsequious Obsolescence. That's a name right there, man. What a name for a song.
And a killer song too.
Good song. Yeah, I really like that one a lot too. So
okay, well, those are my notes there. So if
anything else, okay. Nick, what you got? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
This is the very definition of a transitional album, and it's admittedly a little awkward and clunky because they're transitioning to something that I don't think like has really been done quite yet. Like, this is not quite the post-metal sound. They're still hanging on to the old punk familiarity. So the songs are sometimes vastly different from one another. Like, you have stuff that I would say is closer to stuff like Quicksand and Helmet. Like, it's that almost kind of like post-hardcore heavy kind of alternative, but you have more sludgy punky songs. But the things that I really liked in here was they definitely explored more dynamics, like softer sections building into like big swells of heavier sections. And I mean, Kellen fucking nailed like one of the songs I was going to bring up, To What End. I think that's one of the best songs on here. And again, Dave's bass licks.
Yeah, it really sticks out on this album.
Again, well, it's that clear separation between the guitars and the bass too. But man, I totally forgot he was such an awesome bassist. And the drum work in here is absolutely fantastic.
So
but yeah, like you have a lot of them like kind of pushing in different directions. You have some stylistic collisions. Like sometimes the songs don't necessarily gel very well, but there's a lot of cool ideas. And that was kind of my thing in here. Like, while this doesn't necessarily gel as well, there's a lot of elements on it that I like that I know I would hear on later albums. And I don't know, in terms of like just drastically changing their style and embracing a whole bunch of different tropes and really doing something again that is totally their own. Like, they're going from tried and true formula of punk to like really fucking pioneering something. So, you're going to have some bumps in the road, but I mean, the musicianship's really awesome on it. Again, creativity and songwriting. And it's just, again, it's odd. And I don't know, it's just sort of alluring. The Blisters, another killer song. Actually, my favorite songs here ended up being the ones that Steve was co-writing.
Mine are as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a good album. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of odd. Like, this one would be, honestly, it might be one of the last place ones, like near the bottom for me in terms of their discography. I don't necessarily think it's bad. It's just, again, awkward, like a lot of colliding ideas.
You called it the definition of a transitional album.
It is.
I'm going to go one step further. I think it's the transitional album to the transitional album.
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess baby steps, maybe.
Get what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
It's the transitional album to the transitional album.
Oh, yeah. No, because the next one's vastly different.
Yep.
Vastly.
And that's the one, in my opinion, that starts to set them on the course that, kind of crystallizes their vision.
This one, they're still, looking at the map going, I don't know where any of this is. Like,
what do you got on that?
Right
like
state?
What do you got, like 2.5 on that, or a 3?
I mean, God, like, it's one of those where the songs I really like. Like, coming back to them, I think some really excellent writing. Again, To What End, dude. Double-Edged Sword, the opening.
That's a great song, man.
Yeah,
killer song. Obsequious Obsolescence. The bass work on that, fucking fantastic.
Great.
But I mean, overall, like most of it, I don't know. I would say like in the 2.5, 3 range, depending on my mood. It's probably my last place one just because most of it is kind of clunky, and I mean, I kind of enjoyed the re-recorded tracks from Pain of Mind on here, just because clear production and all. Those are probably more of my favorites outside of the standouts on it, but it's still a good album. It's still worth checking out for sure.
Cool. All right, Lauren, we got another one here that you got to kind of try to dig through that's still kind of punky and weird.
Yeah, but unlike the first one, I really liked this album. I thought it was like a huge improvement over the first one. And
Nice.
that might be more down to like it's more my personal taste, but like again, it's like me talking about the album. So to me personally, I thought this album was like a huge improvement over the first one. So yeah, like I definitely agree with like Kellen and Nick about a bunch of stuff. Like Nick, you were saying that the album kind of feels like clunky. It definitely like lacks cohesion, which is kind of like a huge core thing of Neurosis' sound like going forward. And like I don't mind that. I don't think an album has to be cohesive, but like again, if we're like comparing this to the rest of their discography, this album definitely is like kind of clunky in terms of how the songs progress. But real quick I actually did write a lot about individual songs. So yeah, I really like Double-Edged Sword. I said, okay, this riff slaps. That was the first note I wrote. And I can say with both Double-Edged Sword and The Choice, I can already tell their arrangements have like improved a lot.
Oh yeah.
They've done like a really good job of making sure riffs don't like stick around too long. And they also, this is, I'll definitely talk about this more going forward, but like this album also, there's a lot of, Neurosis like staples I start to notice in this album, and this album specifically, they do a really good job of starting to like refer back to previous riffs to tie the whole like put a bow on the song. This is definitely like the beginning of that. The Choice is really like that. There's like a bass motif at the very beginning of the song, and then it gets brought back at the end, which like it's kind of this thing where like you're stumbling through this like kind of slow pace and also fast paced song, but then like, oh, that's that bass line I heard from the beginning, and then it kind of like grounds you again. And Neurosis is like really good at that. Yeah, I really liked Obsequious Obsolescence. That's a cool song name. Yeah, To What End is really good. I actually thought the very beginning of it kind of sounded like the very end of Deliverance. The da 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 da. It kind of sounds like that a bit, which I thought was funny.
I'll go back to that.
Yeah, no, I because I wrote it down. I was like, wait, really? But then
are you talking about in Blisters?
No. Into What End at the very beginning. There's like a very tiny like 8-second track of like high guitar strings, and it kind of sounds like that part in Deliverance. Not the like the chug part, but the part with like it kind of sounds like that, which I thought was cool. And there's also like an acoustic section into What End, which also is a Neurosis staple. You see that here for the first time. I really like Tomorrow's Reality. That has like a really heavy riff. It uses a lot of fifth root power chords, which is when instead of doing like I don't have my guitar, but you play the top two strings together, and it kind of makes the guitar sound like it's tuned lower than it actually is. So I thought that was really cool. Common Inconsistencies, I thought that one was kind of creepy and eerie. Insensitivity, really short song, but cool. And I really, really liked Blisters. I thought that song did like that song is actually a lot more like how their later songs will end up, where it's like really slow plotting intro, and then boom, they like smack you in the face with a sledgehammer kind of thing, right? Like that's the Neurosis song style. And then there's also a cool part where the guitar is just sitting on a chord and the bass is doing like a little fill every time. There's also a guitar solo in this, which is cool. And another big Neurosis staple is the fake out ending. They also do that in this song. And the coolest part is that they do that fake out ending, and then it goes back to the intro riff, which is really cool, which again puts like a nice bow tie on the song. So yeah, that was my favorite song on the album was Blisters. I really liked that one a lot. I like listened to Untitled a little bit, that goofy bonus track. I mean, it's just noise, but it's funny as a thing.
They do that a little bit, yeah.
For sure. But yeah, my overall thoughts, like huge improvement of the first album. It's really clear how their arranging and writing has improved a lot. Songs are so much less repetitive. It's definitely a bit clunky and not as cohesive as later albums, but like I give this like a solid 7 out of 10. I really like this one.
Nice. Hey, check your phone. I
Oh,
just sent you a message real quick. Let's see. Where am I at right here? Where am I? Here I am. All right, the sleep deprivation's hitting. I'm just letting you know. I'm trying to jumpstart myself with coffee, but if I suddenly go, you guys just carry on without me. Oh shit, you can't. I've got the controls. Never mind. So yeah, this one I had checked out way back, and it's a punk album, but it's really not that much of a punk album. There's a lot of punk aesthetic in it, but it's quite a bit different. And I think Lauren hit it on the head. Kellen hit it on the head. There seems to be, they're coalescing the direction. They're coalescing their composition abilities, their lyric writing, their musicianship, which, on the first album was just kind of a lot of brawn and might, and it wasn't all just, again, that was still for a punk album. There was some complex arrangements even in that first album. I disagree with Lauren a little bit on that. I hear a couple songs there that the last five, you're right, were kind of repetitive. First five or so were not. They were pretty good. But for me, I think Von Till must have brought something into the fold. And they also added, if I'm not correct, they added McElroy on this album, right? Yes.
I think.
Yeah, pretty sure. Look in credits there, Nick. See if it's in the credits on your Word is Law. I'm 99% sure he was brought in here, which they brought him in for two reasons. One was because he had a keyboard and he was kind of a goth dude, and they're like, yeah, he'll work. And he was a friend, I think, of Dave Edwardson, I believe. And they wanted to fill in some of that space because they knew they were going to start writing guitar parts that had space, right? And
no, I don't think he's on here yet.
He's not on till
at least not according to archives. That might have been Souls of Zero
or Souls. Man, I could have swore he was brought in on this, but I guess you're right. Double-Edged Sword, man, that's a ripper. That's a great opening track. Really like that track. Edwardson's bass is all over the place. Same for the whole album. He's a beast. The Choice, kind of a weird, almost TV theme song. It almost has like a TV, like I could almost see like a cop show with this song as the, but it's an oddity, a mix of punk and 80s slashing, grinding, maybe Love and Rockets, only much heavier. Obsequious Obsolescence, super heavy, snarling, doomy, sludgy, punky track, lots of sick 80s bass and feedback, killer drumming on that one. To What End? Probably my favorite track on there. It's angular and the beginning of what I would see them, what we are going to see them move towards, more specifically maybe with Enemy of the Sun and somewhat in Souls. It also has acoustic guitar in it, which, that they didn't do that on the first album. That's for damn sure. Punks do not do acoustic guitar.
That's very unpunk.
Very
unpunk. Let me get your ass kicked for that.
Yeah, exactly. You will be wearing that. You would be wearing that acoustic guitar as a hat, sir.
How'd you get that beer bottle stabbed in your neck? Shoot him an acoustic guitar at the punk show. That was my fault.
Hey, hang on. There's a hair hanging here. Oh my God! It's a fucking guitar string through your throat. Your larynx has been pierced. No,
they're gonna need that string back. They're punks. They can't afford new strings.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that one's cool, man. It's got a lot of snarling Steve vocals on it that are in between punk and hardcore and doom metal. Tomorrow's Reality has some really cool riffs and lots of heavy killer cool bass. All three, as Kellen mentioned, all three of the guys sing on that one. It's all three of them. You got common inconsistencies, lots of crazy heavy riffs on this one, and wandering, pulsating bass, lots of gang vocals, solid track, insensitivity, interlude bass, and feedback driven, quick craze vocal by Dave. Blisters. This song very much sticks out as it's pretty melodic in its basic form. Von Till is still singing in the Von Till voice. We come to know later, or start singing in the Von Till voice we come to know later. This song has some really cool progginess to it. Great playing, all the guys. Cool track, much slower than the rest of the album. I really kind of like this album, and I didn't expect to. often it's most people's least favorite album from their canon, and I'm going to give it a 7.25 out of 10 on this one. It's a solid listen, massive transitional album, but they've got the longer songs, the more dynamic moods. 4 or 5 of the tracks show that they're quickly moving away from the crust musicality and the hardcore stuff bass where they started. It's good stuff, man. 7.25. It's a good album, real good album. So I'll show the next one, or maybe I will. No, there it is. So this is the I want to say this is 2007. Not entirely sure. 2007 or 12, I think. I'm not, or maybe it's 9. I'll have to look it up, but I didn't write it down. But Souls at Zero. Now we add McElroy, right?
Well, according to
Yeah,
Robert, that wasn't until.
No,
Let's see. No. No, wait, yeah, no, he is on here.
Yeah, I thought he was on here. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
he's
sound
on
effects on here. So he's added to bolster the live thing. They also needed a buddy of his, I believe the story was, to do the lights. He was creating all the gels and the various lighting rig that they were traveling with. And their light show, by the way, and their visuals, which they did up until 2012, that was a big thing. If you remember, Steve speaks to that in the interview. And that was any place they opened for, any band they opened for, any gigs they got offered, that was a no, what's the word I'm looking for? When you don't, non-negotiable. That was a non-negotiable thing. They had to have their light show. And then they just suddenly stopped it in 2012. And I don't know if I asked him about that or not, Kellen. Did I or didn't I? I don't remember.
I think he brought that up in conversation with Ozzy Fest because they
we were talking about having that, but then late I thought I asked him because I did get into Josh Graham, and then I don't know if he just said they decided that it was too expensive to keep doing it that way, or
I thought in terms of changing people, I don't know if it was like in terms of their traveling, they needed, like, in terms of touring, they needed someone who'd be able to come and do it.
Maybe that was it. They couldn't find a reliable. Well, I know Josh was leaving to become more full-time with Red Sparrows and especially Storm of Light. And I think he's got some other bands too. I think he's got like 4 bands. Nice guy. I met him down in Philly way back when I saw Red Sparrows, which were great, by the way. That might have been like 2008, 2009. But yeah, this album, Souls of Zero, this to me is the real transitional album. And then the next album is kind of like the start of what we really, really get to know as the Neurosis sound. But it's developing fast on this album. So, Nick, how about you? I'll let you go first, but let me throw some date out real quick. Released May 19th, 1990. May 19th, 1992. You can tell I'm tired. I'm fumbling over my words. Recorded February, March of 92 at Starlight Sound in Richmond, California. I came out on Alternative Tentacles, which was Jello Biafra's Jello Biafra's label.
It's got to be a punk band. That needs to be like a ska.
Jello Biafra's, yeah. But here's the thing: I don't think Jello Biafra has any Biafra. I did it again. Christ, I'm fucking tired. Jello Biafra. I don't think he has any ownership. I think he had to turn it over to the band because of some sneaky stuff that was going on. I'm not 100% sure on that, but if you go look it up, I believe you look at Alternative Tentacles up. I think what was the other guy, the guitar player's name? East Bay Ray. Is that what it was? East Bay Ray. So. Yeah, I think he and the other original Dead Cat DK guys own it now, and I think I'm not sure if Jello has like just 20%, but he was skimming a lot of cash off the top for a while, and not telling those guys. So but yeah, producer Bill Thompson and Neurosis, and we talk about this album quite a bit in the interview. He goes into a lot of it. So again, go see that interview. I will put the link in the description down below after I get done here tonight. What you got on that one?
I fucking love this album. I'm just gonna lead in with that. This is honestly all right for me. Like I love the first two albums. They're cool, unique, they're different. This is where Neurosis really starts for me because now you have introduced the samples and ambiance and atmosphere, and this becomes like an immersive experience. Like it is haunting and heavy. Like there's stuff in here that I'd say is, it's I'm even not quite at post metal yet, but we have like almost this like god flesh like fucking thickness to it. It's very biting. The guitar tone is so much heavier. It's scraping, just ugly metal. The Web is possibly one of my favorite songs. Well, I don't know. Takana Say is like that's like a top 10 Neurosis song for me. It's the atmosphere, the vocals switching back. Like this whole album is quite a dark, twisted journey. Like the whole vibe of the band just changes here. Like they don't sound lost at all or looking for a new sound. They found it. Like they latched onto it, and it's just I don't know. It's hard to describe. Like going from like because I listen to all this in order again, and just get that steady evolution of the band. And this is just I don't know. Like it's something just grossly changed the band and it became this giant immersive experience. And pretty much every trope that I'd say you like about Neurosis, if you've been following from this point, starts here. Like this is where it becomes the giant experience. The songwriting, songs are longer, way more lavish, way more movements to them, and the introduction of samples in there, like hearing excerpts from speeches or just noisy soundscapes. Like I feel like they wrote this to deliberately fuck with listeners sometimes. Like it's that much ambiance. But yeah, God man, what are the ones that I have written down on here? Yeah, Sterile Vision, Survival, the title track. Yeah, this whole album is absolutely marvelous. And yeah, I got into them like again at through Silver and Blood, but coming back to this one. I don't know. This could be like on my end of the stream list. I don't know. Like this is such a good fucking album. But yeah, this is where Neurosis really starts for me, right here.
Lauren, how about I let you go next here?
Yeah. I wrote a lot for this, so I'll try to. All right,
just don't
contain my excitement.
Contain your excitement. Don't go so fast that we can't catch what you're saying.
So. Like I was saying, this is the first time I've listened to this album, and I listened to it yesterday. And honestly, out of all the ones I just listened to every single Neurosis album. This one really like hit me the hardest, as in like, wow, this is like something I just like carnally desire kind of deal. Like Nick was saying, like this is really where the Neurosis sound like starts. And also real quick. The album art is really cool. Does anyone know what the origin of it
Wicker
is?
Man?
Like I tried Googling and I couldn't find anything. It's really
like
cool though.
Like a Wicker Man thing.
That's what I thought. It might
to
be
do
from
with
the Wicker Man.
The bees.
Sorry. No, but yeah, the album art is really cool.
I don't know if it's from the movie or not.
I don't think it's from the
movie.
think
it is, no.
But yeah, so To Crawl Under One's Skin, the song is just so different, like right away, because it just starts with these creepy bells and voices going off, and it's like
that's a singing bowl.
Yeah,
singing bowl. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Making that like
yeah. Okay, I was wondering what that was. That's so cool. And yeah, like all these like audio. That also is like a big thing. Like Neurosis in a lot of their albums like use like random audio dialogue snippets, either like clean or really distorted. And it just creates this like strange like atmosphere, like someone's like talking to you, but like you can't see this person, so it builds this like uneasiness. The first riff is like super good, and this song does such a good job of just building this really oppressive atmosphere. And a really big thing listening to this song is like you can tell the band like meshes so much better than they did on the first two albums, and not that they sounded bad the first time, but you can just really tell that like every part every guitar, all the keyboard, the industrial noises, they all play like a role in the song. And it's like, and if you dropped any of them out, it would kind of ruin the overall aesthetic of it. So yeah, Crawl Under One's Skin is great. Souls at Zero is cool because it starts with like a piano, which is really interesting. And I also wrote the just like Souls at Zero and Condor's One Skin, the atmosphere is like so different than the first two albums. We don't even get vocals till like halfway through this song.
Yep.
And the latter half of this song is just so like crushing. Like you feel like you're like in like you're just in some situation that like you can't get out of, and like just this wall of sound that's coming at you. But like every part is still like distinct, which is so impressive because I've listened to a lot of like wall of sound type of music, either like death metal or grindcore, things like that. And it's like, it's just kind of like this horrible cacophony. But with like Neurosis, it's like everything is so crystal clear. Like you can dissect every little part.
The layers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this one also does another like fake out ending and goes back to the intro riff. And then I think it's just really cool. That's the piano and guitar like on the as the song ends. So yeah, Souls at Zero is awesome. Zero is just like a cool, noisy like bookend. I really loved Flight. Flight is really cool. It just has like this, again, like this really oppressive atmosphere. This one is mostly using like the synth to kind of drive the song forward. The guitars are droning a lot. Oh yeah, and I think there's a funny part where they yell, "The mutiny's been electrocuted." That was funny in that song. Yeah, so I really liked Flight. The Web, also awesome, like super heavy song. It just like keeps like this like going down and then it goes back up. Melodically, it just chugs. It's a really, really solid song. Sterile Vision's cool because it starts with this acoustic opening, and again, this is like a Neurosis staple. Is like they start with an acoustic opening, and like you'd think it'd be like pretty and soft, but they make the melody is like off-putting in a way, in the way that it just like uses like tritones and other like kind of half steps, a lot of dissonant intervals. Yeah, and then the synths are like really prominent in this song. I really love the ending, like with the choir and like the thunder. It's just like so creepy and weird. And it just fits so well with the entire album. And I really liked Chronology for Survival. This song just like really grooves really well. There's kind of a part in the middle that kind of sounds like the first two albums, which I thought was interesting. So I thought that was like cool to bring it back, like in this album that mostly is this very like brooding kind of sound. Anyway, so yeah, and then Stripped and Take.
How did he?
Takanase.
Takanase. That's it.
Takanase.
I asked Steve. I'm like, is that like an Indian word?
It
He's
is.
like, no, it's just a made up word. It's a made up word.
Okay, there you go.
I thought it was because they have the sample of the, like Native Americans talking about us shitting on the environment. That totally has changed over the years too.
I think it might have come from that, but I'd have to listen back to I asked him about. I was trying to say the. I'm like, take a noose, and he's like, no, how was it again?
Takanase.
Takanase.
Because that's how they say it in the song.
I'm like, is that like an Indian word or something? He's like, totally made up word.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, and Stripped and Takanase are both like really good. They're both songs that build a lot of atmosphere. They kind of like a slower section, and then they refer back to like an older riff. And then Empty. I think Empty is like a really great like bookend. It's a really good like finish line for the album. So overall, there's like a lot, like I was saying, there's a lot of like Neurosis like staples that show up in here, which is like start with like a very calm, like but eerie and off-putting start, and then you get hit in the face with the sledgehammer, and then sometimes it keeps going, but then sometimes it'll back off and like kind of go into this relaxing acoustic or like ambient sound, and then it hits you in the face with the sledgehammer again, and it often will be some kind of variation of like an earlier riff. So the biggest thing this album is like absolutely incredible. I definitely get why everyone talks about how influential one this is. This is like easy 9.5. I adored this album.
Yeah, this would be a 4.5 for me, for the record.
Oh yeah, cool. We'll put the guy up that refuses to give the albums.
Oh, he's too good for us.
I'm just breaking your balls.
Not playing by your rules.
Yeah,
there you go.
man. Wait, what do you think?
There's
No
the
rules,
rules,
right?
man.
That was the rest. No rules.
All right, go for it. What you got on Souls?
Yeah, so I would definitely, echo everyone's sentiment in terms of the role that it plays within the band's discography. I do want to go back, like, so you look at the album cover, and we kind of mentioned there's like this, Wicker Man here. So the first thing you think is like this kind of pagan ritual.
Yeah.
You open and it's a Tibetan singing bowl, which is like a part of Buddhist prayer, I believe.
Yep.
So I just think, like, moving from a band that started with like a discharge, it was such a different turn in terms of, like, I'm trying to think of a proper metaphor, right? But like, let's say you're really good at just making whatever chicken, rice, and veggies, and then someone like opens up the entire like spice cabinet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, the first time you get a chance to play with everything, how often are you going to nail like which goes where and like how to properly, cook that? All the different instruments and arrangements and that they have here. I'm really amazed at how well they were able to integrate all these new elements and not sort of clumsily fumble all over themselves trying to do it.
Yep.
I kind of want to echo. So for me, Lauren's point about like specifically the back, like initially you're kind of caught and amazed with where this album starts and how different it is. But the back end of this, so from a chronology for survival stripped to kind of say, those 3 tracks, like, they keep some sense of momentum on this record, which I think is hard to do on a back end of something this heavy,
especially on a 60+ minute album.
Right. There's enough like well placed acoustic instruments, and it just, there's strings all over it. Everything feels well practiced. So if you had told me this was their 3rd crack at a record like this, I would make sense. For them to do it on their first try, I think is really impressive.
Amazing. Yeah.
The one moment that I kind of like had that's an odd choice. It feels like there's a saxophone on Sterile Vision that comes in.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily the inclusion of horns, but it's like the chord progression they go through.
Kind of weird.
It's right. It almost feels like positive, like or like it wants to take me somewhere that's not as sort of dark and ominous as some record is. So it was an interesting choice in terms of their addition to take it. It's not like it's devolving into some sort of psychedelic horror, right? It's actually providing the sense of like relief and levity within the song. I thought it was an interesting moment, and when I first heard it, I kind of paused and was confused as to why they chose that specific chord progression to go through in that song.
It's actually a trumpet.
Trumpet, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to answer your question, Lauren, about the artwork, I think you brought it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was a wicker man that was built by Steve, Wayne, Valerie, Simon, Adam, and Eric. So, and Adam, I believe, was the light guy, the first original light guy. And then they did, Simon did the back screen cover. So it was just something they built, probably in somebody's yard, and or up in the mountains at a spot where they all did shrooms, and
As you build a giant wooden person when you're
as you would when you're on shrooms.
I mean, I haven't done it yet, but
I've built like 6 of them in my backyard, and I haven't even started shrooms yet.
Okay, well, I applaud your ambition and your craftsmanship.
You just collected the sticks, please, right?
Just wait till I start microdosing. I'm just kidding.
Okay,
I'm kidding, Lauren. I'm kidding.
But I just like this record for me to kind of put a little like closing remarks here. this starts the string of albums that for me end up being the most important to their legacy.
For sure.
So I'll probably, when we get to closing remarks, I'll expand upon that a little bit, but it just a special, I don't know if you wanted to chime in. Lauren, you really get a chance to comment on like genre definition and what you think about this band. But I don't know if you want to jump in here, but to kind of revisit that, like, this is where I think for most part, we just need to be comfortable to some level with the idea that like, this is just amazing underground music. And I don't know really where to take it from there, but I think for this decade, they're one of the most important bands contributing to it, to that legacy, and that's how we'll remember them. And it starts with this record.
Yeah,
I think in a weird way, maybe you don't agree with me, maybe you do, but this album is kind of almost genre unclassifiable because there's elements of so many things. There's prog in there. There's definitely prog in there. There's some weird sort of folky acoustic. They got cello, they got viola, they got trumpet. They're not using your stand. They've got the keyboards and samples, which, by the way, Lauren, you brought that up. I mean, let's go back to the Masters in the early 80s. You got Skinny Puppy doing that. So they were doing it back in, what was it, 80, 81, 82? 82. Should know this. It's been a while since I did the deep dive. But so you got bands like that in Frontline that are using a lot of sampling technology. And then you go all the way back to Tangerine Dream, that kind of was some of the early stuff from the 70s. So this wasn't like brand new, but what I will say is that in the niche of music, where they were literally a punk band 5 years before, right? Because we're talking 92, right? 5 years before, they were a crust punk band. Now they're this quasi weird. What are they? Are they avant-garde? Are they psychedelic? Are they metal? Are they post-metal? Well, a lot of those things didn't even exist back then. They just started to, and let's be honest, man, the genreification labels, man, all came from writers, other people that had to put these things in boxes, and the labels themselves, right? I mean, most musicians just want to put their music out and be like, it is what it is. It's music. It can fit into a lot of genre boxes. But so I mean, yes, it definitely has some signposts for certain genres, but I do feel this particular album of their whole catalog has a weird unclassifiableness because it's just such a strange and beautiful record. It's just such a strange, beautiful album. For me, real quick, To Crawl Under, man, this song just rips, man, from the Singing Bowl intro. Oh, this is the one that says it's a storm of light. That's the beginning of To Crawl Under One's Skin. Yeah. It says it at the very beginning in that little sample. And like I said, Josh Graham took the name from that and formed his own band after that. The angular riffing, the whining arpeggios, and hellish mammoth sounding guitars all over this album. The drumming on this album, man, Rader just keeps up in the ante, man. The dude is just unreal. Souls of Zero. That, and it sounds like you're on a fucking circus carousel from hell. That's just, once you get on, you can't get off. You're in, love that song. And you know what's crazy about it is it's 9 minutes and it's just intense, bizarre, and it's gripping the entire 9 minutes. You don't get bored of that song. I cannot say that about all long Neurosis songs. There are a few as we get further down the road where I'm like going, oh Christ, oh shit, I got like 7 minutes to go. We're at okay. Cleanse, I'm looking at you, dude. But anyway. Flight. Atmospheric, creepy, heavy, cool, great track. Got violins and flutes in a proggy middle section. Love that track. The Web, Lauren said really heavy, super chugging riff machine is what I threw out there. That fucking song is a riff machine. Marshall drumming, Marshall, you know what I mean by Marshall. The guitar interplay that the one whines and one screams and one grinds, and they just get in your brain and they hammer into your brain until you just love it. And that's a killer song. Sterile Vision, solid track, quieter, almost acoustic, hypnotic. Probably my least favorite on the album, actually. Chronology for Survival, killer track, so fucking heavy, vicious, also atmospheric and doomy, harrowing. He's got the voice box out where he's using it with, I believe, a wah or a flanger. And he's got sounds like a vocoder going on there. I think there's a vocoder in a bit of that section there. And then Takanase, made up word, intro by Indian, whatever. Oh, the Indian guy is the intro. That's right. Right. Yeah. Very atmospheric track, heavy as hell, badass song, very dreary. Building. You'll hear me say building a lot with all these songs. Building, killer crushing riffage, experimentation on this. It just kind of goes everywhere. It explores. It's just a sonic exploration mechanism over, I think, 9 minutes, 10 minutes in that realm. No, I guess that one's what, 7.5 or 8, somewhere
like
there, right?
7.5 minutes.
Empty ending theme outro, pretty cool. No question, this is where the band first developed its identity and sound. Also helped to formulate a new type of genre that fused metal, alternative punk, art rock, post, and all those things. Post, I don't know what, post and proof. What the hell do I mean by that? When I'm writing stuff at like 4 a.m. and I'm half asleep, you're gonna get some funny shit here. That's a 9.5 out of me too, Lauren. Killer album. It's in my top 5 without question. Much. Oh, what the fuck?
It wouldn't be a deep dive on gas.
Yeah,
What the hell did I write?
Hey man, I'm not as smart on my feet as you, college boy. No. Anyway.
Reading Jeffroglyphics over there.
Jeffroglyphics, yeah. That's probably why I said Yellow Be Afro.
Yellow Be Afro.
I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Must Biter. Simon McElroy's Must Biter. I don't know. Simon McElroy's samples and keys are a big part of this album, all over the atmosphere and sound. It was a huge kind of a game changer. I think it really helped them explore a lot of other things and avenues that they went down. So, Kellen, do you have Enemy of the Sun? I think you did, didn't you?
So let me go last on this one because I need to pee.
Go do your thing.
Okay.
Let me throw some facts out real quick on this. August 17th, 1993. I don't have any production stuff. That came on Alternative Tentacles.
I believe Billy Anderson produced it.
I'm sorry?
I believe Billy Anderson. He's the first time he comes in to do the production.
No, he was the last one, I thought. Wasn't he?
I believe he's here on this record as well.
I have producer as just Neurosis. So, all right, it could be.
Or engineer. I know there was like...
that's the one I don't have. So you
Billy Anderson is listed as engineering and mixing.
Who was?
Billy Anderson.
Mixing engineering. Okay, so he was a co-producer, Ben.
Yeah.
This album is the last Neurosis album to feature Simon McElroy. He didn't quit the band. He was kind of edged out because one of Dave Edwardson's good friends was Noah Landis, and Noah played in a band called I'm going to forget the damn name. Something Christ, 25-foot Christ or something, or you know that band?
I do not. We can consult the.
I'll look up. It was a San Francisco band. Yeah, look up Noah Landis in Metallum and see what the name of the band is that he was in, or even Neurosis. It'll be under his name. Something Christ. Not Velvet Acid Christ either. But like a notorious San Francisco punk band. Noah was in that band. He was asked to come in and they kind of just quietly nudged Simon out, I believe. The track Cleanse runs for 26.35 on the original CD. On the 99 or on the 2010 reissue, it was edited down to 15.54, which is still way too long. Just saying. This track doesn't do a whole lot for me, man. Really is the one detractor on the album. But go ahead, Kellen.
Man, this might be my favorite. It competes between this and Silver, but the intro to this record, that vocal, I mean, it starts with "Are You Lost?" and that part about like a limited portion of our reality, like how many times will you see a full moon? Maybe 20.
Right.
Like it seems limitless. Are you lost? And I'm just like, my brain is melting.
Melted.
Like I like this record does, like, they with the addition of Billy. I know he was just cited as an engineer, but they get the size and the weight of this record.
Yeah.
Yep. And just listening it to here in my room, the biggest thing I initially noticed is like how prominent just the initial impact of the kick is versus what is happening on Souls. Is just the scale of this record feels larger. So when all those additional elements that were previously established on Souls come into play, they feel that much more potent. And one of the key things for this band for me is we haven't really talked about this because it's kind of an abstract notion, but I was really happy that you got a chance to sort of go over this with Steve when you had the interview, is like these records, and why I was potentially a little bit intimidated about having to go through the entire discography is for people who love this band like I do. These records are not just like a formal exploration, right?
Phil got it. Christ on parade.
Perfect. Thanks, Phil.
We should have known. We should have known Phil was going to come.
Yeah, Phil's got the punk cover for us.
Phil's the man. Yeah.
Like,
so yeah, go ahead. The weight of these albums.
Yeah, they're asking deeper sort of philosophical, spiritual questions on these records. And I think that's for people who love them, that's part of the attraction. Mm-hmm. Is they are no longer just putting on a record and enjoying it. It's like they're asking you, or at least giving you the opportunity to go through this kind of experience. And that can sound to some degree like pretentious, but I think there's always that door open for you to potentially explore their records at that capacity. And for me, Enemy of the Sun is like the moment that completely is realized. I remember someone once told me like psychedelics, or specifically within sound, like the psychedelic genre isn't necessarily like a formal thing. Like it's not necessarily how you play as much as like an emotional aspect to which it makes an appeal to you.
Yeah.
And this album has that kind of disorientation. But it's also how dense it is. There's such little breathing room on this record. And that's something that I loved about it.
Yep. And they carry that forward until Times, basically. Yeah.
Right. And
that's two albums.
I mean, I wrote a billion different notes here, but
go for it.
The opening track. So Lost, when it comes in, I mean, there is that like he opens with that "my eyes were jaded," and it's like super like sung whatever vocals, and then you get, when Lauren kind of mentioned that trade-off between them, they drop a hammer on you and then they pull it back and you get the sung vocals again and they drop the hammer on you. The entire time they're playing with that dynamic push and pull, it sounds like there's a mouse crawling across piano keys. It's like something's crumbling across the piano. You can hear like barely
tinkling.
Which is super eerie. You put that in concert with the sort of ominous vocal sample at the beginning. We're a handful minutes into this first song, and I'm completely like the ground has opened up underneath my feet, right? And you're just in free fall on this record. And they keep that the entire time. I will also add Rader's performance here like there's a lot of in conjunction with a lot of the sort of spiritual and world music sort of aspects to them that are reaching into different parts of geography to include like instrumental additions.
Right.
His drumming here moves from, I think, a really aggressive sort of punk drumming to include these like broad tom sort of fills.
Froggy stuff.
It's just, well, it's like, I mean, the word that's often associated with it is tribal.
Yes.
But
Right,
it,
very tribal.
but it brings this like depth to their songwriting. And in terms of the weight, like they start integrating this trade-off between when SK or Steve will go through a line in a stanza, and then afterwards the toms will jump in and fill in the empty space, and then he'll pull back from those toms and hit to like the floor tom and the bass drum. Like there's this back and forth.
Yeah.
Like it's almost in addition to the percussive element, there's like this punch, then like rewind, punch, rewind that drives home in concert, like the vocal delivery. So everything is sort of clicking in all cylinders here. I want to go just, I think, a few more notes.
Yep. By all means.
The title track.
Killer.
Oh my goodness.
Love that song.
The title track is another one of those, like, it doesn't necessarily start empty or quiet in the same way, but it does feel like they're going downhill the entire course of it. It just picks up momentum and steam.
Right.
One of my favorite songs, though, and this is probably will go back into like the potential like Skinny Puppy reference here, or the industrial sort of slow creep. Lexicon on this album is super, like the cadence, the syncopation between what is happening. It's like layered, because if you look at how the lyrics are arranged, it's like sick, see, sick, eyes, on, off, broken, dry, trigger. So there's like this really almost stream of consciousness, single syllable sort of delivery,
right,
that goes along with it. But the rest of the band is sort of trying to find ways instrumentally to work around that. So what you get is like a very steady beat that you would probably find closer to what you would see on an industrial sort of album.
Right.
Like they aren't just taking sort of like a textural component from the industrial world. They're also integrating sort of how you would organize and sort of structure a song. It's one of the more interesting moments on this record for me, and a standout. I do not have a problem with the closing cleanse. It is part of the.
It's a hippie drum circle, man.
Trip.
Come on.
It is part of the trip for me. It is part of the trip.
Wait, you have the original version? It's 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 26 something minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
That you just roll through. The first time you hear it, you're like, "What?" But then you see Steve talk about trance states.
Yep.
In that sense, it makes I totally get it.
I don't know. I don't think they have the time. Yeah, they don't have the times on these.
I have the modest 15-minute, 53-second.
Yeah, I have on this. I don't know what's on the CD that's in here. I'll have to look. I'll have to see if it's the original or the reissue. But let me show this real quick. I did yank this out. So this is the box set, and all, like I said, all these have specific artwork that was redone only for this run of 1,300 albums. So this is obviously my favorite, and my favorite. I like Through Silver and Blood. I like Given to the Rising. I like Times. I like Sunset. But this is my favorite album cover of those by far. Just creepy, and it's a statue, I believe, in Switzerland or France.
Castire. I'm sorry. I'm not English. I'm sorry.
Gloucester.
Gloucester. Yeah. It's
Gloucester,
a statue
Scotland.
in there.
Yeah. Scotland. That's right. Yeah. So that's that one. And then, back to you, Kellen. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, like I kind of went through most of my notes that I wanted to come across here. And I'll let everyone kind of take over and build upon it. But I mean, because I don't have a problem with the closing cleanse, which is maybe the one piece that maybe the rest of us will wish they could sort of like whatever amputate from this record.
Yeah.
This to me feels like everything came together. And if you're going to ask me the some of the albums that I immediately want to pull out and listen to when you mention this band, Enemy of the Sun is going to be like one of the couple that I want to grab. If you're going to ask me what should I immediately identify as like the sound for the band, it's going to be here too. So that we may vary there. I saw Nick kind of like, I don't know how I feel about that one, but
I agree and disagree.
Okay, but
Well,
for me personally, like this is when you say Neurosis, this is what I think, and everything either it builds in a different direction from this point. So
I agree. I agree. I think this is where the sound really finally hit its stride. I think this album also might have the coolest song title on it with where's that? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Where the fuck
Better be.
There it is. Burning Flesh and Year of Pig. That fucking song title rips. I love it. So badass. Here were a couple other real quickies on we'll get to you guys in 1 minute here. Here was Enemy of the Sun with the specific artwork, and they're all very plain on the back. And again, all are double LPs, but I think the first two aren't. And then you got come on now. You've got Word, I believe. Yeah, here's Word. And then you've got Pain of Mind, which I guess you'll find crazy to believe, but none of these albums have ever touched a stylus as yet. You're like, why do you have that thing, man? Well, because I wanted to have it. So, and I do have the CDs in there. And I am, if whatever happens with my health, if I ever get healthy enough to buy a record player, that's one of the first things on my list. So, yeah, Nick, what you thinking on this one?
Wow. All right. I mean, I thought Soul Zero was dark. Man, this is dark. Like, all right, Kellen brought up like psychedelic music. Like generally, when I think of psychedelic music, I think of more warmth and kind of like, oh, everything's all bright and shiny. And this is literally like a bad acid trip, but it's really cool. The opening track, Lost, that was the first track that they played live the last time I saw them. And dude, this is where they just embrace those giant droning riffs, like just big, hit you like a sledgehammer, and then like I don't know, they just like it's just some serious extremes there with quieting things down to just subtle creepy noises in the background to hitting you with some of the heaviest music they've done yet. The production here I feel is even thicker. The samples on here are even more twisted, like noisy soundscapes. Lexicon, as interesting as that song is, it sounds like someone unraveling into a mental breakdown.
It does, dude, for sure.
The noise it gradually just kind of just dissolves your sanity. Like it is just such a jarring track, and I think this is where they really just kind of went full bore with the atmosphere being like a big part of the music. Like you are going to connect with this album one way or the other, and like kind of a congratulations, I'm sorry sort of scenario. Like, yeah, if this hits you in a fucking dark place, well, I mean, we kind of wrote it for that, and if you find something joyful out of it, cool. That says a lot about you, though. But yeah, this is all right. I mean, in terms of like Neurosis, this is kind of like one of those watershed moments. Like this is them. They've locked on to the sound. Like everything I would say that, again, you would identify with Neurosis is definitely on here. But I think maybe some elements they kind of went overboard. Like, all right, Cleanse is cool for a while. It is. I love the tribal percussion. It's, a big thing on, I think, on all their releases. Like, there's almost always a cool, like, tribal percussion
Yeah,
section.
it's cool for about 5 or 6 minutes, but 26 minutes? Come on, man. Come
like,
on.
Even the modest, almost 16 minutes.
Yeah,
is a bit much.
I'm done at 7. I always tap out. I'm like, I've heard enough of this shit. If it ain't fucking Neil Peart playing, I'll listen to Neil Peart do a 25-minute drum solo. The rest of you fuckers get out of here.
I listen to Dave Lombardo do shit too, but
yeah, I'd be tired. I'd be tired for him.
Dave he's a human engine. Okay,
he's a
machine.
Just
drums. That's all he does. He's the man.
Machine. Yeah.
But anyway, I think the songs in here again much darker, much more twisted, and I kind of like the whole. I don't when Kellen brought up the whole ground opening up and you free fall into it. I get like. Honestly, like the exact opposite, like the walls kind of close in around you and you're surrounded by the album. Like this isn't their most claustrophobic album, I would say. We'll get to that one. Well,
it's pretty close.
But you feel this album surround you, and it's just this dark, brooding. But it's really good though.
Have any of you guys ever been buried alive? That's kind of what I feel like that album feels like.
Nope, not. No. If anyone says yes to that,
I was for like a week.
Okay.
I was for like a week, but I came back from it.
Oh, that's
strong as an ox.
Horrifying. Don't nibble on anybody. Just gonna pepper that out there.
What do you give that one?
Any other ones here? I think it's quite a bit slower too.
Oh yeah.
I definitely like that. Like this is kind of becoming the Neurosis pace. And man, I like Souls at Zero a bit more. I'll be honest. Souls at Zero.
I do as well.
More of a wide reaching
album. I do like this album. But I agree with you.
But this is still a solid 4. Solid 4, bordering on a 4.5, but it's more because I feel my 4.5s are such huge ones to me. This one's still a solid 4. Great fucking album. Dark. I will be honest, I generally like skip past the end of Lexicon because for some odd reason the noisy soundscapes and they really just start getting to me after a while. Like again, it's almost maddening, but this album's fucking awesome. It's legendary for a reason, right here.
Cool. All right, Lauren, you ready to tackle this one?
Yeah. So Enemy of the Sun, not having heard the whole thing, like for me being like someone who's obviously like a very new listener to Neurosis, the two I'm always told about are Enemy of the Sun and Through Silver and Blood. So getting these two like back to back, it's like, it's kind of hard to not have big expectations for these like extreme, because I actually hadn't really been told much about Souls at Zero, so that one kind of like caught me off guard. But for Enemy of the Sun, I was like, okay, this is like the Neurosis album that everyone talks about along with like Through Silver. So yeah, I definitely agree with like Kellen. Like Lost is like such an iconic song. It's probably one of like the best opening tracks in terms of like how well it starts the album. And on that topic, like Kellen was saying, like I feel like this album is where Neurosis like really starts to deliberately create an experience, right? Like these are albums I feel like you really like, you don't have to, but like I feel like these albums are so enhanced by listening to them the whole way through, because it feels like you're being like thrown into a meat grinder and then you come out like better for it.
Let me interrupt just one sec. They're very immersive, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay? And this was going to be a final comment by me, but you did it. You nailed it so well. I read this somewhere and it was like, boom. I didn't have the thought myself because I'm just too fucking tired by the time this, 2 hours ago started. But I read something on Rate Your Music and I'm like, fuck, that's exactly how I feel. And the guy said, okay, hold on. Can't recall where I read this, but it's exactly how I feel about Neurosis music. You can't be a casual listener with their music or their albums. You just can't be casual about it. you can't put it on and do housework because you're not gonna take any of it in at all. I mean, you can, but you're not gonna hear any of it.
You're gonna curl up in a ball on the floor and like, oh my god.
Potentially, you might drink a bottle of Pine Sol. You know, I don't know.
Was this person specifically talking about this record?
No, talking about Neurosis
In
as a
general.
whole.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they said you can't be a casual listener to their music or albums. The music all but captures you and holds you captive, demanding you focus all your attention on it. That's the only way you get the full effect from a physical, visceral, oral imagination standpoint. I added the last bit there, but I truly think Neurosis is a band that takes you into their world. If you can't cope, you really can't return either. So, and you don't. You know, most people that they either get Neurosis or they don't. That rarely have I run into anybody who goes, well, I'll give you a good example. Very good example. Jimmy. You know, we all love Jimmy, right? He just can't. He's like, dude, I keep trying. I feel like I'm missing something. Everybody tells me I feel like I'm a fucking oddball because I'm just not getting it. I'm like, well, you are an oddball. But, you know, this is a top 10 band for me. But I think that's a perfect way of putting it. I think that's what Lauren just said, that, you know, they create an experience and you can't just go in and sample one song very easy. I mean, you can go listen to The Doorway and walk away, or maybe A Sun That Never Sets, but that who does that? Who listens to one Neurosis song ever? Nobody that I know of, anyways. So
Yeah,
sorry.
no,
Lauren, go ahead.
I totally agree, and that was like why I'm like so glad I listened to them. Kind of, well, not every single album at once. That was a bit much, but like sitting down and really just getting lost in these albums. Getting lost in these albums.
There you go.
Really enhances the experience. So I liked Raise the Stray a lot. That was like a really solid song. The one thing I thought was so interesting is that Burning Flesh, Cold Ascending, and Lexicon, I feel like all three of these like seeg into each other like so deliberately well that it's almost like they're like a package.
You mean they chopped all the songs up?
Yeah, like if that had been like one song, it wouldn't have felt wrong, if that makes sense. So like I found that really interesting because like Burning Flesh ended and then Cold Ascending started, and I was like, oh wait, is this a different song? It kind of sounded like a new part. And then, but yeah, so like Burning Flesh and Cold Ascending kind of feel like a intro, like a really long intro to Lexicon. Lexicon's like so cool because it has like these droning guitars and these really creepy, weird voices talking to. And I also wrote like, man, this song is just crushing. It just like keeps going. Like when you think it's gonna slow down, it just keeps going at you. Interesting you said that, Nick, about the ending. I actually really like the ending because it got so distorted and weird. You'll definitely see when I talk about later albums, the Neurosis albums I like the most are the ones that are really weird and ambient. And I really like it when Neurosis does these like weird, distorted ambient sounds. So yeah, those
Trippy
three
interludes.
Yeah. So like those three. Oh, sorry, Nick.
What's that, Nick?
What's that?
I almost got Portal flashbacks from listening to
God,
Lexicon.
Portal. Oh God, that
Yeah,
band.
she knows Portal. Yeah,
Yeah, I do know.
We've
Portal.
tried. We've tried a lot.
It's a lot.
Not been very successful. But that is a good parallel sort of kind of band to think about it in that same dimension. They're kind of, you're either all in or you're not really in.
Yeah. Then Enemy of the Sun. So like, and like I feel like just like Neurosis's title tracks kind of have like a pedigree to them. Like almost every single title track is like really good, and Enemy of the Sun does not disappoint. It has this like really creepy, like atmospheric intro, and then bam, like the screams and the guitars come in, and like that one really sticks out to me as like the heavy part coming in. It does such a good job like building. There's like that creepy synth, and like this is also another thing I noticed that Neurosis, like a Neurosis staple, is that they love to play with the stereo mix of the audio.
Yeah.
There's a lot of times, I'll talk about more on later albums, but they do one part here and one part here, and they're really different and clashing. And that really builds like the unease and like uncomfortableness of the songs. Right. And in this one specifically, they kind of have this synth that kind of travels left and right, so it sounds like something's like revolving around you, which
Like,
again adds to like the whole experience thing. What's up?
Well, they're using panning instead of a stereo Atmos where you've got, you know, atmospheric or you got 5.1 surround. They're using panning to do it.
Yeah. So yeah, I wrote that Enemy of the Sun. It gives you like so little breathing room. Like that song just like keeps going. So yeah, I love Enemy of the Sun. Time of Beasts. I read a YouTube comment that after I listened to the song that said this song is really underrated, and I agree with them. I really, really like this song. Like the beginning is like so heavy, and it has like the weird like woodwinds. And you think like, oh well, that doesn't fit in like a post sludge metal kind of song, but like they make it work like so well. And then one of the main reasons why is later on in that song they are playing the main riff from the beginning, and then there's a lead guitar part that is harmonizing with the flutes, and it makes this really creepy, weird,
that's a trumpet,
eerie sound. Oh, a trumpet, yeah. It kind of sounds like a flute, just based on how they mixed it. But
well,
yeah,
they're using
but
strings
the trumpet,
on there, so they're using strings, so it could be a keyboard sound, cool.
And then there's also like a ton, like this is kind of similar to Lexicon. There's like a ton of like feedback and weird distortion at the end of this song. So I really like Time of Beast. I think that actually might be my favorite song on the record. And then Cleanse, it's interesting. And actually the part that is so cool is do you guys know what taiko drumming is from Japan?
Oh,
yep. So taiko drumming is like a really old taiko drumming goes back like thousands of years to like in a lot of like modern day like India, that like southern Asia, that region, and then it traveled across to like China, and then eventually made it to Japan. These big hollowed out wooden drums with a cow skin on them. I was just at the Japanese Culture Festival. I have it at the school I work with. And they had the Philadelphia like taiko drumming there, and it was very interesting hearing that yesterday, and then listening to Cleanse, because Cleanse kind of reminded me a lot of that. So I'd actually be very curious if that was part of the influence for that song. But I'm not gonna lie, I skipped around a bit on Cleanse. I respect it for what it is, but it is a little bit too repetitive. But I think it is like an interesting, like, especially when you're looking at all the tracks, you're like 26 minutes, what? And then like it's that. But overall, I really, really liked Enemy of the Sun. I do agree with Nick. I did like Souls at Zero more because I felt I really like the kind of, maybe some people would consider it excessive synths and ambient stuff that is in Souls at Zero. I really like the Neurosis albums that have that. Enemy of the Sun has that, but I feel like they dialed it back a lot. And they focused more on like the experience of the album. But yeah, like I said, Time of Beast was definitely my favorite. Solid 8 out of 10. This album like definitely did not disappoint with these like big kind of lofty expectations it's garnered for itself.
Alrighty, I'll rip through this quick. Lost.
Yeah, go ahead.
Droning long intro, sustaining notes into big chords with lots of samples from The Sheltering Sky. I believe that was a movie, Killer song. I love Steve Von Till's vocals on this track. When the super heavy part kicks in, you get Edwards and SK on that refrain. It's a killer tune, man. It's just so crushingly heavy, and as Lauren said, I'm not sure it's their best opener, but it sure is right up there, man. I mean, pretty much every one of their albums usually starts with a banger, though. Raised Astray, the solo a cappella female vocals is a bit of a surprise, and then this track just gets more and more bizarre, proggy, out there. It's a great track. Tons of crazy overlapping vocals, snarls from Steve Von Till and SK and Dave. Man, they're all over this thing. It's quite a mind fuck of a track. I really like Raised Astray. That's why I used it as my song for the Instagram thing that I had there. Blah, 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 blah. Burning Flesh, trippy interlude. Not much more to say about it. I don't know if I dozed off, but it looks like I missed Cold Ascending. I may have dozed off while I was listening to it. Back to Lexicon. These two. Oh, no, I guess I listened. These two tracks are so intense. They are like what we're about to hear on the next album. In other words, these two tracks are the most like the next album that we're going to talk about here in a minute. And I love that album, man. I love this one too. But Enemy of the Sun. That's my favorite song on the album. Super doomy intro, snarling heavy psych section, lots of whispered dialogue and samples, atmospheric drones, wailing guitars. That's my favorite. Along with Lost and Time of Beast. I really like Time of Beast. Crushingly heavy and dark, ugly. The sound of wailing beast is pretty creepy, man. They have that wailing beast that keeps going, like it's just like what the, and it keeps going on, and I'm like, I get the picture, man. I like it for about the first. Oh, I'm sorry, Cleanse. Sorry, I just don't get this track. It's a bit of a buzzkill for the album for me. I like it for about 3 or 4 minutes, then I'm kind of out. This album further refines what they are all about and their desire to explore uncharted areas of their creativity. If the last track wasn't so tribal and hypnotic and honestly kind of boring, this would rank much higher. But I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10 because the strong tracks on this album are just absolutely crazy, which is most of the album. And it's just, I always know when I get the Cleanse. I guess it's kind of like, okay, the album's over at Time of Beast for me. I just, that's for me, that's how it is. So, who wants to show Through Silver in Blood? You ready, Nick? You ready to rock and roll on that one? It was released April 2nd, 1996, recorded December 95, Brilliant Studios and Coast Studios in Oakland, California. The band has moved to Relapse Records, and Billy Anderson and Neurosis did produce this one as well. I just want to say real quick that Through Silver and Blood was preceded by Tribes of Neurot companion album Silver Blood Transmission from 95, and succeeded by the split EP between the two projects, Locust Star, which we're not going to talk about those. Unless you haven't, you want to.
I don't have any.
I don't own any Tribes of Neurot. I've often been close to getting it, and I just never did. So, go ahead, Nick.
Well, guess you never forget your first time being exposed to Neurosis. This was it right here. After I saw him live, I was beyond curious. Like, again, the heaviest thing I think I'd ever seen to that point, and I picked this up, and man, all right. Brought up claustrophobia on the last one. This is the claustrophobic album. It literally surrounds you, and crushes you. Feel like you're pinned to a fucking wall. Like it just has you. And it is so dark. It is so layered. It is so thick. But honestly, this is the thing that opened me up to a lot of different stuff. Like without this album, I probably wouldn't have ventured into like Noisier Territory or any other post-metal act or anything like that, or bands that kind of gravitate more towards dissonance, because this is dissonance right here. The atmosphere on this album, I think, in terms of all the extra stuff, is so blended in with everything. Like everything is so intertwined and thick and absolutely fucking miserable. Like this is such a dark listen, and I absolutely love it. The opening title track is so goddamn good. Locust Star, longtime favorite. Eon, however the hell you say that.
Eon,
yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I love this entire album. This is, again, like much like Enemy of the Sun and Souls of Zero, like this is where you just play the entire thing through, and it just becomes this dark journey. But the production on here, I think in particular, like they just made it so damn thick. Like it is just, it has the density of a fucking collapsed star.
Yeah, there you go.
That is definitely part of the experience here.
Black hole, man, sucks you in and doesn't want to let you out till the end.
Yeah, it's unrelenting too. Like even in its quieter moments, there's always some like layer of static or something in the background.
Noise. Yep.
It is all encompassing, ever present, and suffocatingly heavy. And honestly, it's such a huge standout in their discography. And this is probably the album I would say kind of defines post metal. Like this is the one. Like Enemy of the Sun, arguably that one too. But I think this is the one that most people, herald as like the post metal album, or kind of on that precipice between post metal and like noise. Because I remember when this came out, like they really didn't have a word for it in the reviews. They were looking for words to describe this.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing with Enemy of the Sun. It's like, oh well, I mean, it's heavy, it's sludgy, it's dark. I don't know. Like you can't really, again, the classification thing was kind of difficult. But I mean, this album's absolutely iconic.
And the artwork is killer.
Oh, dude, that cover, dude. When they did that last tour in 2018, they had that interwoven with Converge's Jane Doe.
Yep.
Should have got that fucking hoodie. Anyway, hindsight always 2020.
Yeah, I don't think I don't remember. Oh no, I bought my Times of Grace shirt that tour. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get more
the baseball jersey, black and gray. It's super cool, man. Love it.
I got one for Times of Grace, the doorway one. It actually has the doorway on the front. It's pretty cool. I should have wore it, but I wore my horror shirt instead.
I wanted to point out what Peter said here. I remember Neurosis played Belfast in '99. It was one of the heaviest sounding gigs. I mean, that's what you said when you first saw them at Ozzy Fest. They just were mind-crushingly heavy. And I know when I first saw them in, when was it? 2009, 10? I can't remember which year it was. I can't remember. But I just remember being literally like, it was kind of like, you didn't want to move because the sound was so intensely effective, not effective, effective. Like it was affecting me in ways where I was feeling like I wasn't in my body. Like I literally
made my skin itch.
What's that?
I think it made my skin itch. Like I 100% agree with you. And again, like the contrasts and fucking mood, like the way Aeon, however the fuck you said, I always say Aeon. It kind of starts off almost like a funeral doom song, and then it keeps slowly building. Like you build from like the lowest, most miserable point to find new levels of darkness.
Of low,
later.
new levels of low.
Oh man, Strength of Fates, dude. This whole fucking album, I love it. Don't be surprised. This is my top 5. This is an easy 4.5, bordering close to a 5. Like it's one of my favorites.
You don't give those out.
I have a lot of favorites in this discography, but I mean, this is.
Well, we'll find out at the end whether it slots in. Yeah, Peter. I think we both agree, though. Nick, how many times have you seen him?
Technically 3 times.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen him 6, and Lauren, you've seen him 2, maybe 3 times.
At least 2, yeah.
Yeah, and how many times have you seen him? You've seen him, right? You haven't?
Part of like my Neurosis story is like the time I got into them, I had also sort of lost interest in this genre. I was getting more into extreme metal. So it came later on in my like late 20s when we get to this. It'll be interesting. I'll be relying on the 3 of you to carry me through the 2000s Neurosis era.
Okay, we'll do that. I think Nick and I can do that. Yeah.
So in other words, more mentioned you're into the kind of ambient sort of
posty stuff. Yeah. So what I hear you saying is that the window of opportunity to see them kind of passed you by, kind of initially.
I was late teen, early 20. I only wanted the extreme stuff. Only give me the mean, and only to come later on in my 20s and to realize I had missed this window of opportunity. To your point, the band that I most likely had wanted to see out of their best, I had gone right, and at this point we'll get to that later. But their lives had changed by at that
very
time.
much so, and they. Very much so. When we get up to around Eye of Every Storm, they start to pull back and they go to real jobs and they do real live. And again, I'll put the link in the description after we're done here. Go watch the Steve Von Till interview, because I think, I don't want to speak for Kellen, but it's pretty fucking good. I think.
Honestly, I just want to say, if I had not seen them on a festival circuit like Ozfest, I don't know if I would have sought this band out, because it really wasn't what I was into then, because I was around like the same age, like late teens. And yeah, like seeing it live, like that was the thing. And I love bands that win me over live. Like that's still one of my favorite things.
Logan, I need your mom and dad's phone number. I need to have a talk with them about this. Just saying. I had an amazing experience while I was high. Nah, I'm just kidding. I can imagine that. I can totally imagine that. That's pretty cool.
Mrs.
Go ahead.
Musings,
Go
we
ahead.
think your son is smoking the reefer.
Yeah, Mrs. Logan, your son is
Mrs. Drunken Heddle Musings.
Mrs. Drunken Metalhead Musings. Yeah, you're not. Your last name is not Drunken Metalhead Musings. Why? God damn it! He's been lying to us.
We think he's on the Jazz Cabbage.
That's right.
The
Jazz Cabbage. All right, your turn for Through Silver.
Yeah. This can't. There's probably, you know, you have like those like Spotify lists like at the end of every year or whatever your streaming platform. So if you would to put together like a Kellen's like 25-year listening, you know, playlist, Through Silver would probably be on top of it.
Wow.
The beginning, we talked about like the beginning to Enemy of the Sun, and the opening statement I talked about the album artwork here. That sort of metallic Buddha face. This record starts, it sounds like you're in this post-apocalyptic world.
Mm-hmm.
And there's pistons, like, and you're trying to keep like that Buddha alive, right? Or something. And there is like this locomotive piston that is like part of this spiritual ritual that starts this album. Like there's like a breathing industrial sort of to begin this record, and it's terrifying.
Pretty fucked up. I agree.
Like you trying to, you keep on like, what is this instrument? Like, what are they conjuring up here? And then it's with this slow creep, the bum bum bum, and the toms come in on the roll. There's a point once we get to the Raider like picks up his tom roll and it picks up a little bit of pace. The drop before the actual like riff comes in, you can hear the bass just boom, like before it lurches forward.
Right.
So like when I listen to any sort of like headphones or am in the car or my speakers, like I'm waiting to see how powerful like the bass performance of whatever you're listening to, when I hear that, like I've memorized it so well. Like I know exactly what to expect. That lurch into the riff that starts to churn. It's one of the most like iconic and impactful moments in like music listening for me, because I've just sort of taken it to heart over the years. But to your point, this album to me, it's interesting. Locust Star has given a lot of focus. A lot of the live performances have been sort of what popularized the band for those who didn't see them at Ozzy Fest. But
of course,
this, when I listen back to it, it's really built around 3 songs for me personally. So the opening track, the title track, Purify, and Aeon. When I listen to this, that's kind of the heart of the record, and everything. They're the pillars that kind of keep it standing. And I agree with you. The rest of the songs kind of move around it and did some sort of like cohesiveness, but they aren't sort of what draws me back to it. And I think for people who are approaching Through Silver and Blood through Locust Star, I could almost say, like, if I heard someone start to go through that explanation, I would want to stop them and be like, okay, I'm glad you heard Locust Star. Please go back and listen to it. I want you to pay attention. Like, these are your points of focus during the experience. So I talked about Through Silver and Blood, the title track. Purify, once again, we have like this formula, a very quiet, simple sort of beginning. It always takes me back to at the time when I would go up to Portland for a show, like when you're out at a night, it's like partying or whatever,
Right.
and you wake up the next morning and you're like, wow, like you're just that intense, like you're being sort of wrung out as a person, right, from the night before.
Kellen, I just need to make a statement real quick. My child is here. I never partied once ever in my life.
Okay.
Just saying.
Well, for those of
She
us,
looks like she believes you.
okay,
Yeah, I believe it.
well, I know that Jeff was a sheep among wolves during his childhood, but
A babe.
Precisely.
yes. But I remember when I'd go up to a show in Portland, we'd like be out late, whatever, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. One time, on the northwest side of Portland is like the industrial, like basically where the ships would come in and dock. So, and they'd get loaded up and they'd go back out the Columbia to get to the Pacific. But the Portland State University, and this is kind of I'm getting there, but this ride with me here. So Portland State University is in that area, and we'd go out and party, and I had some friends who were going to Portland State, and I remember one morning, like, I couldn't get to sleep on on their floor. So I actually stole his keys and went into his car on the street and slept in his car that morning.
Wow.
Not the smartest idea, but I was 20.
Yeah.
So I do things.
And you were lit, right? You were drunk?
I was a lot of things. Let's just
I got you.
keep it there.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
But I couldn't get to sleep. And it was dawn, but it's overcast, right? So in Portland, it's just overcast all the time.
Yeah, right.
So the sun's up, but it's light, but it's just like in gray.
Diffused.
Yeah, it's just a gray sort of overhang. And I can't sleep. So I crawl out of the car, lock it, and I just walk down Northwest Portland into this industrial district. It's not the most scenic area, right?
Right.
Like it is just old buildings and like there's nothing, metal, concrete, overcast, dark sky.
Right. And
when I listen to Purify, like
that's what it brings back.
It just brings back that memory of like absolutely being, to some degree, like limited as a human being. I was so just like, oh my God, I just can't sleep and I need to sleep. And there's nothing around me but this kind of like brutal industrial sort of environment. And Purify nails that like scene for me.
Yep.
Linda, when I was talking about on Enemy of the Sun, the trade-off, so the vocals that go through that song, there's like a line that they'll come through like blazing eyes sees all, and then the following line is like the vocal performance. I don't know if it's a sample or they're playing through a voice box, but it's like a covered vocal like
yeah, they're using like a voice box.
Yeah, there's like a weird muffled like industrial vocal effect that follows every single line. That trade-off is like something that immediately grabbed me as well when I listened to it. So you get this super intense experience, and then it devolves, right? It ends with like bagpipes, right?
Yep.
Love that. Love it.
Like, which takes, we talked about sort of the psychedelic nature of these records, but it's totally like nightmarish in a way that you wouldn't necessarily isn't predictable.
Well, remember in the interview, I said to Steve, who the fuck puts bagpipes in fucking metal music? I'm like, that is like the most metal thing ever.
Korn did it.
What's that?
Korn did it, but Neurosis did it cooler.
Well,
yeah, but I think Neurosis did it first by far, didn't they?
No.
Yeah,
Korn's debut was
when did
94.
Korn's album come out?
If I will let Nick claim this hill for the name of Korn.
Unfortunately, in terms of timeline, yeah, self-titled Korn came out in 94. This came out in 96.
Wait, it's on the self-titled Korn album?
Yeah, dude, it's on Chutes and Ladders.
I do not know Korn very well. Sorry.
That's okay.
How dare you not know?
I know.
Korn?
I brought Korn in a Neurosis thing. I'm sorry.
Listen, only a guy from northwestern Ohio would know that shit. Just saying.
Okay.
Or Bakersfield, California.
Or yeah.
The Aeon is the other track I want to get to here.
Yep.
So what was really cool in that interview was his he talked about like Voivod, for example, and like noise guitar. And there's a moment. So Aeon starts with this really sort of haunting minimal piano sort of and strings. And the song starts to pick up momentum, and there's like a noise rock break where everything just goes scramble for about, I think it's about the 6-minute mark, like 6:15. It's this weird sort of cluster of noise, and then they get into this enormous build, and it sounds like there's an organ in the background there.
I believe there is. Yeah. Yep.
And I just like, it feels like some giant, right, is like coming to its feet, like slowly starts to sand in that they go through this 4-chord sort of progression. It just repeats over and over that the organ helps to sort of build an accent. You go ahead if you want to say something.
No, Peter's right. I forgot that early Gravedigger does have that on there. So yeah, in fact, they might have been the first actually.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But so they get this major build, and then as they start to walk it back, they keep Raider's drums up further in the mix. So as the rest of the band sort of bring down their levels, his drums end up carrying the song, and they start to like distort them slightly as they pull him out of the studio. But by the end of like that build, it's just his live drums in the studio, like going through the motions. They pull it back one step further, and it's like we get our introduction with keys and strings. So they come and pull it full circle in the entire scope of it. But those 3 songs alone are just unbelievable masterpieces of
I agree.
music.
And like you said, they're the pillars of the album. It doesn't denigrate Locust Star because it's a killer track. The rest of the album's great. It's just those 3 are the behemoths, you know, they're the behemoths. And one thing you brought up, you did some lyrics from Purified, but something to think about is like I'm looking at the let me see if I can show you guys this. So this is the hardbound art book that comes with it, and it's got, I'll start here, and I'm not stealing your time.
Well, I'm pretty much wrapping up, so if you want to move over and can take it, it's all you.
Okay, I just was going to show. Where'd it go? Here we go. So this is the book, the hardbound book that comes with the box set, and you know each album has its own presentation stuff, and so you got, you know, beautiful. And this is, by the way, this book is fucking amazing.
That's so cool.
So you get all that, and then you get the lyrics in here. And what I wanted to show you or talk about was, there's some more art.
That's so cool.
And so for example, you got Aeon, and the lyrics are, this is a short one. Illumination bleeds fire, karmic well of deceit. Blood will nourish, your sense breeds disgust. Sicken flow, cauterize my waste. Devoid spirit gone, our universe will breed. Aeon, ravens descend, freeze, your destiny, breathe, discord, fall, the obsidian tide will be nature's bane. Do you notice one thing about them? Like, what do you notice about reading those lyrics?
Apocalyptic.
I mean, you asked in terms of like form, in terms of like the
in terms of form.
Like kind of, it's like single word phrase. They do that.
There's not a single word that rhymes. It's not, you know, I went to the party last night, I went to the and I got in a fight. It ain't no big
Those words don't rhyme, Dad.
What's that?
Those words don't rhyme. Fight and
Went to
party don't.
Went to a
Yes.
party on a Saturday night. Got drunk, got in
Oh.
a fight. It ain't no big thing. Fight, night, fight. They kind of rhyme a little
I
bit.
misheard it.
Okay. All right.
Anyway.
Trying to be a smart ass up there. I'll boot you out of here. Anyway.
Oh, he does it. He gets surly.
I do. Don't fuck
I
with
know how
me,
to
man.
use the internet
Anyway.
now.
But yeah, this book is absolutely, this book's like honestly, it'd be like a coffee table, like a $60, $70 book. Just beautiful. I'm not gonna belabor this, but you know, each album has various different things that weren't actually in the album that are, you know, part of the artwork for the book. And then the last thing I'll show you out of the set was here's the here's the back patch. It's all black, so you can barely fucking see it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
That's
Strength
cool.
and Vision. That's the name of the box set. Then you've got your card, which I think, what do I have there? What?
169.
163, 169.
169.
Out of 1,300, and then you get it's a silkscreen like poster.
Wow.
That's just
That's
for this set. I could have swore there was a belt buckle, but I don't own any belts, so I doubt it because I wouldn't have a need for it. But I guess that's not what I was thinking. And then you got, real quick, again, special artwork. You got that one. You got that one coming up. And you got this one. I have 2 copies of this because side A is correct, but side B is part of Enemy of the Sun, I believe, and they had to repress. They had to repress them all and send out brand new ones to everybody. And then we're almost done. Sun That Never Sets.
Jesus.
And Given to the Rising. I love that. This one's cool looking.
Yeah.
Given to the Rising.
Really like that one.
And yeah, Eye of Every Storm. And last but not least, Honor Found in Decay, because this came out before Fire Within Fires came out. So I'll go real quick, and Lauren, I'll let you wrap up on the end here. I'm going to go fairly quickly. One thing to note, if we did I note that this is when Noah joins the band? I talked about Noah before, but I think I might have goofed. He joins the band for this album. And it really shows, even though there's a lot of cool stuff on Enemy, this things really ramp up here. And as I believe Human Falafel Mario said, I think it was him or maybe it was Ben NG, said this is kind of like their industrial album. And there's a lot of validity to that. But Falafel, we talked about that. You have to go back and watch. Too artsy and oppressive. It was band difficult to sing. Okay. And you're right about that. The Swans played a very big role, huge influence on them. And of course, we're not going to talk about no. Lauren's going to talk about the Jarbo album very quickly, okay? We'll just touch on it. And we're going to touch on Sovereign real quick here shortly. So on this one, Through Silver and Blood, man. I've seen them almost every time I've seen them. They close with this track and they do the fucking drum thing at the end. And it's just, when they stop and the fucking stage goes black, you're just like, oh, I can breathe again. You know, it's just like, because you just don't feel like you can breathe while they're playing this song. It's so fucking claustrophobic and unbelievable. Dehumanized interlude of samples. Fucking rules. So heavy. That song is so heavy. Harrowing. Batters you senseless. Dave Edwards bellows on that, man. Edwards bellows. His death vocals, he even does some death vocals on that one, man. Fucking killer song. Purify, killer track, period. Super building into a monster. Love that track. Locust Star, the hit off the album, it crushes. Even catchy at points, just balls out beast mode. Strength of Fates, cool ambient, psychedelic, down tempo, intro SVT into a heavy as mountains collapsing ending. Love this track. So fierce and intense and narrowing the way. Fuck, I hate when this happens. God damn. I'm gonna start doing my research a few days earlier because I didn't have time to proof these notes, and that's clear. Whatever. Narrowing the way Steve Fontil sings. I guess I meant to say
Harrowing? Sparrowing.
yes, that's it. If you feel it's as though he's emptying his soul for this song. It's crazy crushing. Become the Ocean, cool ambient interlude. And another crushing, hefty beast of a hammering track, snarling, ugly, suffocating. The long droning section develops again, it's hypnotic, so good. Closure in flames, building, brooding beast of a track, shades of things to come. That's probably my lead. That one and I don't know. That's probably my least favorite track on the album, the ending track. This album is considered their classic album along with the next one. I love them both, but this one is so intense. It's so intense that I can't really listen to it over and over. It's not like a repeat listen. I get through a listen on this, I'm like, whew, I survived. Okay, good. But that said, it's like getting gut punched a bunch of times. And then, it's weirdly enjoyable in a painful sort of way, I think. 9.5 out of 10 for me. It's killer. It's in my top 5, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. We're heading off. Oh, no, Lauren, sorry.
Yeah, so like I was saying on Enemy of the Sun, this was the other one that was like, this is like the Neurosis album that everyone tells you to listen to. So obviously, I also had high expectations going into this, and spoilers, they were met. Yeah, so the title track, it does such a good job of just building this foreboding atmosphere. Actually, I take it back. This might be their best intro track. This one is just it's
fucking killer.
Well, because it's also the title track. So like I was saying, like there's a pedigree to their title tracks, and Through Silver and Blood like really embodies that. The drums are just like in this constant groove the entire time, and like despite how claustrophobic and like intense this song is, like the drums kind of like are like pulling you along for the ride, like you don't have a choice, but like they're the one, and even though maybe like you like don't want to, you like they're the only thing you can cling to while you're listening to this song, right?
You gotta go.
And I thought it was so interesting that like despite this song being as long as it is, which how long is the title
12
track?
minutes.
Yeah, so like that song does not feel like it's 12 minutes long, which is really crazy because there are some tracks I listen to that I'm like at the 6-minute mark of a 10-minute song, I'm like, oh my god, but like with Through Silver, it's like I didn't even notice that 10 minutes had passed, kind of thing. The second main riff is really similar to the first one, but it alters it a bit, which is also like a big Neurosis thing, is they'll take a riff that they started with and bring it back for another heavy section, but they alter it in a way that still makes it interesting and makes you want to like hear more. There's like a really big tempo shift from the kind of tribal sounding taiko drums to at around the 7.5 minute mark gets like a lot slower. But the drums are still like really important to this song. And the final section to this song is like so heavy. So yeah, Through Silver and Blood is the title track is so good. And I was like, yep, I get it. That kind of thing. Rehumanized is like cool. It's a really creepy intro for I didn't have like a ton to say about I, but I liked it. So yeah, Purify is like so cool. I love at the beginning, like the way the static keeps like fading like in and out. The strings in the guitar create this like really like unnerving contrast. It's just, you never feel like comfortable when you're listening to this album, like ever.
That's a really good thing to say. Very, very good thing to say. Yep.
And Purify like really like embodies that. And then there's when they finally do bring in the distorted guitars, there's swapping between they're kind of swapping between like a heavy part and then also the slower part from the intro. And like you guys already said, the bagpipes are so cool. They're so out of left field, and you think like, oh, that doesn't make sense, but like it works here because Neurosis are extremely talented composers. Like that's the reason why they're so skilled at what they do. Locust Star, this is just like riff like in your face. Like I definitely get why this is like the most like popular like normie song for Yeah, like it is the most like listenable Neurosis song if you're not into this like genre, you're not into extreme metal. This is definitely like their most listenable song. Yep. But like, and that's not a bad thing. It's still really good. I really like Strength of Fates a lot. I thought that song was like really pretty. There wasn't any distorted guitar until almost like until 7 minutes into the song. So there's like a really huge build, but then, and it's like worth it because that riff comes in and blah, like it hits you in the face super hard.
Yeah.
Become the Ocean's cool. Luna typed a bunch of 6s for me, which you know, I think is fitting.
Well, you gotta say who that Luna's your cat.
Oh, Luna's one of my cats. She was the calico one I had earlier.
So she walked across your keyboard 666.
I actually, yeah, that's what she did. I've had to keep pushing her down because I don't want her to refresh the page.
Better be careful. It might be like that dog in The Omen.
I mean,
I don't think I've seen that.
What's that?
Omen?
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
The dog in The Omen, that with the housekeeper, the dog that keeps keeping what's his name, the father away from the kid.
The Hellhound.
Oh,
what's it called? The what?
Well, it was a Hellhound. It was a Rottweiler, wasn't it?
Hellhound. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Eon. I feel like Become the Ocean is kind of like an intro for Aeon because I feel like they seeg really well into each other. And yeah, Aeon is just, I didn't rate as much as you guys, but the main thing I wrote is they around the middle of the song after the second there's an alteration to like the original opening riff. It uses the same riff as the intro, but the guitar tone's like very different, which again is like a very common Neurosis compositional tactic. Tactic, like this is warfare. The ending is like beautiful. This song this song feels like so good because it has this really pretty intro, like really intense middle, and then this really beautiful end. Like there's kind of this like relaxed, tense release with Aeon. Love that track. Enclosure and Frames, I like that song. The piano's cool because it keeps playing like a tritone like over and over again. Yeah. It creates this really unnerving background. One thing I noticed, there aren't a lot of drums in this song, which is interesting because I feel like that's not a very common thing. I could be wrong. In a lot of Neurosis songs, there's almost always a good amount of drums in there. And the ending returns to the main motif. So yeah, Through Silver and Blood, I do want to listen to this again out of all of them because I felt like this one is one of the hardest ones to digest.
Yep.
If I had to give it a rating, like an 8.5, a 9, but I'm honestly not huge on ratings either. I just try to give something just in case anyone wants to hear about. But yeah, no, this album absolutely lives up to its expectations that are very lofty ones at that.
For those of you that are not guitar players or piano players or banjo players or trumpet players or flute players, or I'm not gonna say anything gnarly, but tritone is
that one. Yeah. You hear that in metal a lot.
Yep, you hear it a lot in metal. I guess the first tritone was probably Black Sabbath, right? Bow, bow, bow. Who knows?
Yeah, I guess in metal. I mean, it's been a thing in classical music for a long time. But
hey, Eric, what's happening, buddy? My dude that was hanging with me all night last night. Super cool guy. You met him, right, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric.
Dude,
we have dubbed him Cronus Jr. You'll have to meet him in a stream. You'll understand why. He's a handsome young man, but he does bear a striking resemblance to Cronus. So
and a little bit of Peter Tägtgren.
A little bit of Peter Tägtgren's in there. Yep. And the good news is that if you see Cronus these days, I don't think he has any hair anymore, does he?
No, he's still got the.
Oh, does he?
Some of it. I mean, it's mostly
mostly
back here.
Okay. But he's in fucking stupid good shape, man.
Oh yeah.
I think he's like a vegan or something like that all of his life, and workout warrior and all that shit. And he's older than me, man. I mean, he's got to be 64, 5, somewhere in that range.
Oh, I mean, he hits the gym apparently.
Yeah. So so welcome, Eric. I'm sorry I missed everything. Some of these things. If I hit all these, we'll be here until fucking 11 o'clock, and I know Kellen does not want to do that. So let's get on to Times of Grace, please. Nick, why don't you go first on this?
Tell you what, let someone else start off on this one because I want to go get something special for this one and grab a smoke.
All right, Kellen, do you have that
Thank
one, or
you.
do you want me to show mine?
Yeah,
I think you have the OG, right?
I do. There we go. Times of grace.
Hell yeah.
Cool. I'll show my reissue then after. Well, actually, let me show it real quick here. I'll show you, and then we'll roll. And the only difference, obviously, the new artwork, slip cases that they put them in, and this I believe comes with. Yes, this comes with Grace, which we need a quick touch on. That is the companion album that you're supposed to play on a separate stereo in conjunction with this. I have never done that. Have you, Kellen?
I have not.
Okay.
The setup for that, when you were talking about putting something like that together,
Yeah.
like it'd be one thing to have
A little complex.
two boom boxes, but
Yeah.
it'd be and it's a whole other thing to be like, okay,
Yeah.
I need
Hey, I'm
other
going to
set of
borrow your
speakers.
stereo and
Yeah.
your speakers and your CD player and everything else. Thanks.
If Steve Until wants to loan me that studio, we can make it happen. But
Exactly. You know how you could do it though. I don't know if you could do it now because I haven't been to a stereo shop. Are there any even around with online now? But there probably is some. But electronic place, go in and take your 2 CDs and go boom, boom, and just turn them on and crank them and fucking scare the shit out of everybody.
I kind of cheated. I found a video on YouTube that had both of them playing at the same
Yeah,
time.
but it's not right though, because you're not listening to it in full stereo with both of them. They're splitting the signal into 4. And so it's one more, because what you're supposed to hear it in technically is 2 stereos, which makes it a quad. But if somebody's done it, but it's not the exact same thing. But go ahead. Well, you talk about when it's your turn. Let Kellen
Sure.
wax a static here on Times of Grace.
so,
Kellen, I'm going to be right back. So talk for a few minutes, please.
sure,
all right?
sure. Go ahead. This, I mean, probably the first record that if you were to talk about my history with the band, this is where it starts. And I guess looking back, I was not able to sort of properly sort of contextualize it in terms of where it was within their catalog and what was happening with them as a band. But listening to it this time around, it felt pretty well like organized and even cleaned up a bit. Like there's a bit more space on this record. So by comparison to what was going on with Enemy and Through Silver, this actually feels a little bit dialed back in terms of the world that we were sort of inhabiting when we listened to it. The other part of it is we're making a shift, I believe, in production. So Billy Anderson is gone and Steve Albini has moved in to handle the production, which is probably to some degree a level of like one of the reasons we get a different kind of sonic character on this record. But I will say that it is, for me, in the same way that Souls at Zero is a transition record into something. Times of Grace for me feels like a transition out of something. So what is going to be the Neurosis sound over the, I guess, decade plus to come probably is started with this record. That being said, like, even though it's a little bit of a transition, when this album wants to be heavy and intense, it probably competes with everything else in their catalog. So I know, Lauren, for you, you mentioned The Doorway, and I'm sure you'll be able to. So I'm going to step away from that track, and you'll be able to sort of bring the hammer when we get to talk about that. But I think I mentioned Under the Surface is like one of the first tracks I ever heard from this band, and that starts right away with like some tom work. So it's a little bit different by some of the other songs we've talked about, which have this like slow, empty beginning and then moved to gain greater size. From the start, where like there's a good amount of pace and weight already involved, these sort of circling toms, and so it starts heavy, gets quiet in the middle, and then when it returns, like it's one of my favorite Neurosis moments. Incredibly heavy, but more importantly, this vocal, like SK goes through like these, I think there's 4 different lines here that he kind of repeats, and every single time it like it gets to me. So the lines that close out the song are, the shell is hollow, so am I, the rest will follow, so will I. Like, it closes on that part, and
they rhyme things there on that one.
You don't, if we ever needed Dad to show up at a moment in time, it was right there.
What's that? No, I said they rhymed.
It is true. It is true.
Rhyme.
It was true. Yes. Just the way you delivered that was like, and they rhyme. Yes.
Oh, I dadded.
You should have like tilted your glasses down, and they rhymed on that part there.
And Kellen, they rhymed, my young lad. Fucking crazy thing is, Kellen, how old are you again?
38.
All right, I was gonna say I could be your dad, but I don't. Not
it would. Yeah, you'd be a very.
I'd be like 13.
Early.
Yes, you would not be a lamb amongst wolves in that.
No,
sense,
you know what? Hold on, dude. You know I turned 57 in 4 days, right?
Really? I thought you were early 50s. No.
Nope, I turned 57 on the 31st. So,
well,
if you're 38, I could be your dad. I'd be 19.
I mean, that's still.
That happens a lot out where Nick lives. Trust me.
Okay.
Oh well, yeah.
all those porn records and late nights.
We're digressing,
okay.
so get back to it. Sorry.
It's okay, but that ending vocal refrain on that record every single time gets to me. I think that was also, I don't know if it was the lead single, but I do believe it was the single off the
Which one?
Under the Surface.
I think you're right. Yep.
There was even like a video that went,
yeah,
but they narrow like the quiet moments on it, like they strip away a good portion of it.
They edited it. Yeah, they made it shorter.
Which, when I listen to it now, like really sort of truncates the dynamic effect of that song. You don't get, like, when it arrives back later, it feels smaller. I don't know if you caught that, but I'm gonna let Lauren talk about the doorway. Yes, and, that's I'm gonna hand that one off to you. You will be able to knock that out of the park. Yes.
Nice. Look who shows up fashionably late as usual.
Well,
that guy, that guy.
Yes, I'm sure the dad jokes now with Rick in the comments will be coming every.
They'll be insufferable.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Did you know, Kellen? Did you know Rick and I finally got to meet?
I did. I heard about it, but yeah. I'll just keep going here on this record.
All right.
The other moments similar to Through Silver, like some of the major songs here that I really do love end up being like some of the longer ones. I will say though, like I mentioned, I don't know if you caught me talking to Lauren about this, like the quieter, like there's more empty space in this, and there's a whole lot more, like even the longer arrangements, they don't have this sense of density. So I think while like Through Silver had these climactic sort of anthem 3 songs you could build an entire album around, this one I feel like you have to be a little bit more patient throughout. There's not that consistent sense of tension.
And real quick, Mario mentioned the Flaming Lips. They did do that too with the multiple setups where you have two different sound sources playing. I thought they actually did it with the robot one before that, Zarika. I could be wrong, but I have not tried it. Like you said, I think the only way to do it like feasibly, Kellen, is to get somebody that's got a boombox or two and say, "Hey man, can I?" And you're not going to get the same effect because the speakers are going to be tiny, unless they have those massive ghetto blaster type ones that are massive. But I don't know anybody that even owns them anymore.
Right.
Dennis probably has like 8 of them in his basement.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
Press.
It's an interesting concept, but I guess the imparting here, there's probably 2 things I'll want to say. Like the other track that I always return to that I love is End of Harvest or End of the Harvest.
I love that song, man.
That's another sort of just super punishing heavy track that I love to listen to. The title track Times of Grace, while intensity is not the same for me. I love End of Harvest and Under the Surface if I have to pick a couple here. The last piece that I will say, like I mentioned, in terms of this kind of feels like another transition record for me.
It is. Yep, no doubt.
Neurosis, and why I will lean on all of you when we get to this next phase of their catalog is because Neurosis was at their best, in my opinion. You know, like when you watch a crime movie and there's a detective who's got a theory, how it's all connected, and the police force is working with the politicians, working with the church. And he comes into the
Columbo.
it comes into the chief's office and is like, I got to tell you something. The chief's like, you're losing it, Kellen. Get out of my office. We need your gun and your badge. and they throw me out. And I'm like, I got to tell someone. And so
it's Kolchak. Kolchak the Night Stalker.
I'm broken. I'm disheveled. I don't have a job. You know, my wife leaves me. My kids don't want to talk to me, but I've got this vision. And so like I buy this place where I'm starting to do all my investigating, and like Nick sees me, you know, two months from now, and I like haven't eaten. I've just been drinking. I haven't slept. He's like, Kellen, you look horrible. What is wrong with you? And I say, Nick, I got to show you something. And so I take him to my like storage unit, and I open up the storage unit, and like there's a collage and I have this like interconnected idea of how all these pieces work. And I just like, I'm an absolute crazy person.
You're obsessed. Yeah.
Obsessed. That's Neurosis at their best. Like for that.
That's a good analogy.
That kind of like, right. Can we talk about their density, their claustrophobia, like this sense of literal neurosis, right? It's best manifested for me on Through Silver and Enemy, because that's the kind of world it conjures. That's the kind of psychosis that I want to experience when I listen to their records.
But
I know you're gonna have. I will give you. Can I finish this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I finish?
Yes. This record for me, in a lot of ways, they have cleaned up what could potentially be considered a distraction. So in some ways, I still love a lot of this record, and for some people, like it may be superior, but I miss the kind of busy, multi-textural sort of craziness that we previously got. It's not that there aren't the new like additional elements to this record, like additional instruments or different kind of like vocal presentations and stuff, so on and so forth. But I miss what they previously had been doing. And so when I went to listen to it again, that transitional element for me felt a little bit more emphasized. So I really stands out now as like a record that feels like a closing of a door on a previous chapter in a way that I didn't think about it before. So that's
what I was going to say was, I think what you were trying to say is that they're transitioning into a different phase, which I agree. The next 3 albums in particular, probably this one is kind of a middling between the next 2, and where they focus a lot more space in the songs, a lot more ethereal, ambient dynamics. You know, the atmosphere is now changed from a claustrophobic, catatonic, suffocating atmosphere to one of breathing in space. And that's what I heard you say.
For sure.
And you feel they operate better in that Souls, Enemy, Times period, I'm going to argue a little bit against that because my favorite albums happen to be the ones that are coming up right now.
Right.
But I do like those other ones, and I'll give you a little bit of reasons why. But Lauren, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So in the interest of time, I'll give like a general thought about Grace, and then I'm only going to talk about the doorway.
All right.
So I thought Grace is really cool because I'm like Kellen. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. I know this isn't the absolute correct way, but I listened to a YouTube video that had Grace and Times of Grace playing at the same time in stereo in the headphones. I think it's absolutely the best way to listen to this album because, Kellen, it's interesting. You're saying, oh, there's like a lot of space in this album. Yes, but when you put that space is filled by Grace, and it's really cool, and it doesn't feel like suffocating the way Through Silver does. It feels more like it adds this really cool like ambient background noise to it. So yeah, I think Grace is like a huge part of listening to Times of Grace. And if you get the chance, like at worst case, listen to the one YouTube video that has them overlaid on top of
and
each other.
Just to mention it, but if you recall, Kellen, what did Steve say?
That's the way to do it.
He's like, that's the way to listen to this album.
Yeah.
It was
I
intended
absolutely
that
agree.
way. So it's interesting that Lauren makes that point. I've not done that, so I'm gonna have to do the YouTube thing just as a way to get by. But you know,
and the thing that's interesting is, aside from the doorway, the doorway kind of doesn't fit in this album. Like a lot of the tracks are very like much more laid back, a lot more droney and doomy.
Yep.
And then the doorway is not like that at all.
Nope.
So I really love Times of Grace. It's definitely like in my top 5. So anyway, so the doorway. This is my favorite Neurosis song by far. The start of this riff is just that da 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 da. Like it's it just like tears your face off.
Yep.
Like that is one of like the like just grossest riffs they've ever written, is like the beginning of the doorway. And then this riff goes on for like so long. And this, if the doorway was on Through Silver, I think it actually would be more fitting on that album. Maybe that's a little weird to say, but like just the way that the doorway has like there's no space, there's no comfort, there's no relaxing in this song. So the one thing that's really cool is like during this first main riff, the vocals and the guitar kind of alternate. The vocals are a lot during like the chugging, and then the and they don't like overwhelm each other or take precedent over the other. It's kind of like a calm response between the two. Now, when you finally think the song is gonna slow down and give you space, when people ask me what's the heaviest riff ever written, the riff at 5 minutes in the doorway is my answer every time. And
the monster riff.
It is. I have seen them. They played both of the times I've seen them. They played it live.
No, they didn't. I just looked it up. I was thinking. I don't think they played that on the last time we saw them, and they didn't. They did A Sun That Never Sets, My Heart for Deliverance, A Shadow Memory, At the Well, Bending Light, Given to the Rising, Reach, To the Wind, End of Harvest, Stones from the Sky. They only did it the one time that unless you saw them in New York with me.
I must have seen them in New York because I distinctly remember hearing it twice.
I think you did. So, I just can't recall exactly. So
but when I'm thinking about them at like listening to the doorway at Union Transfer, like I have never felt my body like shake in this like primal way. And it's like, that is one of like the most incredible experiences of my life, is hearing the doorway live. Like so like,
I do remember when we saw them at Union Transfer, they definitely played. That was the show that Converge and Sumac opened, and Aaron Turner. Aaron was eating lunch over at the place across the street, and I had drank. Remember, I drank a fucking what are those energy drinks? The Monster. Don't you remember that? And I started having a panic attack because all the caffeine.
Oh,
and I was talking to Aaron, and I just started breaking out in this sweat like I was gonna die. And I'm like, oh fuck! And I'm like, hey, dude, I'm not feeling well. I got to go to the bathroom. He must have thought I had the shits or something, but I just need to get away from him so I didn't like fucking pass out, right? But we went into the show, and I remember, Lauren, we were standing next to each other when the doorway came on. You just fucking grabbed my arm, and you're like, yes! I'm like,
The appropriate reaction.
it was so cool. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. And yeah, and then the one thing that is cool about the riff in the doorway is they don't just play it the same way every time. They slowly add more natural harmonics to it, and it also gets like slower and slower, and you think like, oh, they're gonna finally go into like a soft part. No, it just starts again, and it's like you get smacked in the face and you get smashed in the face again, like over and over. Yeah, the doorway is my favorite Neurosis song, which is funny because most of the albums I like are the ones that are more ambient and weird, but this track is just it's perfect.
Nice.
And that's what I have to say about Grace. And the album as a whole, easy 9 out of 10 in my top 5 for sure.
Sweet. I'll rip through this quick. Kellen, Logan has nominated you for some kind of streaming award for your Neurosis rant.
I will be right back as well.
There you go.
Wait,
and Rick is impugning my memory. You fucking bastard. Just because I've fallen asleep on you, and just because I've gotten high and don't know what sky jumping is, or what's it called? Skyjacking. No. Jump. What the fuck is it called?
I don't know, but you're not really helping your cause.
Skydiving. Thank you. There we go.
You did it again.
I'm not even high. That's the funny thing. But remember, I am now 33 hours without sleep. So I have a little bit.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to rip through this here. Suspended in. Cool synthy melodic intro. Doorway. Possibly the heaviest riff on earth. Crushing. Killer. A fave. Under the Surface. Kind of the hit off this album with the video edit. That's one I watched or listened to. Great song, but the edit cuts a lot out. The Last You'll Know. Bagpipes and metal. So badass. Riffs for days that stun and wreck you. I love The Last You'll Know. Belief, another killer, heavy, spacious, trippy ambient thing. Exist, synthy interlude, very cool. End of Harvest, man. End of Harvest fucking rules. Begins very slow and doomy and plotting, but becomes a nightmare of riffs that tear your ears apart, and I fucking love it. Probably my favorite other than the Doorway on this album. Descent interlude, bagpipes again. Bagpipes fucking rule in metal. I'm just gonna start a bagpipe metal band. That's all I'm gonna do. It'll be tough playing the guitar and blowing on the whatever that thing is, and squeezing the bag. But I've seen guys on like in Buenos Aires playing like 8 instruments with 2 feet in it and 2 hands, so I can probably do that. Descent, interlude, we did that one. You know the one I really like is that Away. That's a killer, heavy, dark, ambient roller coaster thing. It's pretty cool. Times of Grace, love that song. Very emotionally heavy, broodingly gnarly. The Road to Sovereignty, acoustic piano, guitar, violin outro. It's cool. It's nice. This album's special, and I always thought it was my favorite, but it's not my favorite. It is in my top 5. Although I say here, now still my top 3, but you know what? I can't remember how I did the top 5. I know my first one, but I kind of switched some things around, so maybe I lied there. I give this a 9.75 out of 10. So many killer textures and atmospheres. Heavy, dark, light. They play an important role here. I love this album, but I might like 1 or 2 more. So real quick on Sovereign. Does anyone have that one?
I still haven't gone.
Huh?
You completely skipped over me.
Oh, shit, you got to go yet. Fuck,
Yeah.
dude. That's right. You stepped away to get something.
Well, I mean, I stepped away for a good reason because...
Cool. Look at you.
I have an OG promo poster for Times of Grace.
Wow.
Hangs upstairs. I fucking love it. I got it for a fucking $1
Did
at an
you really?
antique mall.
But that's your buddy. Wait, where'd you get it?
I got this at an antique mall down the street from me for $1, along with that Deicide poster that hangs on the wall behind me for all my solo videos.
Hey, you know when I come out to Cleveland in a couple of weeks, we're going back to your place, and we're gonna.
No,
I'm gonna just walk away with a few thousand CDs.
No.
Don't like that
No,
idea?
I live in Detroit.
No, you should have said Gary. I live in Gary, Indiana.
You'll love it. Yeah. Anyway, back to a less grand visual aid. more than likely, this is probably my favorite one. I've been absolutely just transfixed in this one. Steve Albini's production really just kind of changed the landscape, and this is where like
crazy good
that post-metal sound really comes, because they become experts at like deconstructing and reconstructing songs, like building in layers. And I don't know, like with that sort of dynamic, it makes the heavy parts sound even more crushing, and then the more quiet moments even more like almost like personal. Yeah, the ambience is different here. Like you don't have like necessarily like samples anymore. It's just kind of these weird ambient synth spots.
synth styles. Yeah.
Dude, the addition of trombone, strings, bagpipes. It's such an immersive listen. I know Lauren took about every bit of thunder for the doorway, but I'm trying to get as much as I can out of that one.
All of ours, yeah.
The breakdown on the doorway. I saw it live too, 2018 with Converge. I had to like check and make sure I didn't piss myself because
dude, I wasn't going to say that, but they talk about the brown note. It's pretty fucking close live with that song, dude, with that band.
I was standing right next to John the entire time. Like literally when it hit, like we exchanged stank faces. Like
stank face. Yeah, like what the fuck?
Like the riff transformed my face. Right, you just go. Oh,
it does. It does that shit to you.
Like I feel like all my organs have been emulsified and are just.
You guys remember the old Maxell commercial with the guy sitting in the chair, and he's getting blown back? You wouldn't know that.
Ones? Oh yeah,
Lauren probably, but he's getting blown back by the speakers, by the sound. That's kind of what it feels like when you see them live, and you know that, Lauren, because you were there.
Yeah.
I mean, Under the Surface, fantastic. I love the treble percussion on there. Away. I mean, you brought up a really good one. I like that little kind of somber ditty, especially in the bass line. The bass line, there's something, I don't know, extra just sad about it. And this is like, I don't know, this one doesn't feel as like caustic and claustrophobic again, the more open production, but it feels more somber and more melancholy. But it kind of pivots between that and just, I don't know, like brooding rage. I love this album so much. The Last You'll Know, absolutely fantastic song. Times of Grace, big sludgy bastard of a song. Belief, the big swelling synths in that. It again, like this very different production, this very open sounding album. It's still very much Neurosis, but I get like the dynamics have kind of changed a little bit, and there are elements in their songwriting that I think that really comes out on this because of this different production. And vocally, I would say this is the first one where the vocals are a little bit more out front. And
yes,
I feel like they contribute a little bit more. Like you can feel the anguish in everyone's delivery,
emotional pain. Yeah.
Like this is a very emotionally raw, and again, stripping back all the claustrophobia, you can hear all of this. Like the emotion kind of pours through, and it just makes for this dark, amazing fucking listen. More than likely, this is my favorite one. It's been my favorite one for years. I frequently come back to it, jam the whole fucking thing. I mean, you might be bummed out afterwards, but I totally get it. Jam something happy after that, bounce it out.
That's definitely not an album you skip tracks on.
Oh no, if you're already sad, stay the fuck away from this album. If you're in a good mood and you're just like, you know what, I need to be evened out a little bit, this will do it.
Peter, thanks for joining us tonight.
Fantastic album. And,
all right. So were we moving on to Sovereign? Yes, we were, right? I talked about Grace. Yes, I did. You show that because I only have that on album. So why don't you start with that one quick? We'll burn this quick here.
Oh, okay. This is
3 of us.
I mean, I've always viewed this as just like a companion piece to Times of Grace. Very much the same production,
kind of
same
leftovers.
I mean, some of the songs really do stand out on their own. Namely, I would say
the last one,
the title track, dude. The really awesome guitar harmonies at the end, like almost kind of that dreary crowbar sort of guitar harmony, and I'm a sucker for those. But I mean, it does kind of feel like extras, but they still have some identity of their own. But yeah, I mean, overall, it does kind of feel like a companion piece. It's still good. I mean, it's again very much a continuation of this quasi new direction, I guess. More open too. Like this is a little bit quieter, I think, overall. Like
Does
there's
yours
more.
have the bonus track Misgiven on it?
No,
Okay.
this is
That's an OG
this
probably.
OG one.
Yeah.
But no, I dig this one. Again, it's like a companion piece. Like you put on Times of Grace, and if you're not a blubbering, depressed wreck after that, you put this on, and that should finish the job.
Kellen, you got something to say on this one?
No, actually, I mean, I very much agree with everything that Nick had to say. Like when I listened to it, it's completely in line with Times of Grace. And I wonder, like, if they knew what was they had these songs they didn't want to, they couldn't put it on Times of Grace. It would be too long. Didn't want to do it. Or if they like knew that they couldn't put it on the next record. That's
a good thought. That's weird.
It almost fits kind of some.
That would have been a good question for Steve, and I didn't
Right.
think about that. Yeah.
Right. Like I don't know if there was tons of material, or to Lauren's point about pairing it with Grace, like they couldn't, they couldn't work that out.
That's true. Maybe those tracks didn't work into that mix
right
properly. Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't really thought about that
because when I listened to Sun That Never Sets, which is the next record we're going to talk about, I think that Sovereign is so much closer in personality to Times of Grace.
Oh yeah, I do too. Yeah. Yep. I don't have much to say. It was released 2000. Where's it at here? Steve Albini and Neurosis. I don't even have a lot of info on that. Leftover Times tracks and a bonus noise track called Misgiven. Prayer, slow arpeggios on clean tones as it slowly creeps up in intensity. It's a little long. That sounds a little long for me. That one kind of just prayer I'm talking about. What's it called? An offering, Nick?
An offering, yep.
I have am offering, but it's probably an offering. Slow build up, noisy, a bit industrial, and a massive riff as the song builds. That's a pretty killer track. I like that one. Flood, solid tribal drumming thing, droning chords. That's not a bad one either. It's not horrible. It's not great. It's just kind of feels like an interlude that's a little longer than an interlude. It's 4 minutes, I think. Sovereign's the standout track on it. Cool, long, droning track that builds to an epic climax. That one crushes. And I got to believe that's like 12 minutes, I think, or 13 minutes.
13.
Yeah, 13. So, Kellen, you're right about one thing. Had they put these 4 tracks on there, they would have been in a double album. And maybe the label didn't want to go that route with them at that point. Or, maybe these tracks just weren't finished or they didn't mesh with Grace. So those are all great things. And if I talk to Steve again sometime soon, I'm going to ask him that. Remind me that.
32-minute EP. That's a pretty good
32?
32 minutes.
Yeah. With the extra track, I think it's 39. Misgiven, wow. Yeah. Nah. Not feeling it at all. It's just these frequencies of noise that are just like, okay, I've heard enough after like 60 seconds. Solid EP, not essential. The last track is noise that's unpleasant. 7 out of 10 for me. Not one I reach for a lot, to be completely honest with you.
I'd give it
all right.
3.
I'm going to show my OG copy of this first because I'll go first since this was my entry point into the band. That's an OG Relapse bought at, where did I buy it, guys? Circuit City. Say it all together.
I was probably there, and I just don't remember.
2001? You weren't born yet. Oh, wait, you were born? Yeah, you were. The fuck? Dude, I'm sorry. I forget. I am very tired. So, yeah.
I probably was. You took me to Circuit City so much when I was a little kid.
I did. And
I went with you all the time.
And I'd be like, okay, Dad, can I go over and look at the games? No, you got to stay right here because I don't want somebody to abduct you. But we'll go look at them quick after this. And then like 3 hours after I was CD shopping, then you'd be like tired and worn out. But there's the cool little, what do they call these things? J card or O card or what are they called?
Oh,
the CD spine.
No, it's the strip, Obi strip.
Obi strip, yeah, on the top. Those are always cool. But yeah, this album, man, released August 7th, 2001, recorded at Electrical Audio Recording in Chicago. That's Albini's studio. Out on Relapse, Steve Albini and Neurosis producers. Man, and they also released a DVD of this. You have that? I don't have that.
I don't have the DVD.
I knew about it, but I never got it. I should get that. That's something I ought to have. So, not gonna blow things here, but Erode, super cool psychedelic trippy intro piece. Love that beginning piece. It's so weird and disorienting. It feels like you're walking in a funhouse of mirrors, and the music in the background is moving slow, and you're all out of it. I love that. But the Tide, the Tide. I'm gonna say it. I think it's my favorite Neurosis song, even over The Doorway. I admit that The Doorway is crushingly heavy, greatest, heaviest riffs of all time. But there's something about the Tide that is so fucking goddamn killer. That song is amazing. My favorite. I say possibly, so I give myself some wiggle room. But Bleak, Forlorn, Worn and Torn. Steve Von Till's vocals just fit so well over the acoustic passages. A monster track. The harmonies, the violin on it. It's just a beast. That song just kills. From the Hill, another fucking killer track. Slow building monster of a track, so fucking heavy. Bleak, melancholic, skull crushing. The bagpipes again. I just love the bagpipes, man. Did I mention that?
I think so.
Might
A Sun That Never
Twice.
Sets. Another huge favorite of mine. Earworm track. That's almost as close as they kind of come to me to have like an earworm track where you just can't get out of your head. Falling Unknown. Oh my God, man. Falling Unknown. That track is just a monster. I believe it's 13 minutes. Am I right on that?
I believe you are. Yep, 13:10.
13:10. Centerpiece, epic of the album. Very slow rollout. I could see some people getting bored of the early buildup, but it becomes a fucking monster. Possibly the most proggy song to date at that point in time. If you have a short attention span, that track might not be for you. From Where Its Roots Run, kind of a sludgy beast, very tribal. Probably my least favorite track on the album. Crawl Back In, man. I fucking love this song. Oh, those dissonant, heavy opening chords and the little quiet section will builds into a battering ram. Watch Fire, another slow burner. Slays at the end. Resound. I maybe took a nap there because I don't have anything written down. Stones from the Sky. A monster killer closing track. I suspect this is an SK track. And the reason I say that is because I've seen him do a live acoustic thing by Crater Lake out, and you saw that, I'm guessing, Nick, right?
No.
Revolver?
I was going to guess for other reasons. But
It's Revolver, but it's Oregon. Crater Lake's out in Oregon, right?
Southern Oregon.
Yeah. And I think that's where he was living for a while.
Yeah.
Stones from the Sky, man. Fucking song just absolutely rules. Oh, I love it. This is I can't say that. I already said it. This hits the spot. No surprise. It's my first album that I bought. This is a 9.85, but really it's almost a 10. And the only reason I don't really love From Where Roots Run. That's kind of an ant track for me. Otherwise, every other track on this album blows my fucking mind. Except for Resound. I don't know what the hell it is because I can't remember it. So, yeah. Who wants to go next? Kellen?
Sure. So here we go. You can keep your hot trash at the ready.
Okay.
Because
Kellen wants to go home early is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, he is home, but he wants to stream to
Leave
go
this
home.
stream early.
Okay, so it is at this point. I will say, like, I was still when this record came around, based on their previous efforts, they built a lot of goodwill. So I went into this record with a whole lot of anticipation and excitement. And I even just looking at the album cover, like I kind of thought it'd still be closer to what I previously got with Times of Grace. But everything that this is going to be a theme for this decade, for the most part, everything that Times of Grace started, they're continuing to like artistically explore that same sort of trajectory.
Right.
So what that kind of density and kind of that claustrophobic sort of environment that we've been building on, like as they distance themselves further and further from that, I'm losing more and more interest in what they have going.
Blasphemy.
Yes, I know. But I guess a side note here is,
Oh, yeah, right.
like, you can, yes, the Omen dog you can chase after me with.
No, that's Nick. Were you thinking the same thing I was? Body snatchers. Yeah, where they because you're a blasphemer. You're not one of us.
It is true. It is true, and it'll only continue. So buckle up. But I will. So positive notes on this record. I think it's interesting to hear what they're doing. Like, at least their diversity of influences, right? Like as they become sort of more and more comfortable trying something a little bit different, like you hear their interest in, like, I don't want to, you want to call it singer songwriter or dark country or that, anything like that, like starts to creep in a little bit with these records. And they're like almost sung vocals at times, work their way in. My favorite tracks to it, I think you talked about the long one here, Falling Unknown. When it sits into that groove where Raiders just sort of like rolling through on the snare drum, I never got tired of that part. Like whenever it, which is like always a great sign. There's nothing like too dynamic about that portion, but they've just sort of locked onto something that works. And I'm happy to like let them ride through it. I never skip that portion of the song.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of let it ride. So I really enjoyed that one. But outside of that, I start to, I guess, want to check out more and more, like meaning like I want to disengage from these records.
Kellen, Kellen's got a good point here. You'd probably, or not Kellen, Logan, I'm sorry, has a good point here. It kind of is 60% drony weirdness and ambient and melancholy. And are any of you guys familiar with Harvestman, Steve's side project?
No.
Like Lashing the Rye. If you listen to that, you can hear that came out in 99 or 2000, I think, or maybe it was 2001, right around this time. You can definitely tell. This is my opinion. Steve may watch this and contact me and say, dude, you got it all wrong, but I didn't ask this question. No, I did kind of ask this question. I think Steve's influence on the band was becoming greater as time wore on, as far as writing. And I'm not going to get into why I think that, but some things that were said, I kind of took that as an inference that the other person was not as involved in a writing standpoint anymore. Could be wrong on that. So, Steve, if I'm wrong, sorry. But you hear a lot more of Von Till's voice in these 2 or 3 albums. And if you listen to his solo stuff, it's very ambient. He doesn't really listen to metal. He said that in the interview. I haven't really listened to anything since Slayer. Like, what did he say? It was like,
right.
I think he said,
right,
Rain and Blood.
Metal's a Possessed song to me. Like,
right.
If it wasn't for some of the Norwegian guys, I wouldn't know what black metal's Venom. You know, like it sounds like he checked out with.
Well, he doesn't even know. Like I asked him, like Enslaved, and he knows Evar, but he doesn't know any of their music. Right. He's like, I've never listened to it. I'm like, what really? I'm not really into that.
Chocolate dip chip death metal. What does that mean? Like, I think there's a lot of weird sort of quotes.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah. He's not a death metal fan. He's not a black metal fan. So he's a big ambient fan.
Sure. I mean, I checked out a Revolver thing they did with him where he was talking about like albums to get
11 albums.
Yeah, and they're like some of them are ambient and orchestral work.
Yep.
So
nothing in there was metal, as I recall. He had some punk in there.
Yeah,
but he did not have like any Metallica or Motley Crue or anything like that, Forbidden. So I mean, he wants to do his own trip, and like I say, because of the ambient thing that he's really into, Kellen, you start to hear that more on these coming albums here.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. And
so that's
go ahead.
That's why I infer that his influence on the writing of this stuff became more, and I think Noah got more involved, and and Dave writes a lot too. I don't know about Jason, but I mean, yeah. So
I do mean, also I would say, to their credit, like, they never, whether my personal preferences may have changed, but I do think there's probably something to be said about them completely being committed to themselves. And if we are feeling a certain sound, we're just going to roll with it.
Yep.
So
yeah, they're artists who rarely. I mean, here's the one thing about these guys: you don't really say, "Oh, they sound like." It's usually the other way around. Mostly, it's that ISIS. Oh, you mean Neurosis's little brother, or Pelican? Oh, you mean Neurosis's other little brother? That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. But can you say there's a single band that sounds like Enemy of the Sun or Through Silver and Blood?
No.
Right. So I think that's probably, you start to, at this time period, like what Times of Grace got rolling was an influx in a very specific kind of sound.
Yes. Yep. And there were a lot of those bands coming out. They were very much mimicking this sound as Neurosis kept sort of moving forward with that sound. They all kind of glommed in. There's your Sours and or Sayor or whatever it's called. Now he's a little bit more black metal-y, but there's
Cult of Luna, Rosetta,
that?
Cult of Luna,
Grails. Another one. You remember Grails?
Vaguely.
Yeah, Grails had a real. There was a Russian. You could say Russian circles a little bit. There was a lot of them. Even Boris, for fuck's sake, kind of glommed into some of this for a little while. They're so weird though. They do 8,000 albums a month, and you never know what they're doing. But that's a great. And I respect what you're saying. I know we're just having fun here because that's the whole. We don't want everybody to have the same opinion. It would be sort of a lame show.
We're still gonna set them on fire, though, right?
What's that?
Oh yeah.
We're building the Wicker Man.
I was literally about to make that joke.
Wait, what'd you say?
We're still going to set them on fire, though, right?
We are going to do that. Yes.
I was going to say, you have all the Wicker Men in your backyard ready to go.
I'm sending laser beams straight to Kentucky, my friend.
Laser beams.
But real quick, Robert, we are on A Sun That Never Sets, and I believe that Nick is going next.
Oh, okay. All right.
Your last this time.
This one's really interesting. This is an OG copy too. I bought this at Media Play, not Circuit City, because Circuit City was kind of lame. Media Play was totally where it was at.
Hey man, don't be dissing my fucking retail outlet.
I can't diss your retail. It doesn't exist anymore. It's fucking gone, dude.
That's true.
Gone.
Apparently, Best Buys are going out of business now.
Dude, they've been dropping they stopped selling CDs for every time.
Yeah, forever.
This one. All right. I've heard this one described as Neurosis's softer album, and it is a little bit softer in terms of like comparing it to Times of Grace, and definitely in terms of like the older material. I like the fact that there's a lot of slow builds on here. Like that is kind of the big thing in here.
That's
like,
the big thing. Yep.
Instead of like the big, the hard shifts that we were known for, like boom,
now it's more gradual.
Sledgehammer.
It's more gradual. Yeah.
We're gonna get there. You just have to be patient. I kind of like the whole like almost Americana folk bluesiness that kind of gets injected in here. It has just like sort of another kind of eerie feeling to it. Another sort of like dark emotional aspect they had in here. And Noah's samples again, or not really samples at this point, just like synths and keys. They really just feel, I don't know, like more like kind of wavy. Like they kind of move through the songs now. It makes us, this is again, like I guess psychedelic, but not like the nice kind. Like this is a dark introspective journey once again, because that's mostly the only kind of journey that Neurosis takes. But I don't know, like this has an interesting vibe. I bought this the day it came out, and I was absolutely stone cold hooked on Times of Grace. And this was a very different album, but it does have some killer tracks. I mean, From the Hill, I would say From the Hill, and let's see, The Tide, Falling. Shit, they don't list them on the goddamn back. Fuck, I have to look them up real quick here. Falling Unknown and
Falling Unknown.
Those songs in particular are probably my favorites because those are like the best slow builds on here. Like you can just kind of feel the tension kind of just welling up, and it gets released differently. Like you feel like you're on the precipice of like what could be like a big breakdown, and it's like another kind of more ambient, softer section, but with like just a pepper, just a little bit more intensity to it. Let's see what other shit. Yeah, I don't mind the tribal little interlude where roots from where its roots run. Crawl Back In is an absolute monster.
Dude, I love that song.
Stones from the Sky. All right, I'll flat out call it almost what it is. There, it's like a stoner metal song.
Oh, it definitely is.
There's some warmth to it. Like there's some like Sabbathy, almost kind of like desert rock. Like it feels, very different. Like, and dude, the riffs at the end are so fucking catchy. Honestly, in terms of like more melody-centric stuff that Neurosis has done, where it's like, all right, this is not just dissonance and agony. Like this is like a legit, pretty fucking hook. I dig this one. It's not as good as Times for Grace or Times of Grace. It's I would say like 8.59 range, or in your scale, but it'd be 4, like pretty much a solid 4 for me. I dig this one. Very different vibe overall from Times of Grace. Like it is missing some of the heaviness, but it does have enough of it there. But I don't know, the chill vibe is, I don't know, kind of the thing that makes me want to come back to this one, because again, different mood. But yeah, killer.
I love that album. I really thought Times was my number one album, but once I hit that, I was like, I don't think so anymore. What you got, Lauren?
Before I go, Dad, your mic got like really loud all of a sudden. Well, now it sounds fine. I'm not sure if there's some like auto gain control thing you have turned on. It got better now.
What were you hearing?
It started when it was
Your
just
voice.
really loud. Like it like automatically increased the gain somehow. I just wanted to say that while I was
Something
talking.
did it. What does it sound like now?
It sounds fine now. So
Sounds
it might
fine.
have been the guitar like doing it.
Wait, let me see. So see if it does it now.
Yeah, I hear it.
Is it
It's
louder?
Like increasing the gain.
Yeah.
All right, so it's
maybe
picking up.
better.
I won't play. I get fidgety instead of moving. I just
Oh no, I
move my fingers. You know how that is.
dude, I get it.
Yeah.
I stim all the time.
I know.
I've been
Go
doing
ahead.
it the whole time.
Something never sets. We want to try to wrap this up in
Yeah, I'll
4.5
try to.
hours at most.
Yeah, I'll try to go quick. So, I really like this record a lot. Like Nick and Kellen and Dab were saying, this record is like a lot like calmer compared to even like Times of Grace. It's like a lot like calmer. And I think it's interesting the reasons that maybe Kellen that you don't like it. Like I think I like it, that it is more like things are more like spaced out. There's a lot more like synths and like samples. I think it is really interesting with the way they pull the song structure together. So if I'm Erode, I wrote neat. That's all I wrote. I agree. The Tide is like super good. It has like a ton of really good riffs. I love that there's a part where there's acoustic electric guitar and piano all playing at the same time. The Tide just does like a huge buildup, and it feels like a tide, like that kind of slowly gets bigger and bigger. From the Hill, I liked it. Didn't have much to say. A Sun That Never Sets, the title track. I think the first time I saw them, this was the first song they played, and I was like, whoa, that sound is so weird at the start. And that kind of was like a telling me like this isn't like a normal metal band. This is kind of like different. So I've always loved that sample at the start of Sun That Never Sets.
Yep.
That like that guitar line, that da, 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 that it's like that is it is like catchy and it's like really iconic. Because it's just like you hear and you're like, oh, that's a sun that never sets. So and that riff also returns during the outro of the song. I think it acts as like a really good bookend for the whole song. I also agree Falling Unknown is fantastic. It just like the vocals like over the clean guitar, and it segues really well into like the heavy part. There's some really like spacey sounding synths. And yes, Falling Unknown, definitely a standout track. From Where the Roots Run, kind of a drony track. I thought that one was cool. I like Crawl Back In a good amount. Watchfire, that one was okay. Probably my least favorite on here. I didn't have like a ton to write about that one. Resound is neat with the bell samples. And then Stones from the Sky, big standout. I loved how it's clean guitar strumming, and then there's also like a distorted guitar in the background that's just droning on like the same note over and over, which is really cool. And then there's like a guitar solo where the it's just the bass and the synth. The rhythm guitar's it's just the bass and the synth, and it really lets the solo like take center stage and like grab your attention. And there's also that really weird like filter on it that almost sounds like a wah, but it's on like the entire
I think it is a wah. It's either a wah or a flanger.
Yeah, and it makes it sound really cool.
Yeah.
And then also it's really cool because they finally bring the original like riff back, and then they remove the wah effect, like the veil has been lifted. And then I love the ending of the song because it sounds like it's getting like your audio's glitching out, like it starts like peaking and getting all distorted, and I think that's super cool. So yeah, Enemy of the Sun, easy 8.5. Really like that one a lot. Definitely in my top 5.
A Sun That Never Sets.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Sun That Never Sets.
They like the sun. They're into the sun. So, and Robert has just devastated me, man. God damn it, Robert. I can't really go on, you guys. You're gonna have to go on without me. I just found out that the media play shop is shut down. God,
just
damn it.
Super recent.
All right, I'm over it. I'm moving on. All right.
Cool.
That was quick.
7. Yes, correct. We are on that. We're now to that 4th album. We're counting down, and okay, dude. 8:40. What time is it now?
8:42.
Did you just send that to me, Kellen? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll definitely wrap. Then we'll definitely be done within. I think within an hour and half at the most. Hour.
I can really quickly do Neurosis and Jarbo. Then like
just
a minute or two.
One that was up? Was that
that is the next one? Like when I'm looking at their studio chronology.
You're right. So go ahead, talk about that very quickly.
So
we didn't do that one, just to let everybody know.
I listened to this one. Honestly, this might sound crazy. It's in my top 5. It's so weird, and this is definitely like the most like Okay, I'm not an expert in industrial music, so like don't crucify me. But this album
Nick
feels
has it.
I know. I'm just a visual aid here.
This album definitely feels like the most like industrial and ambient of all their tracks. There's a lot of like weird like repeated sections over and over again, really weird synths, industrial sounds. And that goes so well with
her voice.
With Jarbo. Her voice is like beautiful, but then she also does like these like shrieking dirty growls as well.
Shit.
And it honestly, it's so cool. And if you're into Neurosis and never listened to it, I really recommend checking out it, especially if you're really into like the more industrial ambient stuff. I loved like every track on this album. So and like I said, it's honestly in my top 5 of Neurosis albums. If we are, and like I think it is counted as an official Neurosis record.
It is, but I mean, I didn't want to. I don't know. I guess I probably should have done it. I mean, Nick, what do you have any thoughts on it from?
I still haven't listened to it. I legit just bought that. Like,
you just got it.
Spoiler alert! That'll be in a collection update.
Okay, you just got it. Okay.
Yeah,
but
you're excused. You're excused.
Yeah,
it is like very different than all their other albums, but like I really liked it. I think it's worth a listen. That's
the sad thing is, man, I've known about the Swans for about 30 years probably, and I've never really listened to them once.
Same.
And I know I should. I know it's like they're one of the most influential bands that aren't really a metal band that are kind of a metal band. I mean, from what I understand, their shows are the loudest shows, even louder than Melvin's. And the Melvin's was the worst show I ever went to with volume. It was like I can tell you that Death show the other night was like 1/10 the volume at the fucking Melvin show. I was in pain from that. So, all right. So it's a cool album then, Lauren. You liked it?
I really, really liked it.
Cool. I'll check it out. Promise I will. We are on to this one. Yeah. Okay. Go for it, Nick.
Oh, all right. The Eye of Every Storm. Did you want to give some background stuff before?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Sorry.
Go for it. No, it's all right. I just
gotta help me out a little bit here. I'm struggling. Released June 28, 2004. Relapse and Neurot. I believe they licensed from here on out. Steve Albini and Neurosis, and there isn't any info on studios. So, well, it's going to be at Steve Albini's studio, Electrical Works. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh man, all right. I hadn't returned to this one in a while. Like it had been a minute. I may have overlooked it at first because, I was getting into different stuff. But coming back to this one is a bit of a creeper in terms of like working its way to my list. I feel like this is like almost like a midpoint between Times of Grace and Something Never Sets. It's still melodic, but I think the heavier sections are a little bit more punchy. Like there's a little bit more bite to the guitars, and vocals are really good on here. In fact,
they're great on these last two albums.
More tuneful, but just as harrowing and just as emotive. And mostly what they're emoting is depression, especially on Season. A Season in the Sky. My bad. And Shelter. God. I like that this one almost kind of forgoes any sort of like interlude track too. Every track
you're right. That's a good point.
Is a standalone track.
Good observation.
Yeah, and giant. Like these songs, they feel more full this time. Like you do have your quieter moments, but I feel like every time it builds more significantly. Like it's not a lot of like quieter spots. The folkiness kind of returns too. Like there's a little bit of that Americana, but like with a nice dark tinge to it.
Yep.
God, what other ones in here?
And I would honestly say this is probably their most posty album.
I would say it's possibly their most accessible album.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I mean, the melodies are a little bit easier to get into, and I mean, they're like legit catchy.
They're a little bit earworms, which means Kellen's gonna hate this shit. So.
But at the same time, the whole vibe of this album is very like cold and alone. And,
hold that up close to your camera. Just get a good shot of it there.
Yep.
Robert, that is not an Eye of a Hurricane. That is a
swirling butthole.
That's a butthole right there.
Definitely a butthole.
Definitely a butthole. It might be your butthole, Robert.
I know that Jeff definitely asked Steve if that was a butthole.
It's not my butthole because it would probably be dirtier than that. So just
yeah. I mean, it's 2004 too. I mean, it's probably.
And I'm an old guy, so that's it's probably flappy. I don't know. Who knows? All right.
One more thing off of the standard deep dive list we can check off now and move on.
Check off buttholes. We have not talked about penises, but we better not. Let's not do that.
Well, I mean, that's not over yet. But the atmosphere. The atmosphere in here, I think.
Oh, it's fucking killer, man.
Dude, like the thunderclaps. The thunderclaps that are on Burn. Like, it's, again, like, samples seem like they were kind of like, a little bit different than the last two. Like, it was more about the synths and what they could contribute. I mean, that sounds
Rick,
dangerous.
that was a good one. That
sounds dangerous. But they are from Texas and they did perform nude and on LSD. So, I mean, but yeah, again, like the atmosphere in here, I feel like, I don't know, everything's just so ingrained, and this whole album flows very well. Like, there aren't any spots in here where I feel like it loses momentum. Everything's kind of just forward and massive sounding. Yeah, this one kind of stuck up on me. I hadn't listened to it in a while, came back to it. I was like, man, dude, I have like zero complaints about it. I don't think there's any filler on here.
I remember listening to that album when I rode my mountain bike, not my street bike, my mountain bike, down the rail trail to Maryland, which is 32 miles away. So I did a total of 64 miles in about 6 hours, something like that. I listened to that album at least 3 times. I was so into it right when that came out, man.
Yeah,
And it kept me going, man. Even though it's not like a super high energy thing, it's just got a real unique feel of all their albums, I think.
there's like, I mean, like when they build up to the big crescendos, they feel
Yep.
slightly more triumphant. Like, I mean, not like that triumphant because it's still Neurosis, but like just like bigger, like a swell, like a big swell of emotion. But yeah, again, this one kind of just snuck up on me, and I think when this came out, I was getting more into metalcore, and I was like, I'm gonna listen to this full the breakdowns and shit.
What are we giving that one, Nick?
Oh man, this one 4.5. I think it's better
Yeah,
than some
it's that good. I agree with you, man. I love this.
I mean,
album.
all right, Times of Grace is probably the closest one to a 5. This one's a steady 4.5, though. Like,
do you like that one better than than A Sun Never Sets?
Yep,
Do you really? Okay. I can't say that, but it's close for me too. Lauren, do you want to go?
Yeah. So maybe a little controversial based on what we just heard. Now, I mean, we like some contrasting stuff. I wasn't really a big fan of this one.
Hey, what the
They're
fuck?
leaving.
Out of here! You're gone.
Yeah.
Stop it, Kellen.
Watch this.
Someone
Watch
get him.
this.
You booted your daughter. That's a new low.
Kellen, you
Sorry.
can't even applaud me because I said I liked A Sun That Never Sets.
It's true.
Oh.
All right.
No, but do expand upon that. I thought the songs I liked I Have a Storm a lot. I liked that there was a lot more synths than the first 2 songs. It was like very droney and atmospheric. The one thing that's really cool in that song is the guitar leads are like played backwards. So you get that we're like that's like because of the way like the transient works when you strike a string, you get this like increase in volume versus like a decrease, which is what you're normally used to when you listen to anything. And the thing that's so cool about that song is the beginning is like heavy and really like there's like a lot going on, and then in the middle it's very calm and there's not much there, and then the end is like has a lot going on again, and it's like that middle section is like the eye of the storm, like where it's calm and not much going on. I was like, they absolutely like did that on purpose, which I think is super cool.
Yeah.
Also, Dad, I'm not like the main person. Just so you...
Everyone's looking at my face. I don't know why.
Wait, what's this?
I'm not like the main.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Focus.
Yeah. My
No,
bad. My bad.
No, you're okay.
By the way,
and...
Robert, I put Lauren in timeout, and she's in a dungeon below my house. Do you remember, Robert, where I have the tarp? You remember the tarp? She's below the tarp, and she will go without food for at least basements. A week. Go ahead. Sorry.
And the other song I really liked was like I Can See You. I thought like that song was so pretty with like the acoustic guitar and the cello interplay. The guitar is like mirroring the vocals during that, and the cello is like acting as a bass. So I really liked I Can See You. But honestly, aside from the Eye of Every Storm and I Can See You, I thought every song was really boring. Like, if I have to be,
you're out of here.
If I have to be honest, like, this album felt very like safe, as in like this is a Neurosis record.
You know what?
And, like,
a lot of people say that about this album. I agree. That's a great point.
And even though
I don't agree with them, but I
don't know. That's how I feel. Like I felt there's a lot less gradation in the tonal shifts. It's either quiet, really heavy and loud.
Yeah, you got
really heavy and loud.
You made a very good point there. I agree with that.
Like it's very like clear when there's going to be a soft and a heavy section, and not that a song being predictable is bad, but I think Neurosis songs usually aren't. Like they usually string you along a lot, and then they hit you in the face with the heavy part. I felt them coming a lot of the time. And the drumming also didn't feel very prevalent on this album compared to previous ones. I might be wrong about that, but like that's the feeling I got. It didn't feel like it was really like this driving force like it usually is in the previous album. So this album. So like saying like a bad Neurosis album is still better than 90% of albums.
Yeah,
right?
that's another
So,
good point. Yeah.
This album, I think, unfortunately, this is what I said. This album felt very quote unquote safe, and it was unfortunately not very interesting as a result. I give this like a 6 out of 10 personally.
Oh yeah. You are not my child. That is not what I wanted to hear. All right, Kellen, your turn. Because I know you're going to be right in that. You're right in that pocket with Lauren. I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I know we were talking earlier about like you have to fully commit to a Neurosis record. Like, if I kind of feel like if I needed to like vacuum the living room, this would be the one that I chose.
you bloody bastard!
Yeah, and like,
yeah, loud again.
Sorry.
It's just I remember like Pelicans, the fire in our throats will becken the thaw.
Got that.
Like this, I mean, it's completely instrumental, I believe. Correct?
Yep.
I mean, this record is like strikes me in the same sort of like tonal character. It has that like post-metal, mid-aughts, like that's completely where my head goes when I listen to it. And
you're not wrong.
And like, there's something to be said about, and please, like, I know we've got some musicians in the room, so correct me if like I'm off on this. But there's like a textural piece to post-metal for me, like the way guitars sound on those records. That I have always struggled with. There's like a certain like when you sand, you're sanding wood and like the little pieces of wood that come off and it's like these thin sort of like smooth surface, but there's like some granular aspect to it.
Right.
That's like where I go when I think of a post-metal sound. There's still like some distortion, but it feels to me like it's sort of rounded off. And
they use generally for that tone, you're using normally you're using a Telecaster or a Stratocaster, using single coil pickups generally, because what that allows you to do is you get this more bright tinkly sound or twangy sort of sound. And then the other thing that you throw on is a lot of compression, probably a good bit of delay and reverb, and maybe a tiny little bit of phase in there. And that gives you that kind of sliding crystalline sort of sound. Yeah.
Okay.
With very little distortion. Yeah.
Does that sound right, Lauren? Would you agree with what Jeff had to say there?
Yeah. I mean, a big thing that's kind of like misunderstood with like guitar is that like sometimes the tone that like you use like in your room doesn't sound right for an album, because this is a topic, but it has to do with like frequency ranges and like what each part of what each instrument in a band is like bringing to the table. And a lot of times with guitar, it needs to focus on like the mid-range. And I think with like Neurosis's guitars, because there's so many parts, it would be very easy for the guitar to get lost in like the ocean. So they really need to crank up like the mid and the highs to really make the guitar like cut. It's called cutting through the mix. But yeah, I think in like this genre, you really do need the guitars to be like prominent, and that's like a way to do it is to make it very mid and high treble range focused. Is how you make it cut through all these various orchestrated instruments.
And you're right though, Kellen. That era, that late '90s, or say '97 to 2007, in that range, you had so many of these post-metal, post-rock bands. I mean, the post-rock bands were the ones that were using a little less distortion. The post-metal were doing a little bit more distortion, and maybe they had harsh vocals like Isis or something, but they still had a lot of pretty crystalline, happy parts. Mogwai, Explosions in the Sky, so many. What's that one? Trees, from Canada. If these trees could talk now, what?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Metal Blade. They're on Metal Blade. I can't. If these trees could talk, is that what it is? I can't remember. Anyway,
okay.
that was the style, and Yeah, there's still some of those bands out there. I don't know. Is Pelican still around, Nick?
Oh yeah, no, Pelican's still around.
Have they done any recent like releases?
2019 was the last
Okay.
one, but
Saw them. I saw them open for ISIS, man. They were pretty fucking lethal, man. They were good. I only have like the first 4 or 5, like couple
that
EPs.
first EP will cave in heads.
Yeah, that's killer. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, so a lot of the songs that I brought out here, I thought I mostly highlighted for like their like introduction or use of electronics that will like coming in and coming out. Left to Wander and Bridges have these like interesting sort of electronic sort of inclusions to the song that I thought were a little bit different and made it, you know, by comparison to the rest of their catalog. But probably my biggest issue with this band at this time period has to do with like tension in quiet places. I'm guessing all of you have seen like Apocalypse Now.
Oh, sure.
Right.
One of my favorites.
Lauren, you've seen that one?
I actually think I might not.
I don't know that you have. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I love the smell.
I know it's like a classic movie, but
okay. Well, there's like that scene where Martin Sheen comes in and they're like gonna play Kurtz's like messages. They give him like his all the information before they send him out on the mission.
Right.
And then like we found this message in Cambodia, and he reads this dialogue where he's like, I saw a snail crawling across the edge of a straight razor. This is my dream. This is my nightmare, right? And that's what I like, the tension that I need in the Neurosis record, where it's like there's something eerie and scary about them. The quiet places here, I don't feel any sense of tension. It's more like comfort and quiet and ease. So I'm just completely kind of like shut off because I'm no longer emotionally engaged in their records. So I at this point like kind of feel they're just playing. I mean, if you want to call it a safe record, that's fine. If you want to call it like a less, I don't know, emotionally charged post-metal record, that's kind of how I feel about it. So I not one of my favorites, and at this point in time, probably another record that led me to be less driven to go see them when they did come by live.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I would say, like, all right, I do love this album. Like my opinion of it has not really changed, but it does it kind of hovers in the same spot. Like there is like a ceiling, sonically and maybe emotionally of this, but I don't know what they do within that box. Pretty fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I'm with you, but you're right. There is I'll run my stuff quick here. There's not as many lows and not as many high highs. It's kind of a little bit more, the what do they call that? The curve, whatever the curve thing, the sine wave or whatever is not, it's more gradual now. Yeah. And I can't say I hate it. I really love this album. Burn, very post-rocky, spacious until the heavy kicks in, but then a very serene section comes in the middle of this song that's almost
oh no, what can't you read now?
That's almost a monkey.
A mocus.
It's almost a monkey in the middle there. I have no idea what the hell that I was trying to say.
I have no idea. Wow.
No clue. It's the part where he says, "Don't let it steal your hope." After that building, repeating set of minor chords. Do you remember that part?
I'm still stuck on the monkey. I'm sorry. What?
Let me see. Wait a minute. The serene section comes in the middle of the song. That's almost a monkey. I have no idea what I was trying to say. It wouldn't be a good, as Kellen pointed out, wouldn't be a good deep dive if we didn't mention buttholes and Jeff's terrible notes that he can't read, and he's too old and too fucking tired to come up with what he's even trying to say.
No one had monkey on their bingo card.
No one.
That's the free space.
Look under your seats in the chat, and if you have monkey taped to the bottom of your seat, you win. You win this nice butthole. Where's that butthole at, Nick?
Swirling
Dad,
Hole of Doom.
I think I get what you were saying. I said about after the middle section, I said big tonal change, just vocals and bass plus the droning synths with very light hi-hats. I think that's the part you're talking about.
That's the session. That's the place. But somehow a simian made it in there. I'm not sure how, but they are simians, right? They are, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
No River to Take Me Home.
Dominant.
Brooding. Jesus Christ. A brooding post-metal track that builds much like the best material in the last two albums. This one's a favorite of mine. It's also very haunting. The vocals on this song are really haunting. Left to Wander. Love the guitar lines in this track. Pretty haunting whispered verses, and the choruses have those cool, same heavy chords. The last few minutes of the songs are epic as they distort the guitar with phasing and pitch shifting and delay. I think that's what you were talking about, Lauren. Shelter, intensely meditative track. Love it. Very cool. Love that song. Season in the Sky, very slow, meditative, and contemplative ballad, epic ballad that builds and builds and builds. Bridges, another monster track of emotional depth and breadth. It's a bit more urgent and intense. I Can See You, fairly solid acoustic-driven song, and then Eye of Every... did I miss Eye of Every Storm?
I think so, yeah.
Jesus Christ, I missed that track. How the freaking hell did I do that? Yeah, I did. That's my favorite track on the album. It's just fucking so badass and epic. And as Lauren has pointed out many times, a lot of the title tracks are the best tracks on these albums. Eye of Every Storm as an album has a lot more space and down-tempo songs that build and spread out and open their sonic landscapes. It's possibly less metal and more post-metal or post-rock, but it's very intense and emotional record to digest and demands you concentrate to get the entire vibe of this album. This is a really killer album. This album is less heavy than any of the other previous albums, but I think it's emotionally possibly their heaviest. I love this album, although I'm not in the mood for it as often as I am others. So I'm going to go with a 9.5 out of 10 on this one. And you'll see that album come up soon in the list. Given to the Rising, Nick, you want
Actually, you can
Actually,
let
Dad,
someone else start because
yeah.
Can I go first on this one?
Yeah.
When you're done?
Oh,
do you want to say that?
What happened?
What?
I just blew my screen up. I don't know what I did. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Wait, did you want to say the intro stuff about the album quick?
Oh, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
whatever the recent stuff?
So here, well, we want to show it though. So let me show it quick here.
Yeah, go for it.
I've got the slipcase
Swap
version,
over.
OG version. This one's a weird one to get out. It does not like coming out of the slipcase. I freaking hate that shit. I love this album. That's Josh Graham artwork for that. Very cool. I think you went with me to see Red Sparrows, Lauren. I can't. Do you remember
Maybe that name doesn't sound familiar, honestly.
There's a little church down in the basement.
I only just learned about them today reading about Neurosis.
All right, I could have swore you were with us. Anyway, released May 2007. Neurot Records, Steve Albini, Neurosis. They're no longer with Relapse at this point. They've gone solo under their own label. And as for this being the weakest album, I would disagree with that a lot. I think the first two are what they often are the weakest, and the next one that's coming up is often cited as the weakest there, Robert. So go ahead, Lauren. Oh, get you up.
Yeah,
there.
do you want some? Yeah, Robert, I super duper disagree. In fact, honestly, I think this one is in my top 5. I loved this album. So yeah, start off with, I love the artwork. It's based on a statue in Heroes Square in Budapest, which is pretty cool. And then they obviously put the horn, the antlers on it and everything. So it starts with Given to the Rising, and it's like, wow, this is a lot heavier than the previous album. There's a cool part in the middle where there's like this riff that repeats in the left and right ear, but they're like different. This album in particular really does like stereo, like not confusing. It really utilizes stereo sound extremely well, as in like playing separate parts in the left and right channels, and it's almost like disorienting in a way, and that's definitely, I think, part of the idea. Yeah, so Given to the Rising is great. Fear and Sickness is one of like the best standouts from here. The intro is like super creepy. There is a lead track that pops up in your right ear on the right channel later on, and it's really similar to the synth that plays at the beginning, which I thought was really cool. There's a part where there's like a lot of tremolo picking with the drums, and I really liked that. And then there's also a part when the drums cut out, and it's just the lead guitar part, like wailing. I wrote, it sounds like some horrible creature wailing in horror.
Yep.
And then it cuts to an even creepier, distorted version of that riff. I loved Fear and Sickness. Absolutely one of the best tracks on here. To the Wind, the opening is like really pretty. It does a lot of that stereo, alternating, like playing different tracks. Yeah, panning with different tracks. Really solid. End of the Road is really atmospheric and like droney. Liked that one a lot. There's like some cool calm responses between the synth and the guitar near the end. Does like the creepy distorted ending, which is in a lot of Neurosis songs. Shadow is great. There's like that creepy siren sound that just keeps playing along with like the whispered vocals. I really liked Shadow. That's definitely one of the best tracks on there. Hidden Faces is really weird. Liked that one. Water is Enough is pretty cool. That one is also like really creepy and like atmospheric. That's like a really big thing in this album. Why I like it is there's a lot more like tension and atmosphere built with the synths and samples, and that's the part of Neurosis I really like. And Distill is also one of the best standouts. In the left ear, you hear like this figure of like higher strings that keep like alternating a half step apart, and then you hear the guitar rhythm in the right ear, and it just creates this like really clashing unease between the two, but like it works. It doesn't sound like bad either. And then like on the fade out, it sounds really cool. Yeah, Distill is definitely one of the standouts. 9, I feel like, is an intro for the final track. It sounds like a really creepy like horror movie. Like if it was in a horror movie soundtrack, it would definitely fit. And then Origin. I honestly think this is one of the best songs Neurosis has ever written. Like, and which is interesting because the majority of the song is like clean, but it just does such a good job like building this tension.
Yep.
And like it's so drony. And there's a couple times where they kind of fake you into thinking they're gonna go heavy, but then they don't. They keep going. They keep like pulling you along. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of these like fake out moments where like the drums and synth pause. You think it's finally gonna go bring the heavy guitars in, but it doesn't. And then finally at 9 minutes in, boom, the distorted guitars come in. And
yeah, it's a 11-minute song, about 11 and a half. Yeah.
It's one of their longer ones.
But you're right. It takes a long time to get to that climax. So if you're looking for the heavy, soft, that's not how it works.
Yeah. And then that final riff is just so heavy, just like hanging on these chords for a long time. There's also a lead guitar part that is kind of mirroring the final riff, but it sounds like it's out of tune, or they modulated it post-production, and it sounds so cool. Yeah, I absolutely loved Origin. I honestly do think it's one of the best songs they've ever written. And I actually just realized this while we were talking. Why do I like this album so much? Maybe this is weird. It reminds me a lot of what's the third album called? Zero.
Souls at Zero.
I don't know if this is crazy, but it reminds me a lot of Souls at Zero. Just like the way like there's a lot of like atmosphere, a lot of
there's a lot
of ambient parts,
yeah,
a lot of like
going on in this than the last two. Yeah.
A lot of samples. Yeah, this is absolutely in my top 5 Neurosis tracks, Neurosis albums. I loved how it's like a lot more ambient and like aggressive than the previous album. This is like easy 9 out of 10.
All right. Nick, you ready to roll? We're getting there, Kellen. We're getting there. Oh,
Nick,
Nick, you're muted.
Nick.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, in terms of shifting the mood back to dark and depressing and bleak, wow, this album definitely did it. Notably more heavy, brooding, just dark and suffocating. Still has that sort of open sound, but I don't know. There's something about like the guitar tone and as Lauren brought up, the atmosphere. The atmosphere, actually, now you bring it up, it is kind of close to Souls of Zero. Like there's this kind of grittiness to like some of the synths that come in, like especially Water Is Not Enough. And that song, the riff, that kind of descending, just like it like that riff pretty much just is the audio equivalent of Life Only Gets Worse. Like that is.
Wait, what'd you say of what? It's
Water Is Not Enough.
Yeah, but what'd you say? It's the audio equivalent of what?
The audio equivalent of Life Only Gets Worse. Like that is.
Oh, Life Only Gets Worse.
Yeah.
Like it's so bleak, and that weird kind of like hissing synth sample that goes over that. Like I don't know.
I wrote this song smokes heaviness and has a weird grinding chug to it that's kind of weird. It's like off time. It's like a halftime riff. Very unsettling. That's a killer track. Probably my favorite track on the album.
But that's like kind of the vibe of the whole album. Dark and unsettling. And it really hasn't been this way for a while.
For the last 3 albums.
Yeah. The mood. I mean, like I think Times of Grace had some darkness to
it.
It
does. Yeah.
It was bigger. Like there was more they were going after. This one is like now back to the doom and the gloom, like Fear and Sickness. That breakdown hits in that one. Like not quite doorway level. Few things are. No. But like that sort of intention is there. Like it's just heavy and merciless. And Origin, great slow build. That crescendo at the end, by the time you get there, like that payoff is like it's just been steadily inching towards this. And I just love the lumbering pace of this, but mostly it's the mood. Like, again, Neurosis hasn't been this dark in a while. Like, there was a lot of, like, I wouldn't say, like, brightness. Like, we went from, like, black to gray for a while. We're back to black. Like, this is, again, suffocating darkness. This is being buried alive right here. This is Buried Alive, the album, or, like, the sequel to all the Buried Alive ones they did before. But, yeah, I love this album. This was... I mean, I know like a lot of reviewers kind of reviewed this as like a comeback album, at least to like a degree in terms of like capturing some of their older sound again. But I don't know. I wouldn't say this was like the end of one era, but it definitely feels different than the last two, especially. So could be a different era start with this one, maybe.
Possibly,
I don't know. Debatable. It's great though. Like this is probably another one that I would say is around the 4.5 range. I fucking love it. It's bleak and miserable and inspires no smiles because it should. It's just mean and dark and it doesn't like anything.
And no butthole jokes on this.
No, but it's got a horse
deer
with
deer skulls. Yeah, as Robert says, as Robert so astutely noted, that looks like a taxidermy deer head on the cover.
It's a horse.
Are you serious, Robert? That right there is Phyllis Diller on the cover of that.
It's totally Phyllis Diller. Like she looks different because it's in black and white.
It's Phyllis Diller's ghost is on the cover of that album.
No, that's her high school photo.
Oh, okay. All right. I forgot.
Seriously.
Are we ready, Mr. Contrarian?
Sure. I will agree with a lot of the sentiment that's been made that this record does feel like the first note I wrote was it's an attempt to reconcile like their current sound with their older sound.
Mm-hmm.
So your points about like trying to introduce a little bit more weight, some whatever was heavy about what their sounds was like, I would really say at Times of Grace they're trying to reintroduce that. The tracks that I had pulled aside were At the End of the Road and Distill were the two favorite tracks here for me. Once again, my hesitation feels like they don't quite get.
Sorry.
It's all good. Don't quite get back to, I guess, just how menacing they were at Times of Grace for me. This felt like a band trying to retrace their steps to rekindle something, but at a later point in their career that they quite aren't able to completely recapture the same way when you are in the process of discovering it. So
yeah, I can see that. Yep.
So that being said, though, I don't have the same sort of like hesitation with this release as I did the previous one. I completely agree with what Nick had to say. It's like whatever they kind of had building through Storm and Sun, it's reintroduces something that's a little bit more dynamic,
a little more edgy
at times. Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's a success. I don't feel as like complacent or disengaged when I listen to this record. It just always feels like a lesser version of a previous release.
Well, actually, let's get into that a minute. The band at this point, it was 2009. Did I say right?
2007.
7?
Yeah.
Is it really? I thought it was 2009.
2007.
All right. So 2007, and they started in 87, right? At 80, it was earlier than that, but first album. So
Yeah.
87, 97, 2007. We're talking 20 years. And we're talking 20 years where this band theoretically and technically was always a fringe popular band. In other words, they had a cult following, they have a pretty sizable following, but we're not talking a sizable enough following that they can live off of. 5 guys can support wives, kids, college, car payments, blah, 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 blah. They can't support 5 communal families on the wages of people buying these records and these albums and these shirts and going to the shows. Unless the only way they could really do it, and I believe, Steve, we talked about this pretty extensively, and that was unless they literally were living on the fucking road every day, meaning they're missing kids' birthdays, they're missing anniversaries, and just life in general. And they were not those guys. They were not Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons. They were not who, I don't know, name somebody. I can't think of any, but Van Halen or whatever. They weren't
Phyllis
those.
Diller.
Phyllis Diller, exactly. They definitely weren't Phyllis Diller. And so the point I'm trying to get at is that's number one side of this thing, because right around this time, we have a long gap until the next album and a long gap for tours, okay? Because basically, earlier than this, Steve Von Till went and got his teaching certificate and began teaching in San Francisco and got the fuck out of there to Idaho. Scott got out of there and went to Oregon. And so you have that element, and I'll be done in one sec here. The second element is that let's call a spade here. They have a specific sort of writing groove that they're in these last bunch of albums. Are they still experimenting? Yes. Are the experiments really wild and out there? No, they're not. Are they, is it cookie cutter? Not exactly, but there's some sameness happening here. There's some, and they play in a really weird tuning that Steve told me, and I forget what it is. I think it's D-A something D. It's not a full-on open tuning, but it's like a D minor tuning or something. And so you're kind of limited in what you can do sonically if you're always in that same sort of sweet spot of, you know what I mean? And Steve admitted, dude, I'm no shredder. I'm not a fucking, Eddie Van Halen or an Yngwie Malmsteen or Randy Rhoads. I love all those players, but they're not my thing. My fingers can't do that stuff. He's very, like me. I can play pretty damn good, but I can't fucking do what I see these 16-year-old kids on Instagram doing. A lot of them, but it was sweep picking and shredding and stuff. So there's that. Why don't we discuss that a tiny little bit about, we're now at album. What number here are we on? 9?
10?
10?
9?
10. 9 or 10. And
10, if you count Jarbo.
okay, so let's say 9 studio albums. And the guys are not living this life 24/7 like Steve DiGiorgio or those guys, because they can make a real living off of doing what they do, right? And because they're touring all the time, and they've got Testament, they've got Death All, and they've got all this stuff, and they do studio work and all that stuff. So hit me with your thoughts on that, those things I posed there, and how you think that might be affecting the writing of these albums and maybe the way you're looking at them. Because if I hear you correctly, and I could be wrong, but if I hear you correctly, I think I hear you saying there's a bit of sameness now that's been going on the last couple of albums.
Sure. I mean, and I would probably, I'm speculating here, but I'll be my quick little point and we can move on. I also wonder, as individuals, like you had Steven on, he's explored a solo career, right? So
they're doing that right now during this period.
Right. So I wonder how much of like their creative energy is actually in this band versus trying, like if they were doing other projects and they were completely totally free to do whatever they wanted. If they had done it under a different banner that wasn't Neurosis and we're just, like they maybe would be doing something different, we'd have less obstacles. I know I definitely would.
Yeah.
I wouldn't constantly be trying to be like, give me Enemy of the Sun.
Yeah, you're not giving me what I want. Exactly. And don't we do that with all our bands, Kellen, to an extent? We do.
Some. And for some reason, I'm more forgiving with other bands.
Certain other bands. Yeah.
Like,
Same here.
So but just for me personally, that's kind of what I'm going through at this point in time when I'm thinking about Neurosis.
Yeah, I mean, a good analogy for me, and we'll move on quick here, is that like, Rush has, I don't know how many fucking albums, 19 or whatever, and there's a couple stinkers in there, but they're my favorite band, man. And even their stinkers are, I find at least half the album to like, and they're my boys, man. So I can't diss them. I give them a little more leeway than I might give to, my other favorite band, Motley Crue, so, I mean, anyway.
No, there's definitely something to, like, the pedigree Neurosis has that, like, I can understand where you're coming from, Kellen. It's, like, they've been so consistent, like, in terms of, like, the quality of their albums, and, like, maybe some people may not like each one. Like, even though, like, I don't like the previous one before this, Eye of the Storm, I still think it's like solid, and like I was saying, like a bad Neurosis album is still like so much better than most of the stuff that gets released nowadays.
That's a great point. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The point about the family thing, Steve didn't get too deep into it with me as far as telling me finances and everything, but it looks like he's got a nice studio with a lot of cool guitars, a lot of gear. He's living in Idaho. My guess is he's probably driving a big truck. Or a big van or whatever, or something like that. And, it looks like he's got a nice place from what I can tell. But at the same point in time, he's a teacher. So he's making 70 for 9 months worth of work. And he loves that job and wouldn't want to give it up anyways. So, and I know the other guys have day jobs, I believe. And maybe not Raider, I'm not sure. But the point of it all is that I think a lot of us as music fans don't really get that a lot of these metal bands, man, if you're not the top tier, the creme de la creme, you're not floating in fucking cash, man. You're doing this because you love getting on that stage. You love banging your head. You love fucking cranking your amps up and just feeling that energy that you get from other human beings, like at the Death Show the other night. I haven't experienced that in a long time. How about it, Lauren? I wasn't feeling well. I never feel well, but I sucked it up and kind of powered through it all, and then had trouble getting up the stairs, getting out of there. But, like an old man. But, man, while all that shit was going on, man, I was headbanging to the point where I can barely move my neck now. And that's, man, that shit you cannot fucking... You can't buy it. You can't manufacture that. That is something visceral we all feel about this music that makes it so special for all of us. You know what I mean? And so, but we got to remember, man, a lot of these metal bands, a lot of these dudes are working day jobs, and they do this because they love doing it and not because it's a career. It's just not there for a lot of Skeletal Remains and all these bands. You know, they're either constantly on tour, which means you literally have no home life. You literally have no, if you want to be in a relationship, good luck, because they usually don't work out when you're on the road 10 months a year and they're thinking, well, I wonder if he's fucking, you know, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that happens, but it's just crazy. It's, you know, a lot of fans don't get. And these things, man, you, Kellen, and me, and Nick, we're a dying breed. No offense to my kid, but my kid doesn't buy these. My kid's going to inherit a lot of these, hopefully a lot later than sooner, but you're going to have a lot of shit to go through when they get those boxes and start digging through them. And that's because I can't give this up, man. I cannot support bands like this, and I can't not buy the stuff because I want to hold it, man. I don't want it in here.
I can quit anytime I want.
Lying sack of dog crap, my friend.
Yeah, we should probably
get
moving
where
along.
were we at?
We still have 2 albums left.
No,
I don't know if
I didn't.
I don't know.
Did you get a chance to finish up?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. So
who's next?
Honor. That's
Nick,
everyone, right? Should
Nick,
be
you
Honor.
went. No, I didn't go.
Yeah,
go.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta talk about.
I'll rip through it fast. All right. Given the Rising opening track just slays killer. It's one of my favorite songs by Neurosis. Much heavier vibe right off the bat. So fucking heavy. But it gets better. Fear and Sickness has a dark tribal intro with a repeating sound that was like a sonar signal. It's like that beep, beep, beep. And it just moans and whines. The guitars moan and whine and swirl. Get this one, Kellen. You're gonna like this one. Swirl in a miasma of unsettled eeriness. The kid right here. It's a banger track. It just grinds you. It grinds you into meat by the end of with the heavy chords that come in as a song. The song is propulsive, moving, super epic. To the Wind. The beginning chiming guitar notes are the calm before the storm. Gorgeous intro, and then the heavier section kicks in. It's very Neurosis, but also has a good bit of other different things going on and melodically. Yet it's still crazy heavy, especially the last 3 minutes of To the Wind are fucking heavy as shit. At the end of the road, kind of a drone noise spoken vocal thing for about 5 minutes until it kicks in, heavier and doomier. Solid, but that could have used a little bit of editing. Shadow, an ambient noise interlude with spoken word samples, pretty cool, ominous. Hidden Faces, cool song, man, almost shoegazy. I hear a little shoegaze in that song. The chords are very shoegazy, very My Bloody Valentine and that kind of thing. It's really, yeah. Where the fuck was I at?
Water's Not Enough.
Cool track. At 2 minutes in, it gets a lot heavier, and Dave's bellowing death growls come in. That's a killer track, Hidden Faces. Water's Not Enough. This song smokes. Weird Grinding Chug, one of my favorites on the albums. Distill, Watching the Swarm, massively heavy. The mellow synthy chiming section in the of the song ups you to sleep. There you go. In the of the ups you to sleep.
Nailed it.
Booyah.
I think you're like automatic writing at that point.
And there you go. And then Crush M, when the heavy chords hammer home and literally jar you as SVT. That's, you know who that is, SVT. Yeah. Repeats distill over and over and over. So heavy. I love that fucking track. It's badass. 9, synthy noise processor interlude, solid like all the others. Origin. I love this song. I personally think it could be a little shorter, to be honest with you, Lauren, but that's just me, just a little, maybe lop off 2-3 minutes there, because it does, like you said, though, it kind of lulls you into a false sense of security. I recall when I got this album, I was kind of ambivalent about it for like a year, man. I listened to it once or twice. I'm like, it's another Neurosis album, and I don't know. It's just kind of like I don't know if I'm just like Kellen. I was questioning whether I really was into this band like I used to be, right? But man, when it finally clicked, I just couldn't take it out of the CD player.
It's
This is gonna be in my top 5. This is a 9.5 out of 10. But there is a bit of a feeling of sameness that has begun to creep into some of their formulaic sound at this point. So, Steve, if you're watching, I apologize. You're gonna fucking tell me to fuck off, but that's where I started to feel a little bit of like, okay, I'm hearing that riff, and that riff sounds like that riff, and so there you go. That yeah, man, I really like Given the Rising. And I think we all did, even Kellen. So there you go. Who wants to go on this one? I'll show mine real quick here.
Yep, I think we have the same copy there.
Given the Rising, yeah, this is 20.
Wait, you have Honor Found in Decay there.
Oh, where are we at?
Yeah, we're at
Honor Found Given to the Rising.
Where are we at?
We're at Honor Found in Decay.
Yeah.
No, you're good, Dad. You said Given to the Rising, but you meant yeah.
What?
Nick, you go ahead.
Okay. No, you said Given to the Rising, but you're holding up that one.
No, I'm holding up Honor Found in Decay.
Yeah, no, but you initially said Given to the Rising.
Well, I'm drunk. No, I'm not.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do you want to do the backstory?
Yeah. October 30th, release 2012. Remember grabbing this at my local FYE, sitting out in the car and going and popping it in, super excited, and I'll get to that story in a minute. Done at Steve Albini and Neurosis again. Comes out on Neurot Recordings, CD and digital, and Relapse on vinyl, which I think is what they do now. They license the vinyl to Relapse. And I think that's it, man.
Yeah, all right. We're talking about the sameness and such. And honestly, this is the album where it kind of hit me. Like, I don't dislike this album, but I feel like that labored pace, it starts to wear a little bit thin on here. Like, I feel like songs kind of take a little while to get going. And when you get down to the big crescendos, like, I feel like this takes a little bit more of a page from The Eye of Every Storm. But the payoff isn't as good. Like, the payoff is, more droning riffs and atmosphere, and it's cool, but it doesn't really feel the same. Like, this is a step down from what I felt like the direction they were heading on Given in the Rising was. Like, that one felt, again, darker, a little bit more urgent. Like, there was some renewed energy to that one. This one really just kind of feels like treading water. I mean, it does have some good songs on it. I don't completely hate it. Hold on, I'll find it. Where is it? Oh yeah, Casting of the Ages. I do like that song. At the Well. Pretty good song. Like, it's loaded with good songs. It's just, as a whole, the album kind of drags. Like, there's a little bit of a loss of energy in here.
Agree.
But at the same time, there's nothing here I would say is just overtly bad. It's still well constructed. It's just, it's kind of missing the energy. Like, this band sounds tired. Like, they've been kind of, in the same spot here, just in terms of musical creativity. And there's a thing to be said with being consistent. You get a little reluctant to take any risks because you don't want to rock the boat. Like,
yep,
they've maintained pretty much a steady level of notoriety, fame. People go to the shows, still buying the albums.
And we had a 5-year gap here, which is the longest of their career. And I think they did. I think they might have toured. I have to look, but I think they might have toured a couple of times in between. But they weren't big tours. Sometimes they were just the West Coast.
Well, I know they did like festival dates because I have the
festival. Yes.
Yeah, I have the Live at Roadburn one.
Yeah, I'm gonna look back here and see.
But yeah,
we did stuff in 18 and 19. Keep going.
Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, the big thing is it just feels restrained. Like, it's really kind of held back. Like, even in moments where it feels like it could get more intense, it kind of like it's just pull back in the reins a little bit. I like the guitar tone. I think the guitar tone's really good on here. Like it has this a little bit more fuzzy kind of warmth to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like stoner metal and doom metal. It kind of has a little bit more of that vibe. But I mean, even the atmosphere on it, like I don't know, it doesn't completely gel for me. But again, at the same time, it's not a terrible album. It's just one of those ones where if I'm in the mood for Neurosis, I generally don't pull this one. Like this one's just like, well, I own it. It's part of it. It's still okay, but it's kind of lackluster. So like overall, this one's maybe a 3. It's good. It's better than average for most bands. Like as far as post metal goes, it's still well done. It's just, well, they've written a lot of really, really, really good fucking albums, and this one's just decent. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now I did look up touring history. They have pretty much done a tour every year, which I didn't think they did. But when we're talking tour, we're talking 15 to 19 dates. We're not talking, and then the festivals. And because Steve's a teacher, so he's got to go during the summer, and then the other guys got to figure out and do their, there are things around him, and he may get like a long break over the winter to go do something at Roadburn or something like that. But here go overseas, but they're just not. They're not a touring machine band anymore. They just they don't. I want to say when we saw them at Union Transfer, I think that place holds 1,200, and it was full. It might have been 800 people there, somewhere in that range, 900. So that's a lot. That's a fair amount. But if are you doing that in every city, or are you only doing that in 10 or 12 of the big cities you go to? Hard to know. You know what I mean? And what your overhead is and all that stuff like that. So,
I won't take long. I can go next.
Okay, go ahead.
Also just in the interest of time, honestly, I didn't like this album at all. It was really boring. Again, like every song sounded very similar. This is the one album I would call like formulaic from them.
Right.
Like Nick said, it's not bad. Like compared to most other albums, it's not bad. But when you compare it to the pedigree of their other albums, it just kind of sticks out as the black. Actually, this kind of feels like the black sheep of all their albums. Like even honestly, I think I even might like Pain of Mind more than this one. They're about equal, I'd say. That's definitely these are my two least favorite.
Yeah, if you go on Rate Your Music, I think the first two are rated a little low. This is the third of the more, the Neurosis. This is definitely the lowest ranked.
Yeah. So, honestly, 4.5 out of 10. Maybe
wow,
that's kind of rough. I don't know. I just it did not click with me, and I didn't like it, and I felt every song was way too long. The thing is, Neurosis songs can be long, but they have to be interesting. These songs were long and bland.
Yeah.
So that's really all I have to say.
All right. Well, it's nice you said that, because that's a good segue into the next thing, which we'll talk about. But the long song thing, they kind of went a different route on the next album. And I think it actually benefits it quite a bit. And I think that's a great point. They have some amazing long songs in their past history, many.
Oh, yeah.
But the formula was starting to get a little tiresome by this album. I think even given 5 years off, let me go next, because I'll wrap pretty quickly. I recall when I got this album, I was really disappointed with it. Very disappointed. I was like, what the fuck, man? But I went to see them. I believe it might have been for this tour. It was either 12 or 13. I went to see him. And I got to say, some of these tracks worked really good live. They were pretty fucking crushing and intense live. So I'll run through them real fast here. Warrig. What is that? That's the name of the album, right?
What?
Wait, what's the first track on the? What's the first track?
We All Rage.
We All Rage and
There we go. I did an acronym.
Okay.
I did an acronym and couldn't remember what the fuck it was for. I'm so tired right now, man. Yeah, so We All Rage in Gold. I really like this song, man. I fucking love this song, actually. I think it's cool as fuck. Some cool new elements in there. The spooky synths, the violin. I really like that track a lot. At the Well, probably the weightiest track on the album for me. It builds and builds into a monster, and that ending is pretty killer. The sun. Oh, I love the part where he's like, in a shadow world. And he's just doing that over and over, and it's just grinding and getting more intense. Always gets me. The guitar live at the Well is fucking crushingly good.
It's a good song. I like that.
And I got, there you go. The sun, the sun, a shadow world always gets me. And the guitar shores and arpeggios are sweeting hot. And yet still very melodic. This is the best part of doing deep dives when Jeff is really tired or fucking drunk, which I don't get on these things, or high. I do that occasionally. My Heart for Deliverance, the most post-rocky song on the album, possibly my favorite on the album, believe it or not. It's especially when they do that key change at about 3 minutes from the end. I love that part, and this song is really cool as fuck. Okay, after that, Bleeding the Pigs has a pretty gnarly ending with the crazy wah-wah, feedback thing, but nothing new here. Casting the Ages, cool, slow plotting, doomy, post-rocky track that's pretty epic. I do like that track. All is found in time. The crazy opening noise and drum insanity sequence harkens back to Souls through Silver in Blood. Pretty heavy track that once I hear a bit of it, it came back to me, which I've had a bit of a hard time with these last three songs hitting me. Not really doing much for me. Raise the Dawn might be the heaviest track on the album other than Pigs, but honestly, I feel like I've heard this before. So it's good, but it just feels like a retread of older material. And I recall when I got this album, it was really a disappointment at the time. It took about a year of going back to it regularly before it took. I still like it, but I got to be in the mood for it for some reason. This is one of those albums I just can't throw in and go, it's Neurosis. I got to be like, I want to hear those first couple songs. But I could really, after the first four songs, I could take this CD out and be done with it. That said, I'm going to give it a 6.5 out of 10, which is my lowest. I think that's my lowest mark. Unless, I think it was around the same as Pain of Mind. I'm going to go with 7.5 as the food songs. I think I was trying to say good songs. Are really killer, and the album sounds amazing, and the perfs are killer. What's the perfs?
The perfs?
Not the perps, the perfs with an F.
It wouldn't have made sense with perps either.
Yeah.
Performances?
I have no idea what I was trying to say, but it's in the mid tier for me overall. Nick, you went, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kellen, you're last here. What do you have to say about this one?
That's not Kellen.
Shit. No.
We'll get there.
It flipped you guys. I did the old.
So I think even Falafel said that this album starts to feel a little bit, with this record, the band at least starts to feel tired.
Yes. Yes.
And I completely agree. It's good to set this record up within the context of who they are as human beings outside of who they are within Neurosis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The time gap in between records would also be indication of that. I can imagine if you're already excited about other aspects of your life and then you have these professional obligations to be Neurosis and that drags you back to the studio, you're probably going to have a less inspired, album. But I guess sonically where I feel this record struggles is everything that the last record, Given to the Rising, had going for it. I feel like they introduce Storm, a little bit of the ambient post-metal side of
it's there.
I've Every Storm, and it cuts this record out at the knees. It's whatever it's attempting to sort of build from Given to the Rising, this one it's hamstrung by also trying to connect a more ambient drone nature to it.
I agree.
So and in that regard, it just feels like there was a disservice. I get they were trying to, bridge two different aspects of the band's identity by 2012. But I think it actually is a disservice to this record. Two tracks that Bleeding the Pigs. I actually thought you can hear Rader's sort of drumming side of it. He's got like on the busy sort of tom work where I was like, please give me this. But it never culminates anywhere. And Casting the Ages, I liked the organ on that.
Yeah.
But most of this record just feels tired or uninspired.
Plotting.
Yeah,
I agree.
Like, and the reason, like, I always feel like their entire catalog. If I were, and we'll get to the end, it's hard for me to like I don't want to ever come off as completely disrespectful.
Oh yeah.
But it's also hard for me to be so critical of a band that you have so much connection for.
Yep.
But if I'm being harsh towards these records, it's because of how much I loved their previous releases.
Yes, that's a great way to put it, dude. That's a great way to put it.
So if anyone who's a major Neurosis fan, or if anyone from the band watches this, like, I think Steve was very actually open about this during your interview. He's like, I totally get it, dude. It's very personal, and people come to this band at different points in their life, different points of their career. So
very subjective, as we know, music and the
he
style of
seemed
music
super
and
chill about it. So
yeah, he was, and I'm not. If Steve does watch this, and he knows about it because I told him it was coming up Sunday. I don't think he's here now, but he may peek in at a little bit. And I have a great deal of respect for him as a human being after spending the amount of time that I did. I mean, he gave me an exorbitant amount of time, over 6 hours, and he was super cool. And then he's trying to set me up with Aaron Turner from ISIS to do an interview. And, this is not disrespectful. This, like Lauren has said a couple times now, a 6.5 for a Neurosis album is probably like an 8.5, or is like a 3.5 for other albums, other bands' albums. So there's a high bar that's been set. And when you set that bar high, it's often very difficult as a musician to keep coming up with stuff that's progressive and new and doesn't sound like what you did, but yet, let's be honest, as music fans, we do want you to sound like you kind of did, because if you don't, then we don't know who the fuck you are anymore, and we don't want to be a fan anymore, right? So, we're kind of, you get what I'm saying? We're kind of very duplicitous in our fandom a lot of the time. It's like, how many bands that put out a perfect, other than if they've only put 1 or 2 albums out, just aren't many bands that are 30 years old now, like these guys are, that have put out a banger every fucking time they've done it, unless they've only put 2 or 3 albums out over a 30-year stretch,
But they have like 12. It's
Who?
like so, but like Neurosis has like 12 records, which is like so impressive that they've kept this caliber of quality. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say Enslaved. I mean,
Enslaved's very much there, although I won't lie, the later Enslaved, Retir, End Times, I love those albums, but they're not as interesting to me. And believe it or not, I have yet to fucking listen to Heimdall. I know I need to. I know it's a long story, but I keep doing these fucking deep dives and interviews, and I destroy my timeline for everything. And then I am very bad about jamming a lot of shit in at the end because I'm a procrastinator, but yeah, I got to get on that. In fact, I might do that tonight. All fantastic, great points. And now who's this guy? Really? Okay.
No.
Right, Jimmy Gummy, gotcha. But yeah, Kellen, anything else on this?
No, I really don't have too much to add here. I think we've covered this record.
Yeah, I think we knocked it. We all hit it, right? Or did I miss you yet?
I think everyone has had a chance to.
Everyone's had a chance on this one, right? Oh, that's right, Nick. You showed it. Okay, last one.
Fire Within Fires.
Last one. I'll show it real quick here. Fires Within Fires comes out September 23rd, 2016. Again, Electrical Audio, Steve Albini, Neurot. You know, when this came out, man, I was pretty surprised. So I'll let you guys go and I'll do it last and we'll tie it all up and get this thing done in about 5 hours and 15 minutes, I'm hoping. Or maybe a little less than that. So how about I do Lauren, because you seemed excited. So
Yeah, you
yeah, I like this album actually no, I'll say I like this album a lot. Like especially like when after listening to this after Honor Within Decay, I was like I had like low expectations because I didn't really read much about Fires Within Fires, and also knowing like this is their most recent record. And I also tried really hard not to be the person like, oh, old album good, new album bad, upvotes to the left. Like I really try to not be like that with like any game series or any music.
Yeah,
So I tried to go
you're
like,
not like Kellen then. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean,
I'm that guy. I'm that
but
guy.
Kellen has like provided like reasoning that is understandable for why he doesn't like the newer albums. Like people who do that are just like new thing bad, which is like so reductive. Anyway, so the first thing, the album art for this album is so cool because if you look at it, it both looks like a blood moon with trees to the left, but also it looks like a beast's eye with like and the tree. Oh wait, Dad, show the front cover I'm talking about.
Oh shit.
The blood moon can also look like an eye, and the trees can look like the animal's fur.
Oh
which
I think
is
didn't
really
notice
cool
that
when
before.
you look at it.
Oh,
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, you see it? Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
sure like that.
Yeah. So I thought
Nice
that was
catch.
really cool.
Nice catch.
Oh, thanks.
Did you use Google for that? man?
No, I genuinely noticed that myself. I was like,
Alright.
oh, that's really cool. Because I thought it was a beast's eye at first, but then I was like,
That's
oh, it's
something to
actually,
do
like,
with the moon, though,
moon with
because the
a tree.
moon.
Yeah,
the moon,
for sure.
The moon's involved, and there's more
Mhm.
tree-like things, and
Yeah,
and
fan
then
it
there's
out.
this,
Yeah.
this thing.
I think it's a cool, like, unintentional that it looks like that to me, at least. Yeah, I like Bending Light. That was like a really solid. It has like a really like fuzzy guitar. I thought that worked well. A Shadow Memory. There's a lot of like backwards samples during this, which sound cool. There's during like the second heavy section, there's like a call and response between the left and the right track. There's like a heavy track here, and then one here, but they're playing different parts, so there's kind of the call and response. Fire is the End Lesson. That one was really cool because there's like a call and response between the vocals as well, like da 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 da, da, which I thought was really nice. There's also this really shrill guitar tone that's playing a lot in the left ear during that song, and it really adds to the atmosphere and makes it really like unsettling, like a lot of older Neurosis songs. Broken Ground is cool. Not a ton to say, like that one. And Reach, the that's the last track, right? Yeah, Reach is definitely the standout to me. It's like really pretty in the beginning. There's like some harmonized vocals in there, which I think sound like really cool. Kind of reminds me of like Alice in Chains a bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit. Yeah.
The vocals and the guitar riff they complement each other like so well. It's like so cool and like moody, and then at 4-minute and 30-second mark, like it's everything cuts out except just the bass and the guitar, and then like it goes back into like a huge heavy riff at the very end, kind of like Origin. And so yeah, overall, this album is way better than Honor. Like this one, I like actively wanted to keep listening to. I don't think this album. Well, no, I'm just saying I did not like Honor at all. So this is like way better. Like I think this album's like decent. It's like really solid. I don't think it's as good as like a lot of their previous records, but I think this was like I really like that there was more focus on atmosphere and like synths and samples like Given. This is like a solid, like I'd say like a 7.5. I like this one a good amount. It's also very short, which is really interesting.
I think that's
it's like 40 minutes.
That's a huge benefit for the album. Nick, what you got?
A copy of Fire Within Fires. Exactly.
There
There we go. Actually, yeah, I initially was kind of so on this album when I first got it.
So was I.
And going back and jamming it, honestly, it's a little bit riffier. And
Yeah.
I kind of like that, especially on
Catchier.
Shadow
Catchy.
Memory. and
Happy.
Broken Ground.
Yep.
Some good, solid riffs. And the Reach is fantastic. By the
It's
way.
awesome.
That is
tune.
probably my big standout, but I think Bending Light's really good too. Honestly, I don't have an issue with any tracks on here. I think the production sounds good. There's a little bit more of that warmth again. Like the guitars are notably like a little bit fuzzier.
Mhm.
But songwriting wise, like this feels a lot more urgent again. Like, yeah, let's get to it. The short run time and everything kind of works for it too, but it gets to the point. It gets to the hooks, and the hooks are surprisingly like just really catchy. Again, it's a tuneful harmony, but it's still kind of groaned on a Reach, but it works. It's tuneful. It's still depressive and dark, but yeah, I actually like this album a lot. And initially, like I was pretty turned off by the one before it. Like I'll admit it.
Yeah,
You know,
I
not
was,
to the point where I'm gonna
and
question my fandom one fucking bit. That's never gonna happen. But this one, different, but different in a good way. I feel like they try to capture like a little bit of the Times of Grace vibe, and like maybe a little bit of Given to the Rising. Like again, there's a little bit more heft to this, and more dynamics. Like everything feels just a little bit stronger on here. Like the last one was definitely them really kind of putting it in cruise control, and this one, they may or may not break the speed limit a couple of times, some moving violations along the way, just to be fun. Yeah, this is actually kind of underrated. I would probably have it around that 3.5 range. Like I'd see it as an improvement. Again, you're up against some stone cold fucking classics though, so that's steep competition, but good album though. I will definitely say that this is a good album, and I think maybe a fair amount of people kind of slept on it after the last one, but go back and check this out if you haven't. It's really fucking good.
Kellen, I'm curious what you think of this one.
I actually thought this was
Couldn't hear you.
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
fine.
Okay.
You
I'm
were
sorry. My
talking
mic
away
was
from the
floating
mic.
away. I was encouraged when I came across this record and the track listing and the runtime. Well, it was, I guess, to my impression after going through that interview or listening to it, I should say, there was never like someone in the studio that ever edited them to tell them you can't play these songs or it's too long. They always seem to be sort of correcting themselves to some degree. And it sounds like on this record, they were potentially a bit more engaged and willing to challenge one another or edit things that they didn't see as worthy of a full record. Like if there was anything that on the previous release they found to be boring or unnecessary, they trimmed it off for this one. I really don't have too much to complain on this release. Like as the last record in what is essentially technically an almost 30-year career.
Exactly.
That's not like it, I think a certain amount of maturity to do something like that, to not feel beholden to what people expect of you in terms of like what your experience of a Neurosis record should be. Because if they were sort of trying to shoe in time just to meet a standard, this record, I think they were able to let go of that. So while the songs and the sound of it may not be like the best that they ever released, I think it is a good listen, and I was pleasantly surprised. So I don't have too many bad things to say about this record. If it's someone's first glimpse into the band, if you're a young listener and the first Neurosis record you get here is Fire Within Fires, it's not a bad place to start. I kind of had to think about a younger generation who's potentially listening to this. If you're 18, 17, 16 years old, and this is your first experience with Neurosis, you're not going to be in a bad place. So in that regard, I think it's a success. And I actually, out of the records, the more recent ones we talked about, I liked it a good deal.
Did you pick this one up?
I don't have that.
Okay.
My last physical releases that I own are Times of Grace.
Okay. I'll wrap this quick and then we'll just do final thoughts. Where am I at? There I am. Man, when I got this and threw it in, And I gotta say, I fucking hate these skinny, flimsy digipack things, man.
Well, that one's got a little bit of heft to it.
No, the cardboard's hefty, but it's just. I'm one of those weird guys that actually likes jewel cases. Most people hate them, but I kind of like them. But you got no protection; it just slides in there. But they, generally speaking, they shouldn't get damaged. But I don't know. Anyways, that's my little gripe. When I got this, I remember I grabbed it and I was heading to work. I grabbed it the night before, and I didn't have a stereo set up at that point when I was over at the other house in 16, and I listened to everything predominantly in my car and at work on a computer at work, and with a real stereo. It was a stereo system, and I put this in driving to work. I'm like, fucking A, man, another shitty album, really? Like, are you serious? Like, what happened to these guys? And I will tell you, man, I tried a couple of times, and I was not into this album at all. But with the last show we went to see was with Lauren and her sister, Maddie, who you guys have seen on my channel. We went down. She wanted to walk around and not go to the show. So Lauren and I went in. And I have to admit, I was starting my withdrawal from a very nasty drug that I didn't know I was addicted to, but long story, or dependent on. So I was not feeling very good that day. However, that was the first time I saw them that I was kind of like, man, they just didn't seem to have the fire. Like, everything about the show, Bell Witch, I thought was better than Neurosis. And, I wouldn't normally say that because virtually nobody, Neurosis is top tier live act, man. They're just that fucking good, right? But they just seemed uninspired. And I brought that up in my interview with Steve. I said, you guys just didn't, I don't know, was there something going on? Was it, I talked to him later about this. I said, was this starting to happen? Now, this was August of 2018. So where are we at? 4.5 years ago? Is that long ago? Oh my God. I put this in yesterday, today, in fact. It's the last one the others I gave some more attention to. But I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to like this album. So I'm just going to spin it, sample it, and go, yeah, it's just crap. I found myself listening to the whole album, and the only song I wasn't sold on was Fire is the End Lesson. Bending Light is great. Great riffs on it. A Shadow... What's it called? Fuck. Shadow Memory. Fucking love that song. Let me give my real stuff here. Given a lot of reviewers said, given the album's relative brevity, it's among the few albums in their catalog that doesn't leave the listener exhausted.
Yeah.
That is a real great way to talk about Neurosis albums because they do suck the life out of you kind of by the time if you're doing them like we're doing. And another great example of that, Kellen, is when's the last time you listened to Blue House Nord? August of last year.
Oh no, I've been paying more attention since then, but
have you?
But your point is completely like after I went through that.
It's been a while, right?
I needed a break for a while.
You had to step away because that is dense, intense, fucking head and body and visceral music, right?
Sure.
And so you can listen to fucking ABBA over and over and over, and it's brilliant. It's gorgeous. It doesn't leave you exhausted. It kind of gets you, ooh, I'm going to go out. I'm not going to go out dancing. You know what I mean?
Just pump the brakes there. Come on.
You should be dancing. Oh, that's PG.
I'm calling the cops.
That's PG's. Call the cops. Lauren's like, thank God I'm not living with him anymore. Bending Light. But I think that point is very well taken. That it leaves you actually wanting a little more, as opposed to being like, man, is this thing almost over? Because I'm really tired. And I had that kind of happen with one or two of the albums, even though I love those albums. Bending Light, like the droney opening, meaty riffs, like you said, Nick. sort of some the same old, same old. But what it isn't the same is the songs aren't all 10 minutes long. In fact, only one song's 10 minutes long. That's the last one, which is great. It's perfect, right? I think what's the one before that?
Broken Ground.
Broken Ground is 8:44. And that's probably my second favorite song on the album. And that's the thing I forgot about until now. I threw this in. It was like 40 minutes of Neurosis. I'm like, what the fuck happened here, man? Why is it only 40 minutes? It should be 72 minutes or 68 minutes. It should exhaust me, but it didn't. Shadow Memory, dig this one a lot. It's got a lot of pulsing groove, gnarly anger in it, yet it has some very pretty post-rock moments. Killer track. Fire's the End Lesson. This track is my least favorite. The wolf screaming noise part's kind of annoying to me, to be honest. Broken Ground, very celestial sounding, sliding notes and great cool opening mellow parts. Reminds me a little of Harvestman's first album, Lashing the Rye. Has a very has the most variety of sound going on the whole album. That song has a lot of dynamics to it. Reach, another great track, pretty experimental and some cool things going on in the mix. They're very psychedelic at times, plotting, but in a good way. It's a really killer track. I really like that track a lot. This album's way better than I remembered it being, which was cool. I'm glad it hit me that way because it was like, oh, I really want to listen to this whole album instead of I'm just going to sample a track and go, it's same old, same old. So, yes, some of it is same old because it's Neurosis and they have a sort of sound they follow and a formula. It's like Catatonia. I saw a really good interview with Jonas back in January, and they were talking about the new album before it came out, just before it dropped. And the guy's like, is there anything really experimental and blah, 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 blah? And Jonas and Anders are standing there and they're going, yeah, there's some experimental, but we have a formula that we like to use and we have a sound we want to keep. And they do. And most bands do. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm as much as I love this band, the hour-long plus albums of the last 2 decades were kind of a mega mind fuck to get through sometimes all in one go, especially the last few days where I jammed all this stuff in. I'm going to give this thing an 8.25. I liked it that much. I'm definitely going to revisit it. So I said I can't recall where I read this exactly, but I feel I'm going to reiterate it real quick. We're going to go around the room real quick and final thoughts and give our top 5. But you can't be a casual listener to their music. The music captures you and holds you captive, demanding you focus on it. And the only way out it's the only way to get the full effect of the physical, visceral, oral, and imaginative standpoint. Neurosis is a band that takes you into their world, and if you can't cope, you really can't return. You either get them or you don't. I love them. Top 10 band, maybe even top 5 sometimes. Neurosis likes to fuck with you on the later albums by lulling you into a false sense of security before crushing your skull, your head, your heart, and your bones. So my top, number 5, Through Silver in Blood. Number 4, Times of Grace. Number 3, Eye of Every Storm, right?
Yeah.
I just wrote down the first 3.
Eye of Every Monkey.
Eye of Every Monkey Storm. That's right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's that one.
It's the Eye of Every Monkey Butthole. Souls of Zero is number 2.
Souls Ad.
And number 1, coming in at number 1, a hot number 1. On this Sunday night, it's A Sun That Never Sets. There we go. Lauren, I'm going to come to you next.
Okay. Yeah. So as someone who really listened to these albums completely for the first time in the last 2 days, I really get it. They're a really special band. They have there really is no one. I mean, well, I don't know. I want to say there is no one else like them. I'm sure there are bands that are similar sounding that I haven't listened to, but
there's a lot of imitators.
Yeah, but like, you know, getting the original thing, like they really are just super special. And like I honestly think they're like, if I'm thinking of like metal bands, like Carcass is like super duper special to me. And like I think Neurosis, the more I listen to them, they're going to like get in that same ballpark for me. I Even though it was like very mentally and physically draining listening to all these albums in a row, I'm still super glad I did it, and I look forward to listening to them again in a row. So, top 5. So I will do genuinely have Neurosis and Jarbo in here, but if we're not including that as an official Neurosis album, then I will say uh A Sun That Never Sets at number 5, then Through Silver and Blood at number 4, Given to the Rising at number 3,
Nice.
Times of Grace at number 2, and then this is the one I told you might be surprised by. At number 1 is Souls at Zero.
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, talking to Marty last night? I don't know, Friday night. We were talking about doing this. Yeah, it might have been Kellen. You were on Friday night with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Friday night. Were you on with him and Rick for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they called me up, and I jumped in right around when you bailed, or right after when you bailed, and we were talking about Neurosis, and he's like, "Yeah, I should have, told about the monster thing. I didn't know, I forgot about it. Blah blah blah." I'm like, "That's cool. Don't worry about it, man." And we started talking. He's like, "Souls of Zero, Souls of Zero, Souls of Zero." It's like no discussion. Souls of Zero is his favorite album, and he pointed out the same thing we all kind of talked about. The later albums, they're a bit of a slog at times. So sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
No, that was basically it. Souls at Zero was the one that definitely like hit me the hardest, and I love how weird it is, and also just knowing how massive of an impact it had like on the genre and like the various bands that came afterward. It's so cool. I absolutely love Souls at Zero, and I'm looking forward to listening to it again.
Awesome. Jimmy says ABBA always makes me want to watch porn. I'm sorry for that, man, but there is this thing called the internet, so it's free now. So
what if you're walking in like a mall?
Yeah, that's true. If you're like, and if you're at a daycare or something like that, I wouldn't throw that on. Just saying.
Good luck explaining that one to the cops.
It's a little weird.
Nicholas, what do we have there? Necrotic.
Well, I mean, first off, like I said, this band has had a huge impact on my tastes overall. Like, this band's got me into like ambience, atmosphere, and like different kinds of darker sounds, like not just aggressive stuff, but something that is more haunting and kind of stays with you. And slow building dynamics and such like that. Like, just so many different aspects of music in general, but definitely in terms of like heavy music. So yeah, I definitely want to say like this band is one of the most important ones in terms of my musical upbringing, because it was a gateway into a whole other spectrum of heavy, dark, twisted shit, and I love them for it. But yeah, as it stands, I mean, it could change around, but I think this is pretty much locked in for number my top 5 here. Number 5, I Have Ever Storm. I love this album. This is a little bit more chill, a little bit more melodic, but great fucking album.
I just think there's great songs on there. That's why it's 3 for me.
Love it. Number 4, Given to the Rising. A return to darkness and misery and lumbering heaviness. And yeah, just a great fucking album. Number 3, Souls of Zero. This album's fucking awesome. It's, I think, one of their wildest in terms of like dynamics and going for different styles. I mean, dude, The Web and Takanase, 2 of my favorite songs in Neurosis' entire discography. Number 2, Through Silver and Blood, the gateway. This is what did it for me. Still, one of the heaviest experiences I think I've seen live. That it was almost irresponsible giving Neurosis the giant PA, but I'm glad they did, because I think they sonically fucking hurt people. And
they destroyed you.
Oh yeah, I mean I was high as fuck, so really really sank in. And number 1, to the surprise of probably no one, times of grace. This is
Can't argue that, man.
Yeah.
post-metal excellence. It's literally like the post-metal album for me. This is the standard that I measure up against with like a lot of post-metal. It's brilliantly written, brilliantly produced. The songs are some of their most dynamic. It's incredible, start to finish. I fucking love this album, and this was an absolute joy to go back and listen to multiple times. So yeah, probably shocked no one, because I'm pretty sure I kind of glazed that album a lot when it comes down to
No shockers there. I knew you had told me before when we've talked over the years that Given is pretty high up on.
I've telegraphed that punch.
Yeah, and I knew the other two were there. Now I think I can pick this guy's number one, but the rest of them I'm going to be curious to see.
Okay.
Any final thoughts about Neurosis as a whole?
I mean, I know that they resist the idea of necessarily being purely identified as a metal band, but this may be the first and most important metal band that I've ever listened to.
Nice.
Just for the sake of I came for it to this band through punk and post rock, essentially.
Yeah.
And
what were you listening to post rocky wise?
I mean, I don't know if you remember at the beginning I was talking about.
Well, you said Kid A. What was the other one?
Sigaros.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Mono.
It was just like that time period at the end of the 90s and the early aughts where that started to be a good thing. And I did not necessarily approach them as a metal band. I just wanted an incredible listen. And here I am with a metal channel, on YouTube so many years later. But Times of Grace opened that door. But I would say, if you look at the bands that I love, that I consider to be the most important to me, Neurosis is the one that has stayed over the course of time. Right. We did a Bluthaus Nord. Other bands that would probably be on that list would be something like Ulcerate, or Ruins of Beverest.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And Neurosis, during my period that I loved them the most, I think they are peerless. Right? There is no one. Right, there are plenty of bands who were doing sludge. There are plenty of bands doing hardcore. There was plenty of bands doing industrial, but doing what they did at the level that they did it, I really think in a time period in the 90s when so much of extreme metal was popular and traditional heavy metal was really derided. It was a genre that in a lot of ways was potentially failing. I think now when you look back at the contribution that Neurosis, they're a true bright spot in American metal history through that decade.
Yeah.
And it contributed to the genre in a way that still has an incredible amount of importance and influence today. For example, let's take a band that I do love now that's kind of doing a post-metal thing. Inter Arma. I don't know if you...
Yes, killer.
Punishing, unique. I mean,
Punishing.
They've evolved the sound, but I would say that they're carrying on this legacy in a positive way.
I saw them for Sulphur English, man. They were fucking devastatingly heavy.
Right. Yeah. So it's obviously changed a lot, but I think bands like that who've been around and been successful have a lot to sort of they owe or indebted to what Neurosis sort of introduced as what you could do with a sound.
Yeah.
So, an incredibly important band to me. Absolutely. Just as a side note, Jeff and I had some conversations surrounding this deep dive off the record, and it had to do with me talking about things that are incredibly important to me personally.
Right.
Even things that involve, people who I love in my life. And this band, well, we won't talk about that tonight. Maybe there'll be a different time and place for it. It's that personal. It spills into ways that aren't just talking about the discography. And so there are a few bands I can do that with. And with that, I will jump into my top 5 here.
Yeah.
So number 5, Word is Law.
Wow.
Whoa.
Nice.
Number 4, Times of Grace.
Nice.
Number 3, Souls of Zero. The last 2 trade. So Enemy of the Sun.
Ah, I was wrong. I thought that would be one.
I thought it was gonna be one, but
And then Otter, right?
Honestly, any given day, I can go for either one, right? Like they're that close.
the 1A, 1B.
Yeah, and if you had asked me, like a while ago, how I feel about Times of Grace versus Souls at Zero, those two can change. So, but that run from Souls at Zero for me to Times of Grace is untouchable. They're incredibly important records to me, and I love this band. Those 4 records in particular, and can't say enough good stuff about it.
Yeah, it's a killer important band. Since Robert only asked 1 or 2 or 8,000 times if we're going to address the Scott Kelly thing, we'll touch on it very briefly here. Very briefly. The band were aware of things as early as 2019, has been told by their side of things. Scott came out publicly in August or September, I forget which one, of 2022, admitted that he's done some of these pretty heinous kind of low life sort of things. And he's not only done a lot of damage to his wife and kids and family, which is first and foremost, but he's done a lot of damage to friendships, working relationships, partnerships, legal partnerships. I don't know what the future of the band holds. In talking with Steve, he didn't intimate to me what the future holds. He indicated only one thing, and he said at some point in the not too distant future, we as a collective, meaning the band, obviously, we will have some sort of a statement or some sort of a. He didn't say final direction because he didn't put it to me that way. But, I really don't know. I could speculate based on what I think. And I mean, I think that if they go on, they will have every fucking tour, and everywhere they go, someone's going to be trying to ask those questions. I didn't ask those questions because Scott and I had a conversation privately on the phone. He called me and asked me, told me I'm not going to speak about that. And I said,
Steve,
okay.
right?
Steve had that
Well,
conversation.
you mean Steve,
Steve,
right?
you said
What did I
Scott.
say?
You said
Scott.
Scott.
Oh,
It's all right.
yeah, I
Just
did
wanted to
not
make
have
sure.
I did not have a conversation with Scott. With Steve, sorry. Remember, I'm at going on 30 some whatever, lots of hours. There's a lot of collective difficulty with the idea of carrying the band on and or ceasing the band and starting a new project. And if it's just the 4 of them and somebody else, it's Neurosis. Why bother losing all of that brand recognition and the thing that you built, right? So I don't think that's going to happen, number one. Number two, I don't know that they're going to replace that person if they would continue. I think it might be the 4 of them. That's just me speculating. And if I really had to guess, I really feel certain that it might be over. And you know what? If it is over, again, I'm speculating. I do not know anything about it. He did not intimate anything to me. Steve, if you're watching this, I'm simply speculating on the situation. And you and I had a conversation, if you're watching, and you know how I feel and what I told you about how important your music and the band's music is to all of us as fans. But we respect where you're coming from on this, and you're doing the right thing either way. It's I want to say one other quick thing, and then we'll powwow quick and then end. We have Scott's statement. That's all we have. It's pretty vague. It's pretty, yeah, I did this and yeah, I did that, and I'm out. Fuck this, I'm gone. We don't really know what happened. And Scott didn't tell me details, and I didn't ask. But what I gathered was it's worse than we all really know from those public statements. And that's a very sad thing because, you know, I'm sitting here on this panel here with my daughter, and while we've had a few testy moments, there's never been physical abuse. There's never been verbally. There's been a few moments when I was in a bad place and you were in a rough spot too, but there's never been any hateful, you know, I fucking hate you, go die, nothing like, you know, I've never terrorized my children, never, that thought would never even cross my mind. I've never terrorized their mother, even though that ended pretty sadly and pretty painfully for me, but I never thought ever of terrorizing her or threatening her or anything like that. That just isn't the human being I am. And I think sitting here knowing the quality of the four guys I have here, the four people I have here, excuse me, none of you guys would ever be that person, I wouldn't think. It would shock me if I found out that you were, and it would disgust me too. And imagine you're working with this person for 30 years almost, and you see things in the personality over the last 10 or so that are concerning, but then all this comes out and you're like, man, you fucking betrayed everyone, asshole. So I think there's a pretty strong level of disgust, and I don't blame those people at all. And that's all, man. I don't know if anyone has anything to add to it, but Robert, that's all I'm going to say. We were going to try to get through this initially through this deep dive without saying the name, but I spoke with Steve and he said, that's a little weird, but just try not to talk a lot about it. So we're probably talking about this part of it too much. It is what it is. If it's over, they left us with a pretty good album, and they left us with a lot of fucking killer albums throughout their career. And I'm cool with that, man. I am totally cool with that. You guys should check out Steve Von Till's solo stuff. It's ambient, a lot of it, and acoustic bass, and it's rustic, and it's cool. The last two albums are absolutely fucking beautiful. And the one before it, from 17, I'm forgetting the name. I'll look it up when one of you guys is speaking. Absolutely killer. Go support Steve and all the other people that are doing this, you know, that are in this band. Like Jason Rader has Ohm, and what else is he doing? Is that it for now?
Was he?
He was in Sleep.
He wasn't in Sleep, yeah.
I don't know. Is he still in Sleep, or did he leave Sleep too?
I don't know if Sleep's still around. Is it?
Maybe. I don't know. Well, Matt Pike's back to doing, you know, High on Fire stuff.
Yeah. To my knowledge, it's not an active band, but
yeah.
You guys want to tie up my final thoughts there? Anybody?
I mean, I think you pretty much summed it up. The Neurosis fucking rules. Like I said, again, one of the most important bands I think I ever got into, and kind of changed musical landscape, I would say, in metal and in music in general, I think.
Yeah, this is a good point by Eric. He really points something out here. This is what I spoke to Steve about. But they are having moral dilemmas, ethical dilemmas, I believe, sort of in their collective conscious as a group of bandmates and partners in a business. I think they're really trying to figure out how to navigate this, that it doesn't look like, oh, back to business, fill our coffers with your money. And yes, that goes, but it should be noted that money that's coming in, I'm just going to say this, it's not going to him. That's all I'll say. His 20% or whatever it is. But Eric says, the other guys don't deserve to be shoved under the rug. And that's very true. They don't. And none of us are going to forget them, right? None of us. But their decision is their decision, whether they want to reemerge or not reemerge. And the troubles, again, as I said, if they go do something else, what do you think the first question is that some guy that's been told that's off the rec, that's out of bounds, and the guy goes, hey, by the way, what about this? It'll happen somewhere, and that's gonna not go over well, So any thoughts, Kellen, real quick to wrap up?
I mean, I will say that I don't want it to go too deep into this, other than to say it has been something when we did this deep dive, I spent a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, you did. You hit me up and you're like, where do you want to go with this? And I'm like, well, after talking to Steve, let's not talk at all about it. And we were on that task, but I did speak with Steve and I let him know up front. He's like, nah, don't do that. So,
but to transition from that is, this is a band. It's rare, I think, that you find, right? Like, I don't think that with it specifically, sometimes within this music, there are a lot of great albums, but ones that try and rope in every sense of your identity and ask you to bring that to the table when you listen to them, that's just not a common occurrence. There's a lot, right? Like, I don't sit down and listen to Butchered at Birth and think like, oh, this is commentary on the healthcare system in America, or this is introspection on fatherhood, right? Like,
it's not.
It's a great death metal record, and that's what you're there for. When you listen to a Neurosis record, there's more there that they're trying to appeal to as you as a person, as a listener. And I'll reiterate this, that point when Steve stopped to say, like, yes, we want to sound like the Apocalypse, but we also want to sound like a band that's speaking to people who are thinking about and dealing with what it means to be a living, thinking, feeling human being in this world. Like, as simple as that sounds,
but that's heavy.
That's what they were. That was on the table for them to sort of address artistically. And when I listen to their records, everything that has gone through in the course of my life, I'm 38 now. I first heard them when I was a teenager. A lot of life has gone through in those past years.
Sure, man.
And so the fact that this band has been able to stay with me and I've navigated all those aspects of my life with them, that's one of the reasons why we take it so personally and why we take this into consideration.
Sure.
So hopefully if they do watch that, or they see this, like, that's a statement that, resonates with them in a positive light. So, with
Jimmy the Enslaved Hater says, this is a really great thing. I've never heard of Tobias Wolff because I'm not one of those really well-read guys anymore. I'm old and I can't read very well. He says there is very little difference between an explanation and an excuse. Man, that is so real. Yep. And a lot of times the excuses are prolific and the explanations are usually pretty hollow and empty. So in this case, again, I want to reiterate, we do not know Scott's side other than what he put on paper as a public announcement. And so I want to be careful with just drag. That's why we didn't speak of him and we just said SK other than the very beginning mention, mainly because I didn't want this whole thing to be about that, and we're tying it up in this last 5 or 10 minutes, and that's the best I can say. Go watch the Steve. I'm going to put the link in the description. Go watch the Steve Von Till interview. I'm not tooting my own horn or anything, but Kellen, have you watched the whole thing?
Yeah, I've seen it,
and it's pretty fucking good. I mean, mainly because of Steve. I mean, I'm brilliant, of course, but Steve is pretty excellent too. So,
You're
go
brilliant
go watch.
as you are humble.
Well, you didn't know that Jeffrey Humble Kiefer is my middle name, right?
I had so many other guesses as to what your middle name was, and I'm not going to say any of them.
Let me ask, was the first thing that popped in your mind Did it start with an A or an F?
Both. I mean, so many letters. So many letters.
So many letters, so little time. Lauren, did you want to chime in finally as a final thing? You're falling asleep.
Yeah, a little bit. The only thing I can say is that the victims should be centered, and I hope they find healing and can get the help they need. And I hope the rest of the members of Neurosis also make whatever decision is most comfortable for them going forward.
Yeah, and know this. I didn't say this to you privately, but they are away in a place where he can't get at them. So there is safety there, and there are a lot of from what I understand, there are a lot of people looking out for the family. So and I will say Steve Von Till is one of the best human beings I've had the privilege of speaking to. He called when he knew I had a health problem that was very serious. He said, "Hey man, can we talk on the phone?" And I called him up, and I thought it was going to be a 6 or 7 minute conversation. And 56 minutes later, I'm like, "Steve, I'm going to let you go because what are we going to talk about if we talk about it all here and now? we gotta do this thing tomorrow night, And then we still went 4 hours and 19 and talked about 50 minutes afterwards. I don't think he ever wants to speak to me again now, but I do think that was during that period of time. There was a great connection made. Great man. Good people from what I understand. I don't know the other three guys, but they seem like really solid individuals. And I want to thank everybody that was in here tonight. We had a really good turnout. I think we got 22 or 23 at one point in time, which is nice for a Sunday night. We still have 14 in here. Eric, Jimmy, thanks, man. I do rule. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. That's that humble thing.
Very debatable. Jimmy, what you're doing is irresponsible right now.
No, thanks, Jimmy, for popping in. I don't agree with you on a slave, though. Sorry. Eric, talk to you. Mario, good to see you. We had Drunken Metalhead. Can I speak to Mrs. Drunken Metalhead Musing after this is over, Logan?
Your mom go by Miss Musings?
Miss Musings. Yeah. Logan, what else we got? We had Ryan in there. We had Robert. Robert, where would the stream have been without Robert tonight? Saying everything about the band before I even got to it. We love you, Robert. You're a trip, buddy. Gavin. Anybody else here before I tap out? I think these guys are probably all gone. That was a lot of that Killing for Company guy. I don't know who the hell that guy is, but
I don't know either.
Yeah, so there you go. Thank all you guys. Kellen, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I will not hit you for a while because I know you got a lot of other stuff going on. How's next week sound for Carcass, though?
I'm up. I can hang with symphonies, and then after that, I'll let you take over. How about that?
Actually, Lauren and Nick and I are probably going to do that. Maybe we might pull a fourth person in for that.
Well, you gotta let me know when because I'm gone from the 6th.
I know. If we're doing it, it's going to be probably next Sunday.
Next Sunday,
the 3rd, isn't it?
I'll be. Shit, that'll be tough.
You told me over the weekend. You were home that weekend.
I'm still home this weekend. I got to make sure I got time to pack.
Sunday's the 2nd, actually. Next Sunday.
Yeah. Are you leaving the 3rd?
No, I leave the 6th. Yeah, I might be able to do it. Yeah.
Listen, Nick. Don't fuck with me here, dude. You're gonna pack like 3 pairs of underwear, a swimsuit, some fucking Crocs. You're gonna probably pack that hat.
What the fuck?
You're rocking Crocs. Don't lie.
I don't rock Crocs. I wear house shoes. All right, and sandals. My sandals have your smoking.
You have your smoking jacket for evening attire. You'll probably have one of the what are those things? Maybe. What are those things called? The
ascot.
Ascot. You have an ascot and a bow tie.
Dad, I really have to.
From Scooby-Doo.
Hang on, we're almost done. Other than that, that's all you're gonna have, Nick. Other than 6 or 7 flight cases for CDs. So quit fucking lying
Dude,
to
I
me,
can get
man.
it all in one. Are you kidding? I've done this before. Not my first rodeo. That's why I carry a fucking carry-on that literally has nothing in it but a hoodie.
Exactly. That's my point. So,
Armored.
Lauren, love you, babe. Thank you so much for being here. We'll work out
course.
details on the upcoming stuff. And by the way, this kid right here is a freaking rock star because I don't where the
Below you.
Nope, over.
Um,
Are you pointing at me?
Yeah, pointing at you. She drove me to Philadelphia on Thursday night, and that's it's a drive for us, and covered gas and bought me this beautiful shirt, which I am going to pay her back for when I can, and hung in there the whole entire time when we were running around Philly trying to maybe run into the band after and run into Rick and go drink a beer or two, and so she's the bomb. And you'll be seeing more of her as it goes. Nick, you got anything coming up?
I believe the guys are filming some interviews with some bands right now.
Nice.
More reviews coming out. I'll be gone for a little bit on vacation. Come back, hopefully squeeze in some reviews before I go out to Denver for the Denver Death Fest. Come back,
right.
and hopefully a week after that, we'll have an immolation ranking for you guys.
Nice.
And that's already fucking gonna be so goddamn difficult. Ugh.
Lauren, why don't you go ahead and head out?
Hi everyone.
I
It
love
was
you.
nice to discuss everything with you guys. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Love you.
I'll probably be back for Carcass.
Love you too. Yeah,
Yeah.
hell yeah. Bye.
All right, bye, babe. Kellen, I know you want to leave. What do you have happening?
So you can catch me this upcoming Wednesday on the Heavy Metallurgy channel. We're going to be discussing Necros Christos, their 2011 release, Doom of the Occult. And then on my channel, I've got a discussion with Brian Arkham that I need to release. And then maybe after that, I don't know. I got a couple of things I'll do, but in the most recent future or upcoming future, those things check out.
Cool. I'll wrap up me real quick. Not official as of yet, but pretty close. There's a big stream on Saturday night over on the Dreadful Minutes. A lot of people aren't even aware of it yet. They will be tonight, tomorrow, the next day. It's April Fool's. I got to be honest with you. Rick kind of told me the premise of it, but it was the other night in after the Death to All show, and I was fucking in mode of trying to connect with Max and Steve, and it was weird, and I didn't pay attention to what the premise of it all is. But you know, Kellen?
I do not. I've heard he mentioned it the other night, but I don't know the premise. So.
Yeah, so I think he's doing kind of a pop in as you will type thing Saturday night. But before that, what I may do, Nick, is would you be able to do like an early Saturday afternoon, like 4 or 5 for the Carcass?
Maybe. I mean, honestly, Sunday evening would probably work out the best for me.
Because I don't think, how many albums is there? 7, 6, 7?
7, I think.
7. I really don't. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna be going crazy, huh?
I'm counting them down. Yeah, 7.
Yeah. I think we'll be good. Well, we ought to be able to do that in 2.5. Dead Can Dance deep dive on the horizon. Maybe Saturday afternoon. Maybe Sunday afternoon before the thing with Nick. I may do a 2 or 3 or 4 hour one there and then hit Nick. That's going to be with Serge and Melinda, who none of you guys have met. My good friend Melinda from out in Chicago, massive Dead Can Dance fan. So it's kind of like when we did The Cure and we had Serge's friend Angel come on. We're going to kind of do something like that. Celtic Frost, Hellhammer, probably on the horizon. Oh, 2 other quick ones. So, Eric in the chat, Mr. Eric Berg, we had a long conversation last night after we shut everything down, and he's a huge Frank Marino nut, even as the DVD Blu-ray pack, that shows me he's a mega Marino nerd. So I finally have somebody do that with me, and somewhere in there I'm going to try to do a Boards of Canada. I'm still trying to figure out if I can sneak somebody in with me. I really would love Steve Von Till to come on with me, but I don't think it's going to happen. But
I
and
know
if we do, what's that?
I know a surprising boards fan actually.
You do?
Yeah, apparently the front man of 200 Stab Wounds is a big fan of Boards of Canada.
Wow. Well, maybe we'll work something out. Yeah, I think that's about it, guys. Oh, I'm part 2 of David Bowie in the fairly near future. And one last one. Dennis and I doing
80s, 90s.
Thank you. Forgotten 80s metal gems, forgotten metal gems of the 80s and 90s. And probably won't be that long before we come back with Catacombs of Depravity, Eerie Observation number Trace, which Nick, I may, if you're back, and when do you get back?
I'll be back 23rd.
Oh shit.
Of April.
Okay, it might be towards the end of April. We'll see. I know Tom and Simon and a whole bunch of film nerds want to get in on that. So, and I know once Chromie he gets out of that body cast that he's from last night.
Bravo.
Oh my God, yeah. So yeah, that's a story real quick. We'll tell you when we get off here and then let you go. You got to hear that one. But anyway, so thanks to everybody. Appreciate lots coming, hopefully, on all of our channels. And we appreciate you hanging with us. I am probably going to do an after stream for maybe an hour or two, not much past 11, 12 or 1. That would be the latest I'd be up. But I got to get Kellen out of here. So we're tripping out. Hang on, you guys, for a minute. And we shall see you. Thank you for your patronage. Not Patreon, but patronage.